Derek Whitehead, I'm the Chair of the Australian Digital Alliance, and it is a delight to welcome you all to our ADA Forum for 2015. The tightly packed program is the way we have conventionally run these things, and it shows that there's a lot going on, even if not exactly the things that we want to go on are going on, but there's still a great deal, and we hope you enjoy the program. It's a varied and diverse program. We hope it's got interest in it for everyone. It's also my role to thank, in particular, the sponsors of this forum, Maddox, the Internet Society, ISOC-AU, the National Library of Australia and Internet NZ have all provided support to this forum, and it's great to have attracted so much interest from a variety of people and organisations, so we thank them. It's also something which we would like to do, which is to acknowledge that one of our board members and a very long-standing person in the ADA and also the Australian Libraries Copyright Committee, Tom Cochrane, was awarded an AM in the Australia Day Honours for significant service to library and information management, particularly to copyright law and to education through electronic learning initiatives. And there's a lot more that could have been said, except citations are quite brief, but it's a great pleasure to have Tom's work over a long period of time, over 20 years in the copyright area, recognised so well. So we're delighted. Tom's not here today, but we're delighted to congratulate Tom on his award. So having said those things, please enjoy the day. We hope, as I said, that there's a lot of interest for all of you. I'm delighted to be able to welcome our first speaker, who is Sue McKerricker, the Executive Director of the Australian Library and Information Association and recent Canberra resident. And Sue's going to introduce ALIA's FAIR program. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Derek. So we're pulling our advocacy together into one powerful campaign for greater impact, more supporters, more engagement, more exposure. We'd like you to be part of it. We'd like you to join FAIR. FAIR stands for Freedom of Access to Information and Resources. And how you can join us, how you can find out more, is up on this slide here. So today what I'd like to talk to you about is the FAIR campaign. And we're going to leave this slide up here for all of you who've got the iPads out so that you can go and join up right away. In The Independent on Saturday in the UK, there was a story which I'm sure some of you will have seen. And the headline ran, "Number of library visitors falls by 40 million in 4 years as austerity measures force closures." It went on to say, the rapid decline reinforces warnings that the viability of the entire library network could soon be in danger without urgent action to reverse the trend. William Sieghart, who carried out the UK review of public libraries, said, "We're at a critical moment for the libraries, and if we're not careful, we could lose so many. I and a lot of people think it would be an absolute disaster." Now, the good news is this is Australia. We're not the US, we're not the UK, but we are at a tipping point. As you might be able to tell from my accent, I originally came from the UK and I worked with the Museums, Libraries and Archives Council in the UK in the early 2000s. At that point, we were nervous about the future, but we were still progressing. Since then, it's all changed. In a matter of 10 years, the situation has changed out of recognition. We were too late in the UK, and it's going to be very hard to get libraries back on track. But it's not too late here. But what we've got to do is take action now, because it will be too late if we don't. If we don't act now, in 5 years' time, our libraries and our information services could be in a really dire situation. So we feel it's time to think what kind of society we want. Do we want a society where McDonald's is the place you go to hang out because that's kind of where you can go and it's cheap and there's free Wi-Fi and people are there? Or do we want the kind of society where there are free civic spaces which value community, which value knowledge, and which value understanding. Now, what I've just said sounds like we're talking exclusively about public libraries, but we're not. We're talking about school libraries. We're talking about TAFE libraries. We're talking, sadly, about academic libraries, about those special libraries that sit behind the scenes in corporate, in law, in health environments. We're talking about government libraries. We're talking about state libraries. And really, unfortunately, we're talking about this institution here, the National Library. If we don't put investment in libraries back on track, we risk a future world where we are commercially savvy, but we are spiritually ignorant, where we lack the knowledge and humanity that makes us a better society. And I find it extraordinary myself that I'm saying this because I come from a commercial background. I've worked for Ernst & Young, I've worked for Heinz, I've worked for Unilever, so why would I be saying this? It's because for the last 10 years I've worked with libraries and I have gained an understanding of that intangible value that library information knowledge brings to society. If you look at the big philanthropists, if you look at Carnegie in the past, at Bill Gates now, what do they do when they've made enough money that they don't need it anymore for their own personal use, that their business is thriving? Where do they turn? Well, yes, they turn to health. Yes, they turn to solving poverty and other problems, but they look at it from the perspective of knowledge and literacy. So that's why we've had such major investment from philanthropists into our library system. And how do you define it? Because it is that intangible. You can say, well, I can go and buy books in other places. I can go, there are other spaces. There's McDonald's, there's the park. There are other places I can go to. What is it about libraries that contributes so much to our society? And I would like to paraphrase the words of that great American legal mind, Dennis Denuto, from The Castle. When he said, well, my paraphrase is, it's about libraries. It's about information, and it's about the vibe of the thing. It's about the glue that holds all that together and makes it of such value, but such intangible value to society. So when we were thinking about this, we were thinking about how can we bring this to the public. In the office at the Australian Library and Information Association, every so often, and it's not every day, but it is quite often, we get a call or an email from a member of the public who says, I've heard about what's happening to libraries. Often it is their local public library. What can I do to help? And actually, it's a really hard question to answer. You can say, well, join your Friends of Libraries group. We can say, go in and talk to your library manager. But how could we actually say, yes, activate, support, campaign? So FAIR is a response to that consumer demand. It's called FAIR, Freedom of Access to Information and Resources, deliberately, because we didn't want to make it purely about libraries. It is about information and knowledge in that wider digital space. And it's about libraries, and it's about more than libraries. So it is about qualified library staff in every school, but it's also about supporting the book industry. It is about digitising our nation's history. It's also about evidence-based government policy. And it is very much about lobbying for copyright reform. So our target audience starts with those 10 million registered public library users. Extraordinarily, around half the population chooses to register to use the library service. When we talk to councils and government and they say, I want to reach this group, but they're hard to reach, we say they're not hard to reach. You'll find them in the library. So there are people using libraries that are difficult to reach any other way. If you add in the 2 million or so who also use university libraries, state libraries, other kinds of libraries, but don't necessarily register to use their public library, we are definitely talking about half the Australian population. So what we're doing with the FAIR campaign is we're saying, yes, we have the support of the 27,000 people who work in library and information studies, but we also are seeking the support of 12 million library supporters out there. So we're rallying them around generic issues, which are listed on our website, so please go and have a look at them. But we're also going to be rallying them around individual causes. Every year, ALIA adopts about 6 or 7 individual causes. For example, we campaigned for Gonella Public Library in New South Wales to remain open. It meant we were campaigning alongside several thousand members of the community, and it was a success, and that library remains open. It means that we will be campaigning with other influencers, with partner organisations, around things like the Department for Communities and Social Inclusion Disability Library in Adelaide, which faced closure. We couldn't save the library, which served members of the population as well as government, but we could ensure that the collection went to a safe place at Charles Sturt Public Library and was still accessible to members of the public. And we can also harness the support of the media so that when the Environment Minister does go on record as saying that he sought his answers in Wikipedia about global warming, we can respond to that through the media and suggest that, in fact, his department library might have been a more authoritative source. We launched the FAIR campaign last week, and it was a soft launch really to the sector because we'd like feedback from people about what we're covering, what we should be covering. But already we've got radio take-up. So we've done radio in Brisbane, Perth, Adelaide, Newcastle, Sydney. We had 20 minutes on the James Valentine programme with a dial-in, and it was obvious the kind of support we've got from library users. So we already have hundreds of people who have signed up to FAIR. We know that by the end of the year we will have thousands of people who will have signed up. What we're doing is we're putting our issues out there. We're saying to the public, this is your opportunity to join in. We're asking people to subscribe to the concept of FAIR and then to support individual campaigns, which we will highlight through our newsletter. We will also be activating people, so it's not a passive campaign. It's actually about getting people up and supporting, because that's what they want. So whether it's people who say, well, all I can do is actually sign a petition, that's fine. Whether it's people who say, I will be manning the barricades for my library, that's fine too. So the FAIR campaign is about all these things. I would greatly value the opportunity to talk to you about it at morning tea. We'd greatly value the opportunity for you to sign up and become a supporter. So please, everyone in this room, do that. And help us spread the word through your own Twitter, social media networks, channels. That would be really valuable to us. And I would just like to remind you that it's about libraries, it's about information, and it is about the vibe of the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. It's a very great pleasure to be able to introduce Mary-Anne Diamond, who's the chair of the International Disability Alliance and the immediate past president of the World Blind Union. We're delighted to have Mary-Anne as our keynote speaker today. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. It's a pleasure to be here and speak to you today. Australia is a rich, developed country, and we all are proud of the lifestyle we live. We take for granted the exercising of our human rights. Yet, a basic human right, access to information, has always been and continues to be denied to hundreds of thousands of Australians who are blind or have a print disability. Today, I would like to share with you my own personal story as a blind person in Australia growing up with limited access to any information that I could independently read, why the Marrakesh Treaty is so important, and what needs to be done here in Australia to ensure that the 330,000 people can exercise their basic human right. We witnessed a remarkable thing in Marrakesh, Morocco in 2013. A treaty was agreed to, which has become known as the Miracle of Marrakesh. Just as remarkable to me as someone who did not much like books growing up was how I came to view the treaty as so important to hundreds of millions of people around the world, and how I found myself a leader of the World Blind Union campaign to have this treaty agreed to. I was born in Queensland in the 1950s, one of 5 children. And when I was 6 weeks old, my parents discovered I was blind. At that time, in Australia, the practice was to place blind children in a residential school for the blind at a very young age, because it was believed they could provide us with skills and knowledge to assist us prepare for life. So from the age of 4 until 14, I would return home on weekends and school holidays. I did learn how to read and write Braille, how to move around the community using a white cane. I learnt many skills and made lots of friends. However, at that time, I just wanted to live at home with my family. And I do remember when I would go home on weekends, I would get cross with my younger sister and tell her to stop reading all the time. Sometimes she'd read to me. We had many books in Braille in my school. I quickly discovered that each book consisted of large numbers of heavy Braille volumes, which meant there were very few titles. I recall there was no books that my brothers and sisters were reading, which meant when they were talking about the latest new book, I could just listen. In my last 4 years of high school, I moved to a regular school, moving from a class of 9 students to one of 30, where I was the only blind student, was not easy. In my final year of school, I decided to continue my studies of mathematics. I was good at mathematics and often known to say, I like it because you don't need to read books, just solve problems. I completed a degree in mathematics at university, followed by a postgraduate degree in information technology. After some attempts to get access to my textbooks in a format I could read, such as Braille or audio, in a timely manner, I gave up. I settled for examination papers in Braille and established my own network of people to read to me from amongst my classmates. This was particularly important in mathematics because much of what was written on the board was not spoken. I was then employed in the information technology industry, writing computer code, designing computer systems for many years. No computer manuals nor books necessary for my job were available to me. Again, I found myself reliant on others for information. During this time, I married and had 4 children, one who is blind. When my oldest son, the child who is blind, was 4 years old, and my other 2 sons were 2 years old and 3 months, our family relocated to Madison, Wisconsin, in the United States for my husband's work. We knew no one. Many would prepare to get to know a city through travel books, city guides, transport guides, and so on. Again, I found none of this was accessible to me. Let me tell you, a blind lady with 3 children under 5 years old travelling the bus system with distinctive Australian accents was certainly a novelty in Madison. I recall my 2-year-old son had the job to tell us the number on the bus so I could determine if it was ours or not. Of course, today there'd be an app I'd have on my phone which would tell me the bus number. Returning home, I changed my career from an IT specialist to an advocate. In the year 2000, Melbourne hosted the General Assembly of the World Blind Union. This major event included an International Blind Women's Forum. I was invited to join the organising committee of all men as what I described at the time, the token woman. I was not to know that within 10 years, this would lead to me being elected president of the World Blind Union. The World Blind Union represents 285 million people in the world who are blind or have low vision, according to the World Health Organization. 90% of these people live in developing countries. Close to 90% of children in developing countries who are blind receive no form of education. And without an education, these millions of children have little hope for a normal life, ever working or being able to support a family. In the most developed countries in the world, close to 70% of persons who are blind are unemployed, and this number increases to more than 90% in developing countries. Access to information, to books, to websites, is one of the greatest barriers for us as blind people in taking part in our community. This has been and continues to be a priority of the World Blind Union, who had been reaching out to publishers over many years to do something to increase the numbers of accessible books to blind people with very little success. Even today, close to 93% of books published each year are not published in a format such as Braille, audio, or large print in the most developed countries in the world. And if you happen to live in a developing country, this figure is more likely to be 99%. Let me share with you the impact the Marrakesh Treaty, once ratified and implemented, would immediately have on millions of blind and low vision readers. In Spain, ONCE, the National Organisation of the Blind, holds over 100,000 titles in accessible format. In Argentina, Tiflifolios, I can't say the name, holds over 50,000 titles in accessible format. Between them, they would like to share and exchange these titles with all blind and vision impaired readers who live in the 19 Spanish-speaking countries across Latin America. They cannot currently do this because of copyright. Similarly, there are collections totalling hundreds of thousands in the US, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and literally millions of blind and vision impaired readers in the 60 other countries where English is either spoken as the first or second choice language. We could benefit from having access to these collections. Again, we cannot currently do this. France, Canada, Belgium, Luxembourg, Switzerland they could similarly share collections of French titles with blind and vision impaired people in Francophone Africa. And it goes on. And of course, that doesn't include the numbers of people who speak different languages in any one country, who at the moment have access to almost nothing. People often say to me, there are millions of ebooks available, so why is this such a problem? There are, however, the majority of them are created in formats which blind people cannot read. Devices to read such books on are often costly and difficult to navigate if you're a blind person. Remembering that huge numbers of blind people have low levels of education and do not have a job. In 2008, the World Blind Union gathered together a group of experts on copyright to develop a draft treaty to take to the World Intellectual Property Organisation, WIPO. In 2009, the governments of Brazil, Ecuador and Paraguay introduced the draft treaty on our behalf, as only state members can submit formal proposals to negotiating committees. Firstly, the treaty was rejected by almost all member states. It then moved to having 4 different proposals to consider, with the European Union and the United States strongly opposing a treaty as the solution, instead proposing alternative, non-binding solution. The World Blind Union was adamant in rejecting anything short of a treaty, as we were of the opinion that anything less than a legal enforcement like a treaty would not achieve what was necessary, and it would be at least another generation before a treaty proposal would be discussed again. As the representatives of the blind and print disability community, we had our non-negotiable issues throughout the negotiations. We stayed firm on these with support from many civil society organisations. Until the very end, there was huge pressure on us to give up on some of these or all of them. We would be told, if you do not, you won't get a treaty. And our response would be, a bad treaty could be worse than no treaty. So on the 27th of June 2013 in Marrakesh, Morocco, 186 member states of WIPO adopted a treaty to facilitate access to information for persons who are blind, visually impaired or otherwise print disabled, the Miracle of Marrakesh. And it was an honour to be present when the balance was found between the rights of content producers and the human rights of individuals. The treaty requires governments to have an exception under national copyright law to allow the production of books in formats blind and print disabled people can read without permission from publishers, and allows books in these formats to be shared with blind and print disabled people and their organisations in different countries without permission from publishers. The adoption of the treaty is not the end. just the end of the first stage. There's a huge amount of work still to be done before we can say we have solved what has become known as the book famine. The treaty will only come into effect when 20 governments ratify or agree to be bound by its provisions, and only countries that ratify the treaty can use it. One of the current priorities of the World Blind Union is a worldwide ratification campaign. To make the treaty effective, you also need some practical initiatives at an operational level. One such initiative is the Accessible Book Consortium, launched at WIPO in June 2014. This consists of 3 functions: the sharing of technical skills and knowledge to produce and distribute books in accessible formats, promoting inclusive publishing, and building an international database and book exchange of accessible books. Libraries are key to the success of the treaty. Throughout the world, libraries have historically played an important role in serving people who are print disabled, and only blindness organisations and libraries and other so-called authorised entities will be able to send accessible format books to other countries. Because the treaty provides countries with important policy options, libraries must be involved in the development and implementation of the national legislation. The Electronic Information for Libraries Guide has been developed and is in 2 parts. Part 1 is an introduction to the treaty, its key provisions, and the role of libraries in contributing to the treaty's objectives. Part 2 provides a practical interpretation of major technical provisions with recommendations in line with public interest goals and enabling access to knowledge. While the guide is developed for libraries, it can easily be adapted and used for other institutions meeting the treaty definition of authorised entities. In the spirit of the treaty, I think a sensible implementation would also be to ensure that there is the ability for individuals to make their own accessible copies of books as technology allows and is made available. Of course, in saying that, we need to ensure that those that can do that are bona fide persons who are blind or have a print disability. Australia played a leadership role in the final year of the negotiations and throughout the diplomatic conference where the treaty was adopted. And I'm delighted that Australia has now signed the treaty and begun the process towards ratification. Ratification of the Marrakesh Treaty is directly linked and has a relationship with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which Australia has ratified. In particular, there are articles such as Article 9, accessibility, Article 21, freedom of expression and opinion and access to information, Article 30, participation in cultural life, recreation, leisure and sport, and Article 32, international cooperation. These articles of the CRPD are direct implementation and linked to Marrakesh Treaty. In reading the 17 responses to the Australian government's consultation paper, it appears to me there is no organisations that oppose ratification of Marrakesh Treaty by Australia. There might be different opinions as to what needs to be altered or changed in our current domestic law. Organisations like Vision Australia are very keen for the treaty to be implemented in Australia at minimum delay. However, it is important that implementation is not expedited at the expense of clarity, the current exceptions and flexibilities are not diminished, and that the intention and objectives of the treaty are not misplaced. The most significant barrier organisations like Vision Australia currently experience in producing and distributing books in accessible format here in Australia is the obligation to comply with the Part VB Div 3 commercial availability test, which requires if a book is already available in one of 5 formats specified, then organisations assisting with the blind and print disability people cannot produce that title in a similar alternate format. A consequence of this is that organisations must undertake extensive searching to ascertain if a work is already commercially available. Legal advice that Vision Australia has received is that this also applies even though the format that is commercially available is not suitable for a particular individual. For example, if a title has been produced commercially in audio format, Vision Australia cannot legally produce that same title in DAISY audio format, even though the commercial title will not include print page references or navigation information, such as content page, section headers, or in the case of many non-fiction titles, any index. This results in significant disadvantage for people with a print disability who are compelled to use a format that is not optimal. Legal advice further states that if a title that has been produced, say in DAISY audio, subsequently becomes available commercially, then we must withdraw that DAISY audio from our catalogue. This further disadvantages our library users because it restricts the choice of formats available to them. And in many cases, this will mean that books available commercially will not be read by people with a print disability because they may not be usable by the person. Individuals often need to be able to navigate directly to a page number, a chapter, or a section. Vision Australia is also required to check on commercial availability before sharing each copy to anyone. This makes processing very difficult, particularly if we are looking at digital streaming. It is good that the treaty is very clear that a format is the format that the person who uses it requires, not what might be similar. Let me give you an example of what may happen when implementing and ratifying the treaty if the commercial availability clause remains as it is in our domestic law. Now, this is based on a conversation I had with the CEO of Bookshare, a online accessible book repository based in the United States. Bookshare currently holds over 300,000 titles. We here in Australia have access to 13% of their collection. That's based on those that have a global licence. If Australia and the United States were to ratify and implement the Marrakesh Treaty, we should have instant access to the entire collection. However, with our commercial availability clause in Australia, Bookshare tell me that they would not know which of their 300,000 books were commercially available in Australia, so might decide to provide no books to Australia to ensure they don't breach this clause. So that means we could be actually worse off than we are now. I understand and am pleased to hear that the Attorney General's Department received the responses to the consultation paper, but they are working towards the next step to treaty-making processes, which, as I understand, includes tabling the treaty text and a national interest analysis to Parliament to be then considered by the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties. Currently, there are 6 ratifications of the Marrakesh Treaty, with some additional one close to being final. We are confident that 20 ratifications will be achieved in 2015. And I strongly urge Australia to work hard to ratify in this year so that we can be one of those 20. Information is power. We all use information to make choices in our life. We use information to make decisions about our lives. And we, the blind and print-disabled people around the world, are anxiously waiting to exercise our human right, access to information. Thank you.
Very pleased to thank Marianne for her presentation. The ratification of the Marrakesh Treaty is one of the areas that we are following with particular interest and one of the priorities we see for government up ahead. I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Nicholas Suzor, who's just standing here. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Derek. I feel really privileged to be here speaking to all of you, and particularly to be speaking after Marianne, who's been working tirelessly with others at the World Blind Union and other people around the world to make such a monumental shift. Really is a really important and fundamental shift at the international copyright level. I want to talk a little bit today about the practical implications of the Marrakesh Treaty and the ways in which Australia and other countries can address what has been called the book famine, or the lack of accessibility of books around the world. So particularly, I want to look at first a recent case in the US, the HathiTrust legislation and the role of fair use in digitisation and accessibility. And I want to think about some practical, or 5 practical things that Australia can do right now to increase accessibility for everyone. So this is, as Marianne explains, really a serious problem. Less than 20% of the world's books are digitised in an accessible form. It's much worse in developing countries. And it's clear that existing approaches are not working. We've just heard how difficult and complex the current ad hoc model of digitisation and access is in Australia. The statutory licences are slow, cumbersome, expensive. And the practical result of that is that people are not able to access the cultural and knowledge works that they need for full participation in society. So I want to talk about particularly the Google Books digitisation process and the role of the HathiTrust and other institutional libraries in making books accessible. So the Google Books litigation is a really interesting and important case study in how fair use operates to protect the public interest. And this is something, so we're here almost exactly a year after we were gathered here last time. And if you remember, if you were here with us last time, the ALRC's report recommending that Australia introduce fair use was tabled the day before this meeting. We haven't seen much movement on that yet, but I'm still cautiously optimistic that hopefully by the next time that we gather here, we will have seen some major implementations of those recommendations. So the Google Books litigation, it's been a really long process. There was a recent decision in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals in the US that closes off one particular chapter in this process. So Google Books is obviously embarking on a massive digitisation project, and they're doing it in partnership with institutional libraries and an organisation, a foundation called the Hathi Trust. And the goal of this partnership is that by granting Google access to these books and overseeing coordinating the scheme, the institutions in the Hathi Trust are able to gain access to accessible, full text and full image versions of all of the digitised books. Now, this is pretty important, but as some of you may already know, the whole process has been subject to a fairly extensive litigation process. The most recent of this is the suit by the Authors Guild against Hathi Trust. The Second Circuit decision that we've just seen affirms that these types of preservation and accessibility uses are fundamentally fair uses of copyright material, and this is really important. So in a fair use process, courts go through 4 factors to examine whether a particular otherwise infringing use is excused from the exclusive rights of copyright owners. The first one of these, sorry, not the first factor, but the litigation involved 2 separate processes engaged in by Hathi Trust. And the first is about searching, indexing. So with the full text of the books that were digitised, Hathi Trust is able to provide a full text search interface to those books. Hugely important function, something that's never been done or possible to be done before. The court was really, really clear on this. This is a quintessential transformative use. It is something that doesn't compete at all with the interests of copyright owners, and it is something that should be clearly permissible to be done without having to seek a license from every one of the owners of those books. In the same way that web search engines can operate in the US under a fair use provision, this index, created by Google and Hathi Trust, can operate to give access to books. And this is the fundamental problem that we face in Australia, that we have very strong copyright exceptions that very strong copyright laws that mirror the US without the strong exceptions. And that means that search engines and projects like this have faced real and serious legal difficulties in Australia. And that's a real problem that we do need to address. The second part of this story is about accessibility. And this is a little bit more interesting to see how a fair use test might work in other jurisdictions. So in the US, as I said, there are 4 factors, and the court looks first to the type of the use. And in this case, providing access to copyright books is precisely the type of use that copyright owners typically engage in. But, importantly, providing accessible copies is not part of what copyright owners typically do. The court recognised that traditionally this is a very underserved market. Copyright owners have not had, publishers, distributors, have not had or have not demonstrated a willingness to serve the needs of people with disabilities. So the court excused this as a fundamental part of the balance in copyright, that providing access to people with print disabilities was an important public interest purpose that enables this type of digitisation and accessibility to be done, even though it would even though it would otherwise infringe the rights of copyright owners. Again, the 4th factor, the effect on the market, the court found that there was very little harm here because there was no market for accessible works. The other 2 factors, there are 2 other factors, I put them down the bottom out of order here, because, well, the nature of work factor, the courts have recognised is of pretty limited assistance. There is an important point, a minor point, about the amount and substantiality factor, though. The Authors Guild had an argument that the libraries were copying too much by keeping a backup copy and keeping a copy available in another off-site location, or that they were copying too much by copying not only the text and the images. And the court was pretty clear that this type of copying, we don't need to be completely strict about how many copies are produced. What is important is the function to which they're put. Okay, so that's enough about the law. What I really want to talk about is how we get things done now. Where do we go from here? And the reality is there is still a very long way to go. Marrakesh is a really important, symbolic and pragmatic treaty. Symbolically, it's really important because it shows that the Global South and civil society groups are able to come together at an international level and resist the continued expansion of intellectual property rights, and put together and have implemented a treaty that represents the public interest. That is a massive victory at the international level. Pragmatically, as we've just seen, the Marrakesh Agreement sets the groundwork for a more efficient regime to enable books digitised and made accessible in one country to be shared with other countries. And that is a really important thing to do to ensure that we don't waste vital resources in digitising works more than once. But there is still, I'm sorry for the formatting of this slide, there is still a fairly large way to go in digitisation. And the problem is that digitisation is really expensive. It's an expensive process. And this is why our current approach, which is based on limited ad hoc digitisation, doesn't fundamentally work because it's too expensive to do in response to particular needs, which means that only a tiny proportion of works are made accessible to the people that need them. So the implications here for fair use are really interesting because the reason that Hathi Trust was able to gain access to this large corpus of works is that Google is making money off this digitisation process. And that is something that worries publishers and authors. And it's something we need to be absolutely clear about. That if we don't invest substantial public funds in digitisation, as we've done in Australia and as we should continue to do, but to fix the problem with all of the books that are currently published and not accessible, we need an injection of much more money. And if it's not going to come from the public sector, it's going to come from the private sector, and they have various private motives to do so. So fair use is important, because fair use is applied not just for Hathi Trust. Fair use applies to organisations like Google, who engage in activities like digitisation that have significant public benefits for private commercial purposes. And we should be upfront about that. And it's something that we should seek to encourage. The innovation in serving new markets, the innovation in providing public interest functions. Sometimes it's done by public actors, by institutions like the one we're here now, like the great institutions that we have in Australia. And sometimes it's done by private actors. And that's why it's incredibly important that we remember that fair use is not just a non-commercial activity. It's also important to remember that digitisation isn't just done by institutions. We see a lot of work being done by ordinary people on a volunteer basis to make copies accessible. Sometimes this is done in a quite large way. The example here I've got Internet Archive, but Marianne also mentioned Bookshare, for example, that relies on a network of volunteers to digitise, to scan, and proofread the OCR text of books to make them accessible. We don't have this type of flexibility in Australia. So to be clear, I think that there's enough flexibility in clauses like Section 200AB to rely on for institutions to do this type of digitisation work. It doesn't allow commercial digitisation and accessibility, and it doesn't allow individuals working outside of institutions to embark on these sorts of projects, even to share accessible copies with friends. That is something that fair use would improve. This one's perhaps a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it is time to start talking about copyright duration. There is a fascinating and really important amount of work being done by people working with books that have fallen into the public domain. Project Gutenberg is an excellent example here, that they're able to make books that are out of copyright accessible. And the reality is that we are locked into a copyright term that is manifestly too long. It far exceeds the portion of a book or other copyright work's commercial life and locks up a huge amount of knowledge for much longer than is necessary. Unfortunately, we're trapped in this system by a fairly extensive set of international overlapping trade agreements. But it is time that we start talking about positive change in that way. We need to talk about DRM, the technological protection measures that prevent people from accessing books in certain forms. It's been too long since we have seen the government's consultation on new exceptions to technological protection measures. This has been locked up behind some processes for and it's at least 3 or 4 years overdue. There are significant problems that people are not able to exercise the normal rights that they have as consumers to read works in a way that is accessible to them. So this means being able to remove locks on PDFs and ebooks, for example, that prevent screen readers from operating. It's a fundamentally important right, consumer-based right, that we need to see enshrined in the legislation. At the moment, it's only, again, limited to certain institutional uses. And finally, because I don't want to end on a negative note, I'm actually really optimistic about this one. Yesterday, a bill was introduced into the House that would enable the National Library to seek copies of electronic materials. So it's legal deposits. And I'm sure most of you have heard about this, obviously. But the really optimistic thing here is that this gives us a practical, convenient, low-cost, and really effective way to ensure that we fix accessibility problems in the future. As books are made commercially available, published in Australia, online in electronic forms, the National Library can start to collect those electronic forms. And by then, utilising the already existing network of libraries and other institutions, we can ensure that we build a repository of accessible works for anything that is currently available or published in the future. And that is a really impressive thing to do that we can do under current law. But we should soon hopefully be able to do, because the legal deposit scheme seems that it will go through. And it's going to take more a practical investment and institutional structures and workflows, but it can be a really effective way that we can make sure that the books that we are continuing to publish are not locked up for current and future generations. So that's it from me. Thank you very much to the ADA for having me here, and I'm happy to talk to anyone in further detail over morning tea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. It was a great presentation and dovetailed nicely with the one before. Our final speaker before morning tea is Alison Dellett from the National Library of Australia. We're running ahead on time, and I think after this presentation there'd be some time for questions and discussion of the previous papers, if that suits everyone. So we'll do that after Alison's spoken to us. Thank you, Alison.
I want to thank everyone for having me here and coming along to speak, and particularly Sue, Marianne and Nicholas for giving such amazing, thought-provoking, challenging presentations and raising the bar so very high for the final speaker before morning tea. In my 15 minutes today, I want to briefly introduce you to the Australian Government Web Archive, a newish service from the National Library which provides access to Australian Commonwealth Gov content from 2005 through to the current day. It was launched in March last year, the culmination of many years' effort to preserve Australian government web content and ensure that it is accessible into the future. What you can see on the screen now, for example, was the changing face of the flagship government site, pm.gov.au, since 2005. A slide I did think I might have to update earlier this week, but it turned out I didn't. The library has a long history in the world of web archiving. This slide features some of the content from our selective Pandora archive, which has been fully publicly accessible since 1996. At the heart of the library's approach to all our collections is a commitment to providing as much access as possible, as quickly as possible. Many people assume that freely available web content is open access, but of course it's not. Most is copyrighted, and the library has no right to make it available. When we started archiving in 1996, we could have developed a preservation-only program of material that we weren't able to make accessible. But instead, we went down a path of seeking individual agreements with copyright owners for individual websites and harvesting and making accessible a slice and a selection of Australian web content. The Pandora archive is a small fraction of Australian web material, but it is a fraction which surprisingly effectively showcases the political, social and intellectual life of Australia over the last 20 years, which is of course why we have the TISM website from its inception. A novel idea at the time, the Pandora archive now looks increasingly valuable, capturing the time through which blogs emerged as a major political force, only to be overtaken by social media, and recording a shift in how we discuss and debate politics. We focus on capturing the content over the graphical presentation, but it very much struck me putting this together that it's a bonus that you can see the development of web design concepts over time as well, particularly the mid-1990s obsession with eye-bleeding contrasting text colour, what I call the disembodied floating head avatar phenomena. And not to forget, thankfully you can't capture on a PowerPoint slide the tendency for every logo to slowly rotate in front of your eyes. Since 2005, we've also been taking an annual snapshot of the Australian web domain. So this is a long exposure snapshot. It takes months for the crawl, which we carry out in partnership with the Internet Archive, but it gives us a once-a-year look at the Australian web. Unlike the curated archive, the collection includes everything published within the domain, irrespective of the content or the judgment of our expert curatorial staff. Currently, we can't make this accessible as we don't have permission to do so. We know the valuable data for digital humanities researchers, for data miners, and just for people interested in the development of Australian culture that we contain within this archive. But we currently have no legal framework through which we can provide access. In March last year, we quietly launched the Australian Government Web Archive, a project the library's been working towards for nearly a decade, which combines quite a few of the strengths of the other web archives into a single place. So the catchily named AGWA is based on bulk harvest crawls of the .gov.au site. So unlike the domain level crawls, this is a comprehensive-ish snapshot of the federal government web content. Unlike those crawls, however, it's publicly accessible to anyone with a range of search, browse and surf functions, and you can see the URL below for those with devices. To give an idea of the scale, the site currently provides access to 144 million documents or 15 terabytes of data. The issue is important to qualify. We have technical limitations to some of the things we can collect, and we'll follow links to a certain depth, but we know there is some content that we miss. Having said that, we're fairly confident that that 15 terabytes contains the bulk record of Australian government. And again, you can see there the implementation scheme for the Australian Emissions Trading Scheme that Rudd introduced in 2008. So why government? Well, libraries have always preserved, managed and provided access to government publications. They're a cornerstone of how government engages with their population. Go back a few decades, this is a pic from 1979, and publication was a major government endeavour. Australia had a government printing service and bookshops in every major city, like the Canberra one that were featured here. Government publications were sold on a staggering variety of topics, from lists of banned substances through to census records, agricultural information and public policy reports. Also greeting cards featuring the stained glass windows of the library, and you can still get those in our bookshop upstairs. In the last few decades, the number of these publications, however, has dropped dramatically. So the chart in the top corner there gives you an idea of how many government publications the library has collected each year in the last decade. It's halved. Some of this is about the mechanics of collecting, but a large part of it is a fundamental shift in how Australians get, share and engage with information from their government. It is no longer necessary, for example, to buy a guidebook to Medicare claiming. That's available online. They still do produce booklets on allowed pesticides for farmers, but the key up-to-date source is online, both a simple listing and a downloadable PDF. Information is increasingly tailored to the individual through portals like australia.gov.au. While commercial Australian publishers are still struggling to work out a strong business model for online publication, government has fairly thoroughly, quietly shifted across to web publication to communicate with the public. The web has become the place that policies are explained, information is accessible, and feedback is sought. So what's in the archive and why did it take us so long? It took a few years to negotiate permission to make the material available. Australian government information is able to be copyrighted, and just as with commercial websites, the library must gain permission to make it accessible. Whole-of-government arrangements were the breakthrough that made this easier for the library, and an agreement was negotiated through the Secretary's ICT Governance Board and signed off in 2011. It isn't exactly whole of government. We can cover non-corporate Commonwealth agencies, but we have also been able to supplement it with individual agreements with many of the corporatised agencies, including the ABC and most recently the CSIRO, which will be a huge and valuable addition to the archive. The other time-consuming process was the development of technology to easily carry out bulk harvests, as opposed to the relatively laborious site-by-site approach that underpins Pandora. The NLA started running in-house bulk harvesting in 2013. This capability means we can be much more responsive and run several harvests a year in addition to the annual one with the Internet Archive, which is noticeable. You'll see there's a lot more frequent instances of the websites from 2014 onwards in the archive. It's worth pointing out too that this is a prototype service. It's buggy in parts. Not all the content displays perfectly, as you can see from the ATSIC logo above. The archive has both files and websites. So the slide on screen is part of our coverage of the Australian and Torres Strait Islander Commission website just prior to its abolition in 2005. This page contains all of the files around the review of ATSIC, and you can, which are captured through the service and can be downloaded and read, stored by any user. Quick overview of the search features. You can search by keyword, web domain, and limit your search to particular file types. There's a search box on the side that provides keyword across all of the indexed content. A drop-down menu allows a more precise search. So we can search within a URL, and there's a very nifty feature that lists URLs that are very similar to the one that you've chosen. This is mostly useful when someone has made a typo in a citation, something that I'm sure no one here has ever done. But it will bring up a list of everything with 1 or 2 characters different and enables an audience to find their way to the original citation. The features have all been built with an understanding that most of our users at this point are looking for something specific. They're going to the archive for something they know exists. Into the future, we hope that browsing and exploring will become more important. Within the site, there's a handy time slider. It's at the heart of the browse content. This bar indicates the time period that the site was harvested for, with each node representing a harvest instance. Clicking on a node will take you there, as does using the forward/back buttons. Another pretty cool feature is the ability to move seamlessly between changed domain names. So this is a copy of the Fair Work Australia site, which was renamed to the Fair Work Commission in 2013. Clicking the progress bar in the timeline will take you to an indicator that the URL has been changed and then delivers you to the new site for comparison. This is one way of solving a long-standing issue for librarians and users of government publications regarding how to track policy over time through machinery of government changes. Of course, sometimes web content doesn't just change domain, it disappears altogether. This is our snapshot of the Climate Commission website from April 19, 2013, and this is our capture from February 12, 2014. This highlights obviously and fairly graphically the key value that we see in continuing to resource the AGWA. As government information and communication and engagement has moved increasingly online into a dynamic, fast-moving and ephemeral context, the need to keep information current and accurate often leads to whole parts of public policy disappearing overnight. With the capacity to quickly and comprehensively harvest Australian government information, we keep a record of who we are, who we were, who we weren't, and perhaps even who we chose not to be. In doing so, we inform public policy and Australian cultural life into the future. So where to next? The library will continue our trip forward to the past with the planned addition of content collected from the Internet Archive from 1996, which will significantly expand the record of Australian government and, of course, the number of rotating GIFs in the archive. We are also still negotiating with other Commonwealth agencies to add more content. Several libraries have started adding links to their catalogues to Australian Government web archive data, and a particular shout out to the ACT here, for major reports and other publications available in print, enabling library users to get to the online version quickly and easily straight from a catalogue. Into the future, we will look at integrating the service into Trove, looking at more themed slices of content and features that might allow different ways to visualise the archive. The ability to show the use of phrases such as aged care or literacy over time, for example. And finally, a thank you to the relatively small, dedicated and passionate team who run the service. These 6 people do everything from select the content, run the harvests, answer the questions, as well as the IT development enhancements and all of the technical support. Sometimes people assume our web archiving program is run by a large group of people, but really, as in many things, we run heavily off professional expertise and dedication. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alison. That was great to hear about that. We've got a little time before morning tea, and I thought it would be good to use that time to give you an opportunity to ask questions of the previous 4 speakers, or add to the discussion in general. So, somebody got a question up there? Hazel.
I've got 2 questions, and they're to more than one speaker. The first is the problem that was raised about accessing one country to books that are available in another. Now, everybody who gets copyright gets global copyright. Their copyright holds instantly in every country that is a signatory to the Berne Convention. Why is that not balanced by an obligation to make the work available in every country? I think that's an issue that we ought to put on the table and be looking at, because it would solve a lot of problems. Secondly, Nick raised the issue of DRM. I find this fascinating. There is absolutely no economic justification for a publisher that uses DRM to also claim copyright. It is double dipping. Copyright laws should say if you're using DRM, copyright doesn't hold for you.
Okay, Nick, maybe Nick first on those 2 questions, and then the first question, whoever would like to answer it in addition to Nick. Nick, do you want to use the microphone?
Thanks for the interesting comments and provocation. So, the first question is about accessibility across borders, and I think that's where the Marrakesh Treaty really does build this into the regimes, and why it's so fundamentally important that we see ratification by as many countries as possible. Historically, no, it hasn't been available, and that's a real problem. As for accessibility, there are a lot of questions about this, but it's clearly something that the Australian public are feeling quite keenly now, and are taking a lot of steps themselves to access books and other works that are made available in other countries at cheaper prices, or even just made available at all. So we've seen things like the IT pricing inquiry, for example, being a really important step forwards in bringing this dialogue forwards. Unfortunately, we've seen some incremental changes from distributors to serving other markets, but we haven't seen enough shift in the market yet. So more pressure clearly needs to be brought to bear. On DRM, I think I can take that as a comment.
Thanks, Nick. Are there other speakers who'd like to respond to Hazel's questions? Marianne, I think the microphone's gone up the back. So, Marianne's going to respond to the first of Hazel's two questions.
Thank you. And just to add to what Nick has said, my understanding is that books produced in an accessible format are done under the exception to the national copyright law, and only 1/3 of countries in the world have those exceptions. So what has traditionally happened is in each country, same books are being produced in accessible format. For example, 7 different English versions of Harry Potter were produced instead of one produced in one country and sharing. So that's, as Nick said, why the Marrakesh Treaty makes it very clear that to avoid this problem.
Thanks, Marianne. Now, next question. We've got a question, Jessica, up the back.
I have a comment and a question again. The comment is to bring to people's attention, just on the very beginning of Nick's talk when he was talking about the expense of book scanners and that kind of thing. It's not really a solution to it, but a really great relevant project to that is DIYbookscanner.org, which is also known as the archivist, where somebody's come up with a way for you to build your own automatic book scanner, turns the pages, all that kind of thing, for $250. And it's all Creative Commons licensed, and it's a very big movement. It's like a wiki or a maker movement. A lot of people are doing it. It's a really awesome thing. Probably not a solution for the National Library or Google Books, but it's a great solution. But it's taking a lot of hold in, third world countries, remote places, just Haiti. All kinds of amazing places where people, literally individuals, are going to their backyard and building a book scanner and using it for all kinds of amazing projects, medical records in Haiti and that kind of thing. So it's a really cool thing. Everybody should look it up and go home and build their own book scanner, because they can. But the question was, I've been out of touch a little bit, and I am wondering what the very broad details of the legal deposit scheme is. As somebody who worked on it about 10 or 15 years ago, I'd like to know how it ended up in terms of, more specifically, how does it apply to web pages and that kind of thing, or is it just, sort of discrete electronic documents? Anybody want to tell me?
Alison.
Switch my hats and take that one. The legislation, firstly to say that the information on the legislation is that it was passed by the Senate yesterday. It hasn't been to the House of Representatives yet. It will be introduced into the House of Representatives into the future to replace the current Commonwealth legal deposit legislation with new legislation within the Copyright Act. The name... You can download a copy of the legislation, and that's where I'd advise most people to go to. There's both the explanatory memorandum that's available via the parliamentary website. I'm sure your librarian would be able to help you navigate if you find it difficult to navigate the website. The name of the bill is the Civil Law and Justice Amendment Bill 2014, because it was introduced last year. So that is catchily named, and I'm sure you'll all remember it. The scope of the bill is to change the definition of library material. So it doesn't have a specific inclusion of different format types in the sense that perhaps the questioner expected. It defines library material very similarly to how it is currently defined, but makes it clear that that's irrespective of format. There's then some definitions in the bill about how material will need to be delivered depending on whether it is online material or offline material. So within the context of the bill, material which is defined as online would need to be delivered under request, whereas material that is offline needs to be delivered to the library within 30 days of publication. That's the context of the bill. But as I said, if people are interested, I'd encourage you to go to the website, download a copy and have a look at the explanatory memorandum.
Are there any follow-up questions there about the content of the bill while Alison's still with us?
I'm also happy to discuss the point.
Yeah, okay. National Library people, Alison and others are around, so you can ask questions. Have we got other questions or comments people would like to make on this morning's proceedings so far? I had a question of Alison in terms of the government content. There's been a bit of a tendency for government agencies to use non-Australian websites. How do you manage to capture them, or do you manage to capture them? The ABC and CSIRO have both got Australian websites but not .gov.au?
We have no technical or legal restriction based on the .gov.au. So to date, the ones we were able to collect under the whole of government arrangements, which actually excluded those agencies, we've collected simply through the .gov.au domain. But there are also some sites within that we don't have permissions for, so we have to exclude those sites. With the separate arrangements for the ABC and the CSIRO, the URL isn't relevant to whether we can collect it or not. It comes under the agreement that we made with the agency. We've got fantastic coverage of the ABC at the moment. We've only just made the agreement with the CSIRO, and there are some commercial sites from theirs that we won't be able to provide access to, but we look forward to being able to provide access to the rest.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions? All right, we might break for morning tea now. Thank you very much to our 4 speakers.
Yesterday.
Hi. Yeah, probably. It's coming through now, is it? Yes. Thank you. We'll...
I'm going to go and get one from the bar because the queue is not moving.
The cafe? Oh, okay. Yeah, if you don't mind. That would be fantastic. Can I give you some money? You have to buy them there, don't you? Yeah, I'd love a flat white. That seems to be working, Marty. Yeah, one please. I've just got to find my wallet, actually. I think it's been locked up in our suitcases. Okay, I better... So that's working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Yep.
Can I get a double shot latte? I'll give you some money.
Oh, that's what I
Do you? I haven't had one today, so I'll get some zing going. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Really appreciate it. Cool, man. Thank you. I don't know why. So maybe
Just do it again. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, I've got to turn it off. This converter must only go in.
Yeah. Oh, I have to calibrate. Yes, you're right.
start a Q&A session, we'll just turn on the beginning of the session. The switch on. Don't turn on off in between.
Because I reckon if you're here,
Really?
well, yeah, because you get a nice behind shot.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? And then you can sit down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just run those codes.
I'll just grab the we should have one more GoPro too. I'll just gaffer it.
Yeah.
Expensive gaffer.
Reckon?
Well, he's never done it before, so.
Yeah, right.
And also, I don't think the guy who turned up.
Really?
Definitely wasn't there at 8:30.
Mm.
He's a bit. I've got this young guy working for me, right?
Mm.
And I text him things and he doesn't respond. say, mate, did you get that? And he goes, yeah.
But doesn't respond.
And I said to him, when you get there tomorrow, if you can't find Jimmy, call him.
Yeah.
And he was just sitting there in the fucking foyer waiting for him till 9 o'clock. And Jimmy was even waiting downstairs all this time. So I've sent him his number. And I think,
It's a bit simple.
he seems to like be a bit kind of, I don't know, a bit dismissive of the work we're giving him. It's like, mate, he's getting paid. And it's better than being a district.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
How old is he?
He's probably 21.
He's just like more of a better attitude.
Well, I was like, come out of uni, right? He's done all this. He said to me, he can do graph effects, he can do all this and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can do 3D printers. Yeah, good at it. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. So I threw him into deep end, did some After Effects projects. And he just sat there fucking, and he was too proud to ask me.
So, but he couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it at all. It was all templates. We just buy the templates and change the colours. Didn't even know how to do that. I'm just like, mate, if you don't understand anything, just say, I don't understand it. And he goes, mate, do you want this chair here instead?
Yeah. It's a bit high, isn't it?
Do you have any time left in the break where I could probably just give a test run and plug in my laptop in? So
We are actually, no, we're the live streaming guys, so the AV
okay,
guy
AV guy.
should be up in that room. We'll just see if he's up there. Adam, are you up there? There he is. Yeah.
Okay.
This gentleman just wants to plug in his laptop and do a quick test. Yep.
Thanks.
No worries. We look the same. We dress the same. Are you okay there, Marty?
Yeah, thanks. You're happy with that? It's good.
With any luck, you've all been refreshed and reinvigorated for our next instalment in the joyfulness of copyright. Just to remind everybody, this is currently being live streamed. If you don't want to appear on the live stream video at all, could you please sit right up the back? If you don't mind appearing on the live stream, please do consider sitting at the front because it makes us look more popular. We launch into one of the most interesting areas of copyright right now, when we're going to hear from two fantastic people, Robin van Dijk and Elise Edmonds, looking at some of the World War I commemorative looking at basically the commemoration of World War I, what we can do with the materials that we have and how we make those accessible. So Robin van Dijk is the head of the Research Centre at the Australian War Memorial. She was the co-curator of the First World War Centenary exhibition Anzac Voices, and is currently co-curating an exhibition on Australian military mapping with the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation. So for anyone who feels that cultural institutions are not out there making good friendships and incredibly interesting collaborative efforts, I just say I've never even heard of the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation. She's the concept leader for Anzac Connections, and she's done an awful lot of work trying to bring our past to life, especially in this, of course, the centenary year. Elise Edmonds is the curator at the State Library of New South Wales and received a staff fellowship in 2009 to research the library's World War I collections. In 2004, she created the Life Interrupted exhibition at the State Library, showcasing the collection of World War I diaries. I would encourage all of you, and I'm sure both Elise and Robin will encourage you too, to go and actually have a look at the websites for both the War Memorial and the State Library and have a look through some of the collections and the amazing stuff that is up. But in the meantime, please warmly welcome both Robin and Elise.
Okay. Yes, I guess you can't come to a conference this year without having a conversation about the war. So I'm going to start with Anzac Connections, and it's the War Memorial's major web and digitisation project for the centenary. So the biggest sort of content component is we've been digitising First World War letters and diaries and progressively releasing them to the website. I'm going to be focusing mainly on sort of some of the copyright issues we've had with that and talking through some of the solutions. So this is the collection of John Simpson Kirkpatrick. I'll give you some examples of some of the issues. This collection was one of the first that we put online as part of the project, an icon of Australian military history and the First World War. The collection's been in the Memorials archive since the 1950s. It was donated by the family. The majority of the War Memorials collections come in via donation, and that's an issue in our dealings with how we make these collections available online. This collection actually became an orphan work for about 30 years. We were able about 10 years ago to find the family. They're in the UK. A lot of people don't realise that Simpson wasn't an Australian, and actually he was working his way around Australia and was hoping to get a passage back home, enlisted with the AIF and ended up at Gallipoli, not to his great excitement. Saw a few pyramids, dust, so sick of being here. And it's interesting to read Simpson in his own words. And this collection, luckily, when we were able to find the family, were able to give us the permission to put it online. One of the dealings about 5 years ago with the family, the Simpson families, they were very elderly. We could only communicate by letter. And explaining copyright to very elderly people who don't really understand the internet is problematic. So it took us really to find another member of the family before we could put the collection online. And if you think about Australia's cultural heritage, although Simpson was not Australian, he forms a huge part of our cultural heritage. To have this collection, to have its use limited to for a period of 30 years where really it was not reproduced because at that period there wasn't any exception in the Act, is something we all need to think about with these unpublished manuscripts. So letters and diaries, unpublished works in this format are in perpetual copyright, and the copyright gets passed down to families and can end up looking like a family tree root, you know, so it spreads as the years go on to more and more family members. Generally for the memorial, when we try and seek permission, we try and find somebody that will speak on behalf of everybody. Otherwise, it would just be a logistical nightmare trying to find every single member of the family to ask for permission. Anyway, Simpson collections published with permission. With these collections, so there's the cultural heritage value of making them available. That's why these items are put into the collection. They're put in as a memorial to the person who was there, and as well, the intention of giving them to the memorial has always been about research and use and you know, getting those collections out there. So the spirit of the donation is always for use. Here's an interesting collection. So this is a collection of Ian Idris, and he became a popular writer in the post-First World War period, pretty much putting out, I think, a book a year. He's a very prolific writer. His diaries have crossed my path throughout my work at the memorial, and I've used them a lot in different ways. And so I've looked at their use in our reading room, and at any one time when I've gone to use this collection, it's been on hold and out to a researcher in the reading room. And if you think about that, you think about the use of this collection. As a writer, he has a beautiful turn of phrase, he can describe, and he's the collection that people go. He was in the Light Horse. So if you want to write a history about the Light Horse at Gallipoli, you would look at Ian Idris because he can describe and tell a situation. And so at any one time, it's on hold to people writing books and doing research into the Light Horse. And if you think of the pressure on that original paper object, 100 years old, it's not going to last another 100 years. So we've got two imperatives with our digitisation program. It has to be for public access to help preserve the original. Once we digitise and put these collections online, we don't make the original available in the reading room unless it's a special occasion, you know, with the cameras and, you know, or family visiting their collection in that kind of way. They're not restricted completely, but they're not just used for daily basis. So it's the heart of our digitisation is a preservation program. There's only one way you're going to save these collections. The papers in itself is pretty stable. If you leave it alone, it will live for a long time. If you love it to death, then, you know, it won't last. So we have an imperative as an institution to look after these collections and make them available. And really, the only way we can meet those two needs is to put them on the web and publish them, which of course gets us into issues with the Copyright Act and the fact that the copyright is perpetual, and that most of the memorial's First World War collection are orphan works, and we've lost contact with people in the 30s. Often, you know, they were soldiers that didn't even really have direct family. So copyright is a huge problem for an institution looking after a collection that is used extensively. The other thing is with digitisation, you have to look after your digital asset, and most copyright, the Copyright Act is, you know, one preservation copy. Most digital asset management systems, if they're worth anything, require two copies that talk to each other and check each other against each other. So if 200AB doesn't apply to a standard digital asset management system, then there's nothing in the Act that really covers managing digital collections. Oh, that was John Raw's collection too. That's an interesting story. So he also had an amazing way of writing. He really was deeply affected by what he saw on the Western Front, and he wrote this home very truthfully to his family. You don't often see that. You do, but you don't often see it in collections. You know, I'm covered in another man's brains and blood, and I'm wearing another man's clothes. Why shouldn't you people at home know about that? Charles Bean borrowed this collection of letters and typed them out and made a copy for the memorials collection to use to write the official history. He was actually told at the time, oh, it's too strong, don't use it, you know. But he did, and he copied huge pieces out of it for the official history. And when the memorial went back to that family in the 1930s to ask permission, the family said the originals are gone. So the copy is sometimes the only thing that exists. So copies are very important as well over time. Otherwise, we would have lost this collection. Interestingly enough, part of this collection is published, and so some of it is available in published format, which means this is a public domain, this manuscript. So, with all our orphans that we'd like to put on the web, we have a set of established procedures in our institution, a set of search procedures that we use to comply with the flexible exception. The memorial has used 200AB quite extensively to make our digitisation program possible, and we do a bit of a search for the family. If we can't find them through our own records, we look on Ancestry and some other places, and then we post a blog on our site. The blog has provided us with families, not as many as you would think, but the odd family member. It's also been nice. It does tell people what we're doing, and it's part of what we do is say the things we tick to say, all right, look, this is 200AB. The problem with 200AB is it limits its use. Ultimately, we would love contact with the family to ask permission, because what we find with this project is that the more the ones that are on the web, they become the stories of the First World War in many ways, and we get contacted by people writing books, people making documentaries. We, of course, as the War Memorial as an institution, go out and tell these stories in public forums, and it's like, I want to use Raws now in my book, you know, that kind of thing. So we're bringing them out. And 200AB, collections that are orphans, that are published under 200AB have a limited use. The exception doesn't cover commercial use. So if we had a US-style fair use system, most of the requests to the memorial to use some of these orphan works will be met by a US fair use system. With 200AB, most of the requests we get to use these collections can't be met by 200AB. You know, it's either for commercial purposes generally, or they're not an archival library, they don't meet the steps. So it's good, it meets our preservation program. It gets the collection out there for research, but it really limits how Australians can use these collections. We were pretty open about, and you're welcome to have a look at this on our blog. We sort of outline the search that we do, and how some of the public reaction is, yay team, we love, you know, what you're doing. And others are like, I can't believe this is in copyright. What is this? This is ridiculous, you know. So a lot of people are unaware of just how much resources an institution used to try and meet the Copyright Act. There's some of the reactions from the public. one of the collections that we did go out pretty hard to try and find, we only have one. We got 4,500 collections of letters and diary collections related to individuals from the First World War in the Memorials Archive. Only one, and I think we got a new one coming in recently, so I guess I'll say two, are written by an Indigenous person. So it does provide a unique perspective on the Indigenous experience, these two collections. We did really try to find this family, and actually, strangely enough, they turned up in an email last week. They'd actually found his name on our list, so we're producing an Indigenous guide, like I don't know, as an institution, the War Memorial managed to acquire so many lists of Indigenous people's research into who was Indigenous that served in the First World War. Your sort of ethnic background wasn't identified as part of employment, so it's a question that even the RSL in the 1930s were looking into, so it's one of our most frequently asked questions, how many Indigenous Australians serve. So we're starting to put this list together. We've got 800 names so far, but it's built by volunteers. The research that goes into it is volunteers and family identity and that kind of thing. And yeah, they found Charles' name in this list and were very... well, we haven't heard back from them yet, but they're excited to find it there. And so now that we've found them, we're asking them, permission to put it online, and told them that we'd published it originally under 200 AB, a section of the Act. So anyway, watch this space with that collection, I suppose, see where it goes. Yeah, so I guess basically in summary, and it's probably not a new story for most people here working in cultural institutions, a collection donated in the 1930s will generally become orphaned due to time, and a museum needs to manage these collections as expected by the public, that is to access them, use them, and also look after them into the future. The Copyright Act really, as it stands, doesn't help us do that. The two best opportunities for us would be to adopt a US fair use style system that can enable broader use, or put something into the Act that would make items deposited into a cultural institution expire after a certain amount of time. So a lot of public resources go into managing these collections, and they really are limited in the way they're used, and it's generally not in the spirit of how these collections are donated to us. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Robin. A lot of what Robin said certainly applies to the State Library of New South Wales experience as well. I might tell you a bit initially about our collections and what we're doing with our collections to make them accessible in the 21st century. It was right at the end of the war in 1918 that the trustees of the Mitchell Library began this extraordinary European War collecting project. That's what the war was then referred to as, the European War. And the principal librarian, Ifold, actively sought out diaries and correspondence and related material from servicemen. He sought and accepted quality accounts, detailed accounts from the men, mostly men, one nurse in the collection. He preferred not to take memoirs that were being written after the war by returned servicemen, but he wanted the original diaries and letters written at the time. Ifold recognised the importance of these private accounts. He knew that the official war history was going to be written after the war, and the official dispatches and so forth were due to go to the yet-to-be created, National War Museum. So he really took advantage of the Mitchell Library being there, being a very major institution at the time, to acquire a lot of significant material immediately after the war. He was keen to obtain material which expressed the personal feelings, doings and relationships of the men, their thoughts and actions. And the library actually advertised for material and stressed that the original material was wanted, not copies, which is a bit different to the War Memorial, which were to be deposited into the Mitchell. This is the lovely Mr. Ifold. He advertised in major Australian newspapers as well as a number of English newspapers, particularly aimed at catching the eye of servicemen as they were returning from Europe. His tagline was, "Good prices will be paid for good material." And he was true to his word. There are many examples of correspondence in the library's collection sent by Ifold and the Mitchell librarian Hugh White back to servicemen or their families saying, "I'm sorry, this material is not up to standard. We will not accept them into the collection," which is pretty dire. We would never say that now, of course, to return servicemen. Ifold's advertisements that he published, he was equating that these diaries were going to be very significant to Australians of the future, and he equated them with some of the other very historic manuscripts we already held in the collection, including Cook material, Flinders material, those collections of the great explorers like Sturt, Burke and Wills, and statesmen such as Wentworth and Parkes. He was putting the diaries written by the average serviceman from World War I on the same level as those great names in colonial Australia. He regarded the diaries as important sources for Australian students to access. His intention was that these items would be preserved and accessed for the generations to come, and this is of course an important point that I'll come back to. This is a curated collection, as I said. Library staff were selective in their acquisitions and purchased material which complied with agreed criteria. As I said, he was keen to acquire material which really talked about what they were doing, their fears and their feelings. When you look at the material, they don't exactly talk about the detailed accounts of a battle, but they do describe what it was like preparing for a battle, what it was like to be in the middle of a barrage, the work of stretcher bearers rescuing wounded from no man's land. We have a number of diarists who, they all mention friends and acquaintances that they're meeting behind the lines. And these accounts, acquired soon after the end of the war, take in all theatres of war where Australians served. There's accounts from the early conflict in New Guinea in September 1914, accounts from men who served in the Navy, men who served in the fledgling Air Force, the Australian Flying Corps. We've got accounts from chaplains and medical support staff, and of course, as I said, nurses. The diaries do follow a familiar pattern of a civilian becoming a military person. They describe what it's like on the troop ships, leaving home, leaving from Albany, arriving in Egypt, what it's like being a tourist in Cairo, and then of course they hit Gallipoli and then the Western Front. The library purchased, as part of this initial collecting drive, around 240 collections of diaries during this drive. So the drive went from 1918 through to about 1925 or so. And with each purchase, the library's correspondence revealed that individual letters of acknowledgement were sent back to the servicemen or the families. In many instances, Ifold and his staff acknowledged that along with purchasing the collection, the library was also purchasing the copyright of the material. So I've actually put two examples of those letters up on the screen. So we've been arguing in the last couple of years as we've begun our digitisation process that at least half of our collection we prepared to argue that we did buy the copyright at the time of purchase. And in fact, this European War Collecting Project has recently been added to the UNESCO Memory of the World Register, and we're very excited to have the ceremony for this early in March at the library. So, of course, over the years since 1925, the library has continued to receive via donation family papers, which have often included World War I diaries, and families today do continue to offer their collections to us. And this is where we fall into line, I guess, with the Australian War Memorial in dealing with material via donation. And here, of course, as Robin said, the copyright ownership of these donations resides with the authors and their heirs and descendants. So now we have around 550 collections of World War I material. And for around 100 years, these diaries have remained in stack. Some were microfilmed and made available to researchers in our reading rooms. However, it wasn't until around 7 years ago that the library began to transcribe these diaries using the skills and enthusiasms of our volunteers. And when the transcriptions began to be produced and we began to read about the voices from 100 years ago, we realised, well, again, we realised what a significant collection this was. And we knew we were particularly coming up to the 100-year commemoration of World War I, and we knew that we really wanted to get this material out to a wider audience. And we knew that that would be, of course, of great interest to researchers and the Australian public. The library 100 years on, we wanted to continue IFOLD's legacy with this significant collection and make these diaries accessible to a new generation of students, researchers, the general public. Back in 2012, the library received funding from the New South Wales State Government to digitise our significant collections, and the World War I material was one of the first to be digitised, again, looking towards 2014 and 15 and the commemoration. So during 2013 and 14, most of this material was digitised and made available via our catalogue records. Once a volunteer had completed a transcription, this was also linked to the catalogue record. So I've got a lovely catalogue record there for you to enjoy. It's a diary collection for Archie Barwick. And as you can see, the record is there. We've put the image, the digitised images you look at there, and also you can click to read the whole transcript. So for us, this was a good step in terms of access. However, it required that researchers and the public still had to go into our manuscripts catalogue, search and find a particular diarist and drill down to locate the digitised pages and transcription. If a researcher was particularly interested in one part of the war, for example, a place name, Gallipoli, Fromelles, or a particular topic, food, medical experiences or emotions, they had to search within each transcript. We wanted to be able to search across all of our transcriptions, to be able to see relationships and patterns, reoccurring emotions, mentions of locations or people's names. Therefore, we built a transcription tool which allows this searching across all of the diary collection. This transcription tool allows search, but it's also been created so that the remaining diary and letter collections not yet transcribed can be completed by the transcriber community, a crowdsourcing project similar to the Trove Newspapers project. So this is a screen dump of our transcription page from our World War I sub-site. Currently, we have 2 transcription projects going, the World War I diaries and letters, and also our Indigenous Languages project, which is transcribing various documents of Aboriginal word lists and languages. So when you go into the transcription tool to search, I've just done a keyword search on London because I'm particularly interested in looking at what the soldiers, the servicemen and women did when they were on leave in London. So you type in, it's a very basic search, then you see the results of all of the diarists that the transcriptions are loaded up who talk about London. And that's then clicking into one example of one diary. So you get an image of the diary page which you can move around in and view, and then you've got the transcript next to it. This is a screenshot of our page relating to copyright. I'm not sure if you can read that first sort of paragraph, but we're talking about that we want to release this material again in the spirit of IFOLD, wanting to continue IFOLD's legacy to make these collections available and accessible to 21st century audiences. We believe we can make a case that for the core collection, our core collection of diaries were purchased after the war. And we're utilising 200AB of the Act to cover the digitisation of the remaining collections received via donations since the 1930s. Prior to the collections being released on our World War I website, we did publish a list, very similar to what Robin and the War Memorial are doing. We published a list of all of our diarists online and promoted this through media. That was November 2013, trying to locate descendants of our servicemen and nurses. Over a period of 6 months, we received, 10 to 15 responses from family members. In all cases, they provided additional information about the person, and they also could add scanned images, scanned photographs or additional information to our website. We certainly received no negative comments or concerns about the digitisation project, and it was fantastic to meet some of the descendants, and some of them have even been involved with media events and promotions, talking about our collections and the exhibition that we had last year. We do have a takedown policy, which is included on that page as well, if there is any contention with an identified copyright holder. However, we have not had to do this yet, or hopefully ever. It's really important, as Robin was saying, to get this material out there, particularly orphan works, so that perhaps descendants can come forward who will be able to add value or information to our collections and make the connections with family. We have also established a partnership with News Corp Australia that was announced in April 2014, where the two organisations will work together to bring out stories from the collection. News Corp have been collaborating with the library to publish stories of Australian servicemen and women under the title 100 Years of Untold Stories, Anzac to Afghanistan. And they've been accessing some of our World War I collections to tell the stories from 100 years ago. And also they want to connect with contemporary servicemen and women also to tell their stories. This is one of the first stories they had up online when they launched last year. The diaries for Henry Joseph Parsons. His collections are in our library, and they just have taken excerpts from his diary volumes and displayed them by chapters online. So that's just sort of examples on the pages of what they look like. We were, of course, able to contact descendants of Parsons, and they attended the launch as well, and they were interviewed for the stories, and they were delighted to be involved and to have his diaries published online. This is our World War I sub-site, which you can get to from our homepage, where people can see the list of diarists. You can read stories taken from the collection. You can access the transcription tool, both the search feature, and also you can sign up and help to transcribe the remaining ones if you like. That's curiously addictive. This is just one of the pages of the stories from our collections, just very brief little curated stories and highlights. And the library is encouraging the use of these World War I collections to create new ways of looking at and thinking about the First World War and its legacy. And all of this material can be downloaded for research and study. And we, like a number of cultural institutions worldwide, are making our content available via APIs for researchers to access and use in a variety of ways. The library is providing open access to our data and collections for reuse and redistribution through a selection of data sets and tools. So we've released some data for World War I posters that we have, World War I maps, our Crown Street portraits, and also a collection of hand-coloured photographs taken throughout the whole of World War I. So we encourage the creative use and innovative repurposing of this material. We aim to have the whole collection of World War I diaries and letters available to access and use once all of the transcriptions have been completed and searchable, not just the diary collections that were purchased as part of that initial project. Which means that around half our collection does remain orphan works, where we are taking a risk management approach by digitising and making available. As I said, we published the list of names prior to going live, and it fleshed out one descendant in particular, this lovely man, Trevor Anderson. He had no idea that we had his great uncle's collection of papers in our collection, Hector Brewer, And it was only when he received an email via his local public library, and they were promoting our project, and he happened to look at the list of diarists and found Hector's name there. And he's really embraced the collection, and he was there at the launch and delights in telling the story about his relationship with his great uncle, and has been really amazed by the power of reading his uncle's experiences during World War I. And finally, this is yet another example of us connecting with descendants. This is a lovely lady called Judy Barwick, and she's actually the daughter of World War I soldier Archie Barwick. Archie sold his collection of 16 volumes of diaries to the library in 1922, and Judy remembers as a child, I think in the 50s, actually visiting the library with her father to look at the collection. And in 2013, an edited version of his diaries were published with the title In Great Spirits, and this photo was taken at the launch. It was a wonderful opportunity to meet the larger family, to hear about Archie's life in peacetime. We're keen to engage with a diverse audience with our collection. We're working in collaboration with organisations such as the Australian Theatre for Young People to commission a script based on some of our diaries. This script has been written and performed. The play is called A Town Called War Boy, and that will be performed this year in March and April in Sydney. We're also going to be promoting the collection during the Sydney Writers' Festival in a project called Letters Home, encouraging writers to compose letters in response to the letters written by soldiers and nurses writing at the front. We're also going to be sharing our World War I data as part of the GovHack project this year from the 3rd to 5th of July, where our digital content will be made available to hackers and developers to create new products, interpretations and designs that we have never thought of. Again, we're making our collections available to 21st century researchers, to the public, and continuing the legacy that iFold established 100 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you to both Elise and Robin for some really wonderful projects and for sharing those with us. I'd now like to welcome Professor Jill McHugh, who's a familiar face to many in this room. Professor McHugh is an eminent scholar in IP law and, amongst other things, was the Commissioner for the Australian Law Reform Commission's copyright review, which, as we all know, was tabled in Parliament basically 1 year ago today. So to update us on what the world of copyright's doing in the last 12 months, I'd like you all to welcome Professor McHugh.
Okay, thank you. Trish, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks to the ADA for inviting me again. I said to Trish, I haven't got anything to say this year, but she said, never mind, come and talk about something else. So here's the alternative title to my presentation, and as this morning is about access to content, I'm just going to give you a snapshot of some factors and influences with a little bit of international insight from overseas, and talking about developments in access to content. As Trish told me, most of the audience are non-lawyers, so this is a pretty non-legal presentation. Let me just start by mentioning the competition review, the Harper Review as it's called. This review started last year. It received 350 submissions. Some of them are confidential, others are available online. A draft report has been published, and it recommends freeing up the market for copyright goods by significantly eroding blocks on parallel importing, including geo-blocks. And submissions on the draft report were due in November 2014. They are also available online, and the full report is due next month in March. A strong note of caution has been sounded by copyright industries and groups on opening up the market. A year before the competition review, the IT pricing inquiry in the House of Representatives took place, and it also became very concerned with geo-blocking issues as well as illegal downloading. Two different issues, but related in some people's minds. The report of the House of Representatives in the IT pricing inquiry looked at economic research. This is much disputed, this economic research, but it noted that in their opinion, there was no need to allow prohibitions on parallel importing of any sort, and that in fact geo-blocking should be completely banned, not just not allowed, but banned. They also talked about online infringement, and they felt that the impact on copyright owners was far less severe than rights holders claim, and that household spending on entertainment and growth in employment in the entertainment industry and the number of creative works being introduced has grown at a tremendous rate, and that's a quote from their report. The pricing inquiry did not consider that technological change was harming the market for entertainment and IT products, and it certainly didn't accept the market was being decimated, as some had claimed. Now, the competition review doesn't go as far as the IT pricing review. I've put up on this slide now just a few examples taken from the Harper report of examples of how parallel importing can be facilitated by consumers, particularly overcoming geo-blocks. I'm not going to read that out to you. This is taken from the report. But you can see here that in terms of physical goods, mail forwarding companies can allow Australian consumers to buy goods overseas and then forward them to Australia. And indeed, Australia Post has set up just such a business. In markets for digital content, virtual private networks can help consumers access digital content in overseas jurisdictions at the prices offered in those jurisdictions. And obviously, consumers get online and compare prices and can make decisions about what they want to do. Okay, blocking geo-blocks. International trends in similar jurisdictions to ours, particularly Canada and New Zealand, smallish, wealthy markets, much like Australia, they're tending to facilitate consumer access by allowing circumvention of restrictions on geo-blocking and other forms of prohibitions on parallel importing as well. So not just electronic, but physical as well. And one of the most common examples that Australians have demonstrated in terms of overcoming geo-blocking is to subscribe to Netflix, the streaming service, the TV and movie subscription streaming service. And in recent months, there's been many reports of Australians covertly signing up for this service, using fake postcodes and software workarounds to fool the geo-blocking system. And one industry commission study has estimated that up to 200,000 Australians have subscribed to the service in this way, using VPN services to access the product. Now, this is probably conservative. There are other ways to get around the blocking of Netflix. One is, for example, if you get an address in the US, a physical address. So if you divine, for example, that a small Alabama chicken shop in a little town doesn't have its own Netflix subscription, you can give this address and you can buy gift certificates. Your credit card won't be allowed to be used by Netflix, but you can use that address and buy content using gift certificates, just to mention an example I've heard of. I want to say I wouldn't know how to geo-block, and I don't do it. I only ever buy legal content. I'm not saying that to be amusing, it's true. Now, I'm just telling you about other people, which is true. Geo-blocking circumvention, it's a common practice by all accounts in Australian households, and as we've seen, an industry is emerging to help people overcome geo-blocking. Many companies, hundreds, some people say, offer unblocking and identity masking services. I've just put up a few examples there. And there are various software solutions, detailed how to use guides on tech websites and even in the mainstream media. Now, there are fears that when Netflix comes to Australia, which is happening very soon, along with many other streaming services, in fact, the content offered will be inferior to the US, both in terms of price and quantity. However, very recently, on the 20th of January, Netflix announced that they have quite aggressive plans to sign content on a global basis, and the first markets in which they're going to try this are going to be Australia and New Zealand. So in other words, negotiate the rights for the whole world at the same time rather than geographic segments of it. At the moment though, Netflix content, it's paid content, but a common industry view is that those who circumvent the geo-blocking are pirates, and the financial harm is suffered to the distributors of content who've paid for the rights to distribute and who argue that tidy distribution arrangements benefit the consumer. However, maintaining regional distribution licences is becoming more and more anomalous. Okay, now, whatever you think about geo-blocking, some things are just downright illegal copying. And on the topic of unpaid copying, a discussion paper came out last year. And as we know, and I quote, "The rapid growth of the internet has brought significant challenges to the protection of copyright due to the ease with which material can be digitally copied and shared at little or no cost." And this is a quote from that discussion paper. By the way, that thing in small print at the bottom, I only noticed this morning. It is something I was going to talk about, and I must have parked it there thinking I'll get to it later. But due to time restrictions, I've decided against that. So, Trish, I'm sorry, I should have checked the slides before I sent them to you. The discussion paper was controversial. Its contents were leaked ahead of release. It's not entirely clear whether that leak was so the government could sort of pierce the bubble of criticism ahead of time, or whether it was a genuine leak. There was criticism about the process, that submissions were not published. However, many were put up by organisations anyway. And of course, there was criticisms of the discussions, of the suggestions in the discussion paper. And so a modified, in late 2014, a modified account came out, a modified version, where the government has announced two main things really. One is that they're going to bang some heads together between stakeholders to try and get a code of conduct dealing with how internet service providers will deal with repeat infringing downloaders. And this is to be registered with the Australian Communications and Media Authority. And the other part of the plank is that this is going to be in accordance with the government's express preference for a market-based solution to the issue. And a mechanism will be developed to facilitate the granting of injunctions requiring ISPs to block access to overseas websites that host infringing material. And the Copyright Act will be amended to do that. There is a deadline of April the 8th for the parties to agree. The government says that it's sought the least burdensome and the most flexible way of responding to concerns about online copyright infringement while protecting the legitimate interests of the rights holders in protection of their intellectual property. There's no single measure, we're told, in the report that came out that can eliminate online copyright infringement, and the government's going to review, when I say the government, I mean mainly the two ministers, the Attorney General and the Minister for Communications, and this code and the amendments will be reviewed 18 months after implementation to assess their effectiveness. Now, the government also noted that the issue of affordability and accessibility of legitimate content is a key factor in reducing online copyright infringement. The government welcomes recent action by content owners and expects industry to continue to respond to this demand from consumers in the digital market. And certainly many digital subscription services have become available, particularly for music and streaming, and are becoming available, as we know, as I mentioned. And many of the submissions did point out the many ways of acquiring legitimate material. I think what our government's proposing might be called in the UK an holistic approach. This holistic approach that the UK IP Office applies has much in common with the proposed Australian approach. The Hargraves Review of Intellectual Property in England in the UK recommended combating online infringement with a cocktail of measures, really. Enforcement, education, and crucially measures to strengthen and grow legitimate markets in copyright and other protected fields. And you'll see from the slide up here this multi-pronged approach. There's a legislative framework that allows for offences including conspiring to defraud, for example, downloading material known to be illegal. There are voluntary interventions, agreements between rights holders and the relevant industry with the aim of making online infringement more difficult. And the UK government hosts regular stakeholder roundtables to get rights holders and internet advertising agencies and other stakeholders together in this self-regulation process. I think this voluntary intervention is fairly mandatory, like in Australia, the code that's being developed. I think it does require a bit of enforced getting together, but nevertheless, it's, again, this market-based agreement type of approach. There are administrative interventions, such as notifying ISPs when infringing material is up and obliging removal in order to maintain safe harbour status. So in order to get the protection of being a safe harbour, certain things might have to be done. And this is also something that's being worked on in the Australian context. Obviously, work is done identifying infringing sites and the possibility of blocking payment facilities and notifying consumers through mass notification systems is another thing that happens in the UK. The UK is part of a harmonised EU system, and there are processes for working out rules that apply for the grant of injunctions against intermediaries when services are used by a third party to infringe copyright and indeed other rights. So the UK places great store on understanding consumer behaviour and working with that, and Hargraves found that enforcement and education alone struggle to make an impact on consumer behaviour. Evidence suggests that lower priced legal products have the most effect on illegal downloading. Now, I've mentioned evidence a couple of times. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But both in the UK and Australia, making consumers aware of how to access legal material has been undertaken. And in Australia, a digital content guide has been developed, particularly over the last 12 months or so. And in the UK, the content map has been created. And both of these are online portals which showcase legal services available to consumers across film and TV and e-books and music and games and sport. So again, a very useful part of educating consumers. All right, a significant aspect of Australia's intellectual property regime is the growing number of free trade agreements. And so we asked the question, what effect do these have? Well, the most significant one came into force 10 years ago, 1st of January 2005, the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement. And I've just put up there on the slide a number of quite significant changes to copyright law which took place, and I'm sure that most of you are very well aware of those. Now, we have a lot of, 3 or 4 or several recent free trade agreements, very recently concluded: the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement, the Korea-Australia Free Trade Agreement, very recently, just a few days ago almost, the Japan-Australia Economic Partnership Agreement, which is actually, when you look at it, I think more of a tariff-lowering agreement, not quite as extensive as the other agreements. Now, most of these will not need a lot of major change to copyright law, as the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement did, but particularly the CAFTA, the Korea-Australia Fair Trade Agreement, seems to indicate that we might need to look at action on enforcement to match what Korea is doing. They're a bit ahead of us in terms of online enforcement, but as I said, that is controversial. Now, in the meantime, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, in brackets down the bottom of the slide, we hear around the place that the intellectual property chapter has been concluded. It's not public, as we know, and the whole agreement is expected to conclude this year. In addition, there's a Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. I don't know how you pronounce the acronym for that, RCEP. But this includes ASEAN countries and China, Japan, India, Korea and New Zealand. There's been almost no public discussion about RCEP and copyright issues to date. All right, now still thinking about free trade agreements, back to the Harper Review, the competition review. The draft report recommends, in bold, have an intellectual property review. Sorry, I'm not laughing. You will see here that the Harper Review thinks that there should be a lot of attention paid to what sort of principles should inform Australia agreeing to changes to intellectual property law when we're talking about entering into free trade agreements. So they want an independent, transparent analysis of the costs and benefits of proposed IP provisions. So they are sounding a warning note there. Now, as far as having an intellectual property review, many of the submissions to the Harper Review expressed considerable concern around having yet another intellectual property review. But there is also concern expressed by the competition review as to the sorts of changes that technology and markets internationally are creating and the sorts of things we should be agreeing to without a full analysis. And on that point, I just want to mention now the cloud. I've already mentioned that there were concerns in the Harper Review about developments in technology and developing international markets and international agreements. And cloud computing is an important and ever-developing aspect of government policy. The use of the cloud for the business of government, as well as business and consumer use, was part of the government's election platform. A national cloud computing strategy was announced at that time. This is now firmed up, if we can say that about a cloud, into a more explicit cloud-first policy. And government agencies are required to consider public cloud services first for all new IT procurements. And there is a very focused e-government policy to put the government in a leadership position on digital economy issues. Now, coming out of that, the idea is that all government services should be available digitally by 2017, which is not that far away, and government businesses to move to the cloud and government agencies are to use cloud services. And I've just put a little bit of information there about how that will be provided. But we've already heard this morning 3 speakers talk about issues of digitising material and the uncertainties around using that material. Issues of cloud and digital services, we're talking about a completely digital environment. We're not talking about you can come into the office and inspect this map or this plan. We're talking about it's all going to be available online. And as I know, as you will know from the submissions made to the Australian Law Reform Commission's Digital Economy Inquiry and also submissions made to the Harper Review, going totally digital raises many issues of access and uncertainties. So we're not just talking about forms, we're talking about maps and surveys and other sorts of information. And this challenges quite a lot of existing copyright rules and practices, and stresses the need, I think, to look at exceptions in the Act. And certainly Alison referred to this morning to some difficulties in making material available, as did Robin and Elise just now. And these, I think, will be compounded if the government is saying that all government services have to be provided online from the cloud. Okay, now, Australia's not alone here. Sorry, I keep going the wrong way. Australia's not alone here. In the UK, cloud computing and digital whole digital infrastructure are seen as key planks of government policy as well. And in fact, Australia is seen as a good market for IT and cloud services, and the UK government is running tech missions to Australia to harmonise cloud policy and regulation, and also hope that we'll be a market for that sort of capability. So we're not the only ones here, and this emphasises, I think, the need for some sort of global agreement on how to use the cloud. Fair use, of course, would be a good development for cloud computing. Okay, that's my full report. A year ago today, the ALRC Digital Economy report was made public, and we haven't heard anything else about that since. The UK has introduced, though, in the meantime, some more fair dealing exceptions following the Hargreaves review. These exceptions have been produced in 2 tranches, and we saw that the first lot listed there introduced just last year, after some analysis and evidence was presented. I'll mention that briefly now. This is, just before I go on to that, I just want to mention the US Board on Science, Technology and Economic Policy. In 2013, it noted that numerous industries claim they need flexible limitations and exceptions to copyright law in order to exist and flourish. And this board is now going on to, among other parts of the US system, Congress, to review copyright law in the US to see what changes need to be made. Now, the changes that have been made in the UK, when asking what sort of changes should be made to copyright law, what would assist innovation, the Create Centre came out of the Hargreaves review. It's one of the main recommendations and outcomes from the Hargreaves review. And this is the Centre for Copyright and New Business Models in the Creative Economy. This is a consortium of 7 universities based at the University of Glasgow. And the aim of this centre is to grapple with the question of what amendments should be made to copyright law, and importantly, what evidence is there that these are needed. And before the recent amendments were introduced, the fair dealing amendments, the researchers at the centre produced a number of reports for the UK IP Office on what likely effect these amendments would have based on the evidence available. So, for example, on the subject of parody, there's now an exception for fair dealing for parody in UK copyright law. They did an assessment of what effect parody would have on the owners of the material. They had a look at more than 8,000 user-generated video parodies on YouTube relating to the top 100 charting singles in the UK for 2011. And they found that the presence of parody correlates with and predicts larger audience for the original material. Only 1.5% of parodies can be construed as taking a negative stance against the original. Of course, moral rights is always a concern. The parodies somehow infringe upon those, on the whole not. And overall, parody grows the market for the legitimate material. So that exception is going to be good for everyone, is the report they made to the IP Office. And it's not just parody, they also look at lots of other issues. Their work has shown that libraries and archives are a significant source of learning and innovation, and have contributed evidence to support relevant exceptions in those areas to UK copyright law. And so we see there exceptions have already been adopted for research and education and libraries and archives. And Create has very recently contributed to the European Union review of copyright rules by summarising the available evidence in several areas of that inquiry. And they are also critiquing the methodology of that inquiry, which they feel they can do from their evidence-based perspective. Right, I'm just going to finish with one more, if I go the right way, one more interesting aspect, I think, of access to content. The Wigmore Association, or the Wigmore Collaboration, is a group of traditional old economy corporations which invest in new world technology. These are not my terms. This is how they describe themselves, old economy corporations investing in new world technology. Then mainly family-based companies with traditional businesses, for example, retail. Probably the Meyer family is the one most familiar to us in this country. And next month, in March, this association is going to Silicon Valley to explore opportunities for their old world money to invest in emerging technologies. And there are two aspects to this. The primary one really is broadening their investment base away from their traditional activities. But the other aspect, of course, is that even old world activities require technology in order to maximise their way of doing business these days. And as with governments and increased interest in cloud computing, companies get involved in new technologies and ways of doing business. And the idea is that these ventures will increasingly fill the void left by manufacturing and mining as traditional drivers of economic growth and job creation. And I've put a quote up there. This is from a man called Paul Napthali, who is the principal of a venture capital firm to invest in Australian startups. And he says their future wealth will not be generated by digging things out of the ground. And you can read the rest of the quote there. Now, if there is a review of intellectual property, we can expect representations that copyright law needs to be amended to allow for innovation. And these points are already made in current reviews. If you look at the submissions to the Harper Review, you will see these points being made. So I think, among other speakers this morning, we asked the question, will copyright law be flexible enough in the future to allow for this? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all our speakers for that session. It is now lunchtime, so you can go and have something to eat. If you've got a moment, you may actually wish to pop upstairs and check out the National Gallery, the National Library's current exhibition, which is basically directly above our heads and is well worth a look. A reminder to everybody that this session is being live streamed at the moment. When you come back after lunch, if you don't want to be on the live streams, please sit right up the back. And apart from that, please do sit up the front so our poor old speakers don't feel they're speaking to empty chairs. The live stream, basically as soon as the forum is finished, the videos for the live stream will go up on YouTube so you can watch the whole day in a block. We will progressively chop them up so they're in nice bite-sized segments, and that should be done by next Wednesday. So if you want to go and review your 5 minutes of fame of your shot in the audience, please feel free.
I'm not sure. They should, because there's someone actually sitting there. Put it up on the screen when you walk up to the platform.
Okay,
Yeah.
I should have asked. I'll just ask someone.
If you can find...
Yeah, it's okay. I just was speaking to him.
If you can find Trish, she would be the person to know, yeah. Hi everyone, I think we might start the session now. If people could sit down quickly, then we'll kick it off. I'm very pleased to be able to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Lucy Montgomery, who's the Deputy Director of Knowledge Unlatched and a Principal Research Fellow at Curtin University. We're delighted to have Lucy with us as a keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Derek, and hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk to you about a project that I've spent the last 3 years helping to develop. Knowledge Unlatched is a globally coordinated initiative that's helping libraries from around the world to make scholarly books open access. I'm going to begin by talking a little bit about the initiative's context before taking you through the 2014 global pilot of the model and talking about the results of that. So I'm a little bit embarrassed about this slide because I'm in danger of telling librarians what a monograph is. But I usually begin presentations by talking about monographs because our model is dealing with a really specific area of publishing. We're not dealing with all books, we're not dealing with all academic content, we're only dealing with scholarly monographs. Monographs are generally a sole-authored book on a single subject, written by research academics for research audiences. They're a key requirement for tenure and promotion in the humanities in particular, and that means that they serve a professional certification role for academics who want to make their career in the humanities. But they're generally not read widely beyond universities. So this is a research monograph by me, and it's a reasonably typical example of what I'm talking about. I was funded by the Australian taxpayer, one way or another, to spend several years doing my PhD, and then I was fortunate to have a postdoc, which allowed me to produce a monograph. So that's quite a reasonable significance by Australian taxpayers in the production of what turned out to be a book. And my university were really delighted to see that it was published by a well-recognised law and economics publisher. So that fulfilled my professional certification role, and I got to tick a box, and I had a metric which made it much easier for me to then secure a job and get promoted. However, it was published, like most monographs, in a closed format, and it sells at a price that's too high for most individual readers. So for anyone who's ever bought a law-related monograph, you'll know that this is actually quite a reasonable price for a monograph. It's for sale at £65 on the publisher website or $110 on Amazon. And some monographs will cost as much as $250 just for one book. As a result, most of these books will typically sell around, does anyone want to guess? 200 copies, that's right. So 200 copies, lots not, and most of those copies are bought by well-funded university libraries, typically in the UK and Western Europe. They're the UK and the United States are the two biggest global markets for scholarly monographs. And the chances that most authors are going to receive a royalty payment from writing this kind of book are pretty slim. So as an example, my contract states that I'll get a royalty payment when the book sells more than 500 copies. And I'm doing pretty well. I've sold 350, but luckily for me, I've got a job at a university and I'm not relying on royalty payments to feed my children, because if I were, like most research academics, I would probably be fairly hungry. So a rational person sitting down and designing a knowledge dissemination model for the 21st century might not see the traditional monograph as an ideal solution, particularly given the opportunities of digital technology and the internet. The arguments for change in this area of publishing are even stronger if you take a look at what's been happening to monograph sales over the last few decades. Some estimates are suggesting that monograph sales have declined globally by as much as 90% over 20 years. Publishers and authors all over the world are feeling the effects of what's essentially a global collapse in the monograph market. Monograph publishers in every market have found themselves caught in a negative cycle. Declining sales have resulted in higher prices, as the costs of publishing each monograph have to be spread across a smaller number of unit sales. And it really is a crisis for people who rely on these kinds of books for their discipline area and for career purposes. It's a market where no one's winning at the moment. Monograph publishing is marginally profitable at best, and in most cases it has to be subsidised. So Melbourne University Press, I believe, was receiving $1 million in taxpayer or in Melbourne University support in order to allow the press to continue, and there's quite a widespread argument that increasing subsidies to university presses is something that should be considered. At the same time, libraries are struggling to afford these kinds of books. Authors are finding it harder to get published because it's hard to convince, particularly if you're a first-time author, a publisher to take on a book which will potentially be a loss-making book for the publisher. Even not-for-profit publishers can't afford to take on loss-making books. And readers are struggling to access the knowledge and ideas that specialist scholarly books contain. A key factor in all of this is the role of libraries as the biggest market for monographs. The role that libraries play as the main purchasers of scholarly books has left monographs vulnerable to contractions in library budgets. Increases in the costs of maintaining journal subscriptions have left little money to support book-length publications, and library book budgets haven't kept pace with the global expansion of academic communities and the growth in the number of authors that therefore have to get a book published so that they can go on to have a career. And all of that means that the shift to open access has arrived at a moment when the systems that support specialist scholarly books are already under pressure. Digital technologies are presenting scholarly communities with opportunities to widen access to content and to increase the impact and reach of their work. Research funders are increasingly requiring open access, including in Australia, where the Australian Research Council has mandated open access to all publicly funded or all ARC-funded research outputs, including scholarly books. And there's a growing number of authors that need citations in order to have an interesting career. So there are lots and lots of authors who have cottoned on to the fact that if your book's published in open access, then your reach, your impact, your audience, and hopefully your citation rate may increase. So there's a growing number of authors that are approaching their publishers and asking whether or not their books can be made available in open access. So there are heaps of great reasons for books to become open access, and I'm sure that everyone here is more than familiar with the arguments for open access, particularly in relation to publicly funded research outputs, so I'm not going to go over that too much now. However, when we get to books, we've got a problem because the costs of publishing a 70 to 100,000 word book are a lot higher than they are for publishing a 5 to 10,000 word journal article. Publishers are beginning to experiment with open access options for books, largely driven by author demand, as well as the mandates which are being implemented around open access. But you can see here these figures, £11,000 or $17,500, are an author-side payment which is required by Palgrave Open in order to make a book available immediately upon publication in open access. And for most humanities authors, it's really impractical to be able to absorb that cost themselves or to try and find a research budget which can suck that cost up. All of that means that monographs really do have a problem, and we need to have a look at some different models for supporting open access for this genre of publication. Which brings me very nicely to Knowledge Unlatched. Knowledge Unlatched is a not-for-profit initiative that's helping libraries from around the world to simply share that book processing charge, and by doing that, to make books available in open access rather than purchasing 200 individual copies of a closed title. We're focused, unlike some other projects, on frontlist titles. So that means that we're looking at new or forthcoming books, not at backlists. And by open access, we mean available to anyone in the world to read or download for free on a Creative Commons licence. So here we go. So Knowledge Unlatched is based in London, and you can see that we had really broad international support for the pilot of the model. However, as the Australian on the project, I was really proud to see that we had 3 founding Australian libraries who, the University of Western Australia, the University of Melbourne, and Queensland University of Technology. And those libraries got behind the Knowledge Unlatched pilot very early on and made a global scale pilot possible. So I really think we should be, pretty proud of Australia's effort in resolving what's essentially a global crisis in scholarly communication. But we also had support from UK national funding councils, and that was really helpful in adding credibility to the project and also in helping us to engage with UK libraries and to get them involved in what we hope is going to be a sustainable solution to the open access challenge for monographs going forward. Okay, so can you play in a moment the video, Adam? So I'm now going to, I know we're in a post-lunch session and everyone's looking a bit tired. I'm going to play a really short video, which is a 60 seconds, Knowledge Unlatched in 60 seconds, and hopefully you're going to get an idea of what we were doing and what we were trying to achieve with the pilot.
Librarians from all over the world are sharing the costs of making scholarly books open access through Knowledge Unlatched. We're helping librarians join together to offer publishers a title fee. In return for the title fee, which is a fixed amount, publishers make scholarly books available to anyone, anywhere in the world, to read or download for free on a Creative Commons license. As more libraries join Knowledge Unlatched, and because the title fee is a fixed amount, the cost of making each book open access becomes less for each library. The world needs librarians like you to ensure that good books are available for everyone to read. Be the change. Help secure an open future for books by joining Knowledge Unlatched.
So that was the short video that we used when we were promoting the pilot, and it was very kindly made for us by the founder's husband, who you can hear reading the voiceover. So the idea behind Knowledge Unlatched is actually a pretty simple one. Rather than 200 libraries separately purchasing 200 closed copies of a book, we've invited libraries around the world to join together to offer publishers a single fixed title fee in return for the book being made available in open access as soon as it's published. And arguably the key innovation in this model is the concept of a title fee, which is similar to an article processing charge for books, but it can be shared by many institutions. The title fee represents the basic cost of publishing a book, and it includes a margin for publisher overheads. Payment of the title fee is intended to allow the publisher to feel confident that they're not going to make a loss on a book if it's made available on an open access licence. And we found to our delight when we piloted this model, it was a real experiment. We didn't know whether or not it would work. But we were really delighted by the buy-in that we got from monograph publishers who are generally mission-based. They don't tend to go into monograph publishing because it's such a lucrative area of the publishing industry. And a lot of monograph publishers internationally really do want to be able to find better mechanisms for supporting the communication and dissemination of ideas. So we thought that this would be a very hard sell to publishers. And in fact, what we've found is that we've now got quite a long, I think we've had more than 30 publishers pre-sign for our next collection. So it's a model that's popular with publishers. And there are advantages for both sides in this approach to supporting open access monographs. So you can see here that the title fee on the left, which is shared by a community of libraries, decreases for each library as the number of libraries taking part in the initiative grows. Publishers like the model because it gives them a single lump sum payment, which they get very early in the book's life, so early in their sales cycle. And of course, the publishers are able to continue selling print copies of the monograph. We're not trying to prevent them from doing that. And for publishers, this is just a way to feel confident that this particular book isn't going to make a loss, and to get the money in the door earlier so that they don't have to wait perhaps 5 years to recoup the costs of publishing the monograph in little dribs and drabs. So it lowers transaction costs for publishers too. So in 2014, Knowledge Unlatched ran a major global pilot of its model. And we worked really hard in developing the model to test the market, to consult with libraries and with publishers, and to come up with a model that we thought would be reasonably robust and which had a good chance of succeeding. However, it was a genuine experiment. So when we launched it, we didn't know whether or not we would succeed. And if we did succeed, the pilot was intended to serve as proof of concept for the Knowledge Unlatched idea, and we hoped it might seed other projects like Knowledge Unlatched, which were taking a creative approach to finding win-win situations for publishers, libraries, and for authors operating in this space. So our pilot collection included 28 new books from 13 publishers. It covered the humanities, really. It was focused on literature, history, politics, and media and communication. So social sciences, depending on how you slice that up. And we needed at least 200 libraries from around the world to sign up so that the collection could become open access. So we made a decision very early on that if we didn't get 200 libraries internationally signing up, then we simply wouldn't go ahead with the deal. It was a bit like Groupon. So we invited pledges from libraries, but if we had secured less than 200 pledges, we wouldn't have required payment from the libraries, and the books would just have been published as usual by the publishers in a regular closed format. But if we did get 200 libraries willing to take part, then we could guarantee to the libraries that they would pay no more than $60 for each copy of the monographs in the collection. And if more libraries signed up, then the costs of unlatching the collection, of making the collection open access, would decrease proportionally depending on the number of libraries that signed up. So at this point, you have no idea how nervous we were when we launched the model, but it was a real live experiment. So these were the publishers that took part in the pilot. They were a mix of 13 established scholarly presses, and we managed to get a reasonable mix of for-profit publishers or commercial operations and not-for-profit university presses, as well as publishers who were located in Western Europe, the UK and the US. We didn't manage to get any Australian publishers signed up in time for the pilot collection, but we've had strong interest from Australian publishers subsequently, and we hope that we can include Australian publishers in the next rounds of the program. These were our books. We were quite proud of our books. We were actually offered by publishers. Some of the publishers just gave us their forthcoming catalogues and said, okay, choose the books that you would like from our catalogue. And other publishers worked with their authors and gave us a smaller range of titles. But we had hundreds and hundreds of books that were offered to us for inclusion in the pilot collection. And so we worked with collections librarians at the New York Public Library in order to curate a single collection that we hoped was going to have broad global appeal and which would sell strongly. So what happened? 297 libraries pledged, in spite of the fact that I was the rest of the world marketing. And we had a YouTube video, and it really was, it was a small operation. But we did have distribution in the United States with Lyrasis, which are quite a big supplier to major US markets. And we also had the support of Hefke. And we received really strong support from Australian libraries and Call. So, all of that was fantastic. And librarians really did themselves proud and surprised us. And because so many libraries took part, the cost for each library, for each book, dropped to around $43 a book. And when we closed pledging for that particular collection, we were continuing to receive really strong interest, and we've had more than 100 really credible sign-ups for our next collections, in spite of the fact that we haven't announced them yet. So libraries were interested, they were eager. Publishers were interested and really keen to be involved. So we've got more than 30 publishers, and we've sort of closed our wait list on publishers. And libraries are continuing to pre-register through our website for the next collection, which is, I think, really hopeful. And this is where we got our pledges from. So you can see that the pledging really more or less reflected established markets for this kind of book. The United States pledged or had the most libraries signing up, and that's consistent with US university libraries being the world's single largest market for this genre of book. The UK came in very strongly in part of the Funding Council support for libraries that wanted to get involved in the project. So Hefke matched funding for libraries that wanted to take part in the pilot, and that was incredibly helpful. Australia really, considering the size of our university sector, did very well, and we had at least one state library that signed up, which was great. And the rest is pretty self-explanatory. The types of institution that signed up, well, unsurprisingly, given that we focused our marketing efforts on university libraries and that university libraries are really the only purchasers of this kind of book at the moment, university libraries were our main subscribers. However, we did have support from state and national libraries internationally, and I think that that reflected general interest in a new approach to making books available and to supporting open access. So that was fantastic. And we also had some really interesting additional pledges, people who found their way to our website or institutions that came across the project by chance and which decided to sign up. And at one point we had an agricultural college library with a very small library signing up for the collection. We had community colleges in the United States. We had a high school that was really interested in taking part, and we even had a publishing consultancy firm which actually signed up and paid up. So, I think that hints at the broader potential appeal of models like this if they were taken up in other areas of publishing. All of the books are now available in open access, so if you'd like to read any of them, then just please go to our website and you can click through if you click Pilot Collection. And you can then choose whether or not you'd like to download the PDF from OAPN or the Hattie Trust. So we're being hosted on multiple platforms, and these books are all open access. So Unglued's another project, and they took the liberty of, we were really pleased, I shouldn't say that as if it's a bad thing, they put our collection on their website and lodged the collection in the Internet Archive, which is exactly what we had hoped would happen with these books. So they're available through lots of different channels, but Hattie Trust and OAPN are the platforms that we've been working most closely with to make their content available. And the books are available if you go to the Directory of Open Access Books, which is a fantastic service. You can just search the collection and see the whole collection. And I should add that one of the selling points of Knowledge Unlatched for libraries, I think, was that we worked very closely with OCLC and with others, including some volunteer university libraries, so librarians actually worked on our MARC records, helped us to upgrade our metadata, and helped to make sure that this collection was integrated into web-scale search and discovery tools. So the open access versions of these books should be appearing in library catalogues everywhere, I hope. And we've done everything that we can to make sure that they're preserved. I think we've got 3 preservation platforms, which are, so Clocks, Portico, and OAPN is also a preservation platform. So they're digitally preserved, they'll be available in open access in perpetuity, and with any luck, they should be pretty easy to discover. We chose not to prescribe, beyond saying that we wanted Creative Commons licences, we didn't prescribe the type of licence that authors and publishers should attach to the titles. So I think that was a strength in the pilot, because we were a little bit surprised by some of the choices that publishers, in conversation with their authors, made in relation to the type of licence which was being made available for an identical, well, a pretty similar title fee across the collection. So the most popular licence with publishers and authors was Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Non-Derivatives. But 3 of the publishers and their authors decided that they were happy without or with derivatives, so they haven't applied a non-derivatives clause to their licence. And we had one which didn't choose a non-commercial licence, which was interesting, given that we had really expected that most of the publishers and authors would be really anxious to hold on to the commercial distribution rights for these books. And we're also now doing a lot of work around understanding how the books are being used now that they've become open access. So one of the great things about upgrading the metadata and working with partner platforms has been that we're now able to gather really good usage data on what's happening to the open access versions of the books once they've gone out into the world. And of course it's not comprehensive because the books can be hosted anywhere and we can't gather usage data from every platform. But just on the OAPN platform, we've had more than 23,000 downloads of the titles in the collection since they went up. So those were the figures as of December. And there's also a really interesting range in the number of times each title's being downloaded. Our most popular book has been downloaded 1,822 times, and our least popular title in the collection has just been downloaded 176 times. So obviously, even with open access, some genres or some subject areas and some titles are always going to be more popular than others, and we're able to see that coming back through our usage data. This is where our titles, well, we've actually been downloaded now from 152 countries that we've been able to identify. And this is just our top 20 countries by download. And the US and the UK, we weren't surprised by. Germany, okay, there are a lot of smart people in Germany who read. that's good. But we were a little bit more surprised to see China in there, because China wasn't able to participate in the first round of the pilot. And I wasn't entirely clear that readers in China would have ready access to the download or to the platforms that we've been working with. So that's also really interesting to see. And our next challenge, of course, is to scale the project and to make it sustainable. So the development of the model, the market research that was put in before the pilot, and the pilot itself were all funded by our 3 founding libraries, as well as philanthropic and foundation support. But what we really want to do next is to make sure that this model doesn't just stop functioning because its grants dry up. And that's also one of the elements of the model that we were really careful to design in from the beginning. We want a model that will be self-sustaining, which will lower the costs to library communities and scholarly communities around the world, but which doesn't run out of money, as some projects do when we run out of grants. So our plan is to take a small cut of each title fee as the books go through the system, and to use that small cut to cover the costs of operating the consortium, which is a pretty standard approach, but we hope will mean that we have a bright future. So if anyone would like more information, you can read a full pilot report, which you can download. You can pick up a pilot summary report from the table outside, or you can just come and speak to me, and I'd be really happy to talk to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucia. And our next speaker in this section is Baden Appleyard, who's the National Program Director of OzGoal. Baden's going to speak to us now. Thank you.
So it helps if you plug the HDMI cable right in to the computer. Very good. Thank you very much for your introduction, and also thank you for the opportunity, Trish, to come along and speak this year at the ADA. It's a great pleasure. And also, I might add that I was very intrigued by Lucy's talk there, because I was just less than 2 weeks ago, 1.5 weeks ago, we just finalised our 3rd successful negotiation with a highly restrictive publisher in relation to a book chapter and a journal article where we secured Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 with no fee, and the only requirement is that in respect of the book chapter, the chapter or a similar chapter could not be published in a competing textbook. So it's the 3rd one that we've done through OzGoal, and I'm very intrigued. I'm going to very much follow what you showed us earlier today. Okay, so this afternoon I'd just like to spend 10 minutes or so showing you something publicly that hasn't been shown publicly in Australia before. For those of you who don't know what OzGoal is, it stands for the Australian Governments, with an apostrophe after the S, indicating all of the Australian governments, Open Access and Licensing Program. Now, it's been around since 2010 and operates to support governments and publicly funded information, including data, to be made openly available. We do that in a variety of ways, whether it be from training to tools, to advocacy, to policy work, backroom deals, those sorts of things. But primarily we're known, I suppose, for supporting governments to implement Creative Commons licensing. We've had one curly problem with Creative Commons licensing over the past 4 years. It's got nothing to do with the licenses per se. It's really about how you apply the licence. and how you apply the licence, particularly in an institutional or departmental setting. What departments, government departments do and large institutions do, I suppose, is publish high volumes of material. And in particular, what government would like is consistency when it publishes high volumes of material. And the query for us has always been, well, how do you at an institutional level apply a Creative Commons licence consistently the same every single time with the appropriate copyright notice, the appropriate link to the appropriate licence, the appropriate attribution? It's always the same. Now, that process, with all due respect to Creative Commons, and it's a fantastic licensing framework and model, can take the public servant that is not used to Creative Commons probably about 15 to 20 minutes to do. And there's probably not much of a guarantee that they'll actually select the right URL for the right logo, if they do insert the logo at all. I've seen many times people applying a non-commercial, non-derivative URL underneath the CC BY logo. And similarly, I've seen documents coming out of government departments where the attribution is expressed in 3 or 4 different ways, and none of them are in fact the legal name of the entity or the organisation that's publishing it. So we decided to do some work on this and create a little bit of a tool in Microsoft Office as a start, because most government agencies and most institutions use Microsoft Office for Office 2010, 2007 and 2013. And I'll show you how we think it might work today. So I've got 2013 installed. You'll notice up the top of the screen there's a reference to Creative Commons. We've created its own ribbon bar. Now, the little logos might be familiar to many of you. Loosely, they're very much akin to the Creative Commons logos that you see on the licence buttons. We had to design these specially with the assistance of Creative Commons headquarters because Microsoft, in their wisdom, changed the way the ribbon bar worked a couple of versions ago, so we couldn't actually insert the Creative Commons logos in there as nice as we would like. So our dear friends at Creative Commons helped us out and created a bespoke set of logos for us. And you can see there that we cater for both the public domain tools and also each of the Creative Commons licences. I should add, we are only going to be supporting the version 4 of the Creative Commons licences. No other versions will be supported. That's consistent with the Ausgold policy position we took last year, where after this is released and a new website's released, we'll no longer be supporting Creative Commons AU3 in our normal operational work. Importantly, we've got some settings in here that can be configured across an organisation such that it gives you a consistent attribution all the way through, no matter who's using it. So I could, up the top, insert the name of a government, for example, State of Queensland, and then the department's name, but here I'll just put the National Library of Australia, the NLA web address. A few months ago, I decided to turn my web developer's life upside down and made it multilingual. So with the support of the Creative Commons affiliate community, we've actually got 8 or 9 languages that this will launch in very soon, and there will be more to come after that. And we also are able to insert the Creative Commons licences in multiple forms, with both the thin and thick logo, and for our friends in Europe, even with the Euro button logo. So I'll just show you an example of what we might do today. I understand that the librarians amongst you might understand what this hashtag means, given that tomorrow is Valentine's Day. But that's just sort of dummy text I'm inserting. Let's just say that's the report or whatever. And I want to license this under Creative, or importantly, the National Library of Australia wants to license this under Creative Commons attribution. I set it to ask me every time whether I'd like the full, medium or short, and I'll just select full and the thick logo. And voila. Thank you. I can assure you that the URL for all the licences is absolutely correct, and when you click on the logo, it should ultimately bring you to the correct licence deed. And when you click there, it'll take you to the correct licence legal code, licence URL, the National Library of Australia, and if it's a government department, it might be State of Queensland Department of X, and that will appear in brackets. It automatically sets it as 2015, or the current year of publication. We have 2 notice elements. Those of you familiar with the Creative Commons legal code will note that you can attach a number of notices to Creative Commons licensed material. So I see, for example, you might use the first notice area to deal with potential tortious liability. So say, for example, it was a book of maps, but you didn't want the maps to be used for maritime navigation because you're uncertain about their quality. So you could say in here, not intended for maritime navigation. Similarly, you can have, of course, nested copyright materials within something that's been published, and so we've got an area down there for that material to be filled in as well. So apart from that, we also, the visual element, we're also doing a sort of metadata insertion as well. If you go to the file, select properties, advanced properties, you'll note that we've included or made use of the generic comments field for both the licence and the attribution. But we are also using the Dublin core metadata elements for custom properties, so that they can be interrogated by, many government departments have document management systems, and they can interrogate these sorts of things. They can get a one click. They can see all the documents that they've got, how they're licensed, what the titles are, when the licence was applied, the whole kit and caboodle. Now we're currently, now that we've got that in the Word document, we can of course convert that to PDF if you want to publish in PDF, and the UK government the other day announced that PDF-A is going to be an open standard. We've got all that pretty much nailed, but one thing we discovered with this was that when Microsoft Office converts the document to PDF, it doesn't always carry across the custom properties. It carries across the generic, but not the custom properties. So we're talking to our friends at Microsoft, because we've got very close links with them in government, about potentially a fix for that, or perhaps a service pack, something like that. To remove the licence is very simple. You just press that button and you can hit remove. I've got about 1 or 2 minutes left, so what I might do is just demonstrate for you what we can do with Microsoft Excel, because open data is a very, very important area of publication these days. And similarly, you can insert the Creative Commons licence into your data. I'll just establish some data on this sheet here. And I'll make this CC BY as well, maybe a medium form insertion with a thin logo. And I'll try that again. And what we do is we're leaving the data untouched, but we've inserted a new worksheet just for the licence. Now, some of you might say, well, what do you do when you've got a CSV file or a comma separated value file that doesn't support multiple worksheets? Well, that's okay too. We've got a setting in here that can insert the licence in the active worksheet, and I can do the same thing again, and there it goes. And what it's doing is inserting 8 lines of in the top of the worksheet, because people that we deal with a lot who are app developers say, look, we're always programming around the headers in columns of data. So if you can make it a standard set of drop down away, we can program around that, and that's no problem. So that's the way we're doing that for the moment. We can't think of really any other way of dealing with it. Of course, they can remove that, but as I've indicated earlier, the metadata is still there as well. So this is the Creative Commons version. We're also going to produce an Ozgol version. It'll contain some extra functionality, predominantly targeted towards large organisations and government departments of every level of government in Australia. that will contain links to our website and other tools that we use to support the insertion of Creative Commons and other licences that we endorse. It's going to have a feature that will phone home. It'll tell me how often it's used, what data, or what application the licence was inserted to, what licence was applied. It won't tell me anything other than that. It's entirely anonymous data. It will tell me who the government department was in particular and in which jurisdiction. And we'll be publishing that data and reporting that data as and when the tool goes out. One of the other features we'll be adding in is an opt-in notification system. So if you want to opt in, you can receive push notices about things that are happening in the government space in your department in respect of changes to IP policy or in your jurisdiction, or maybe even an Ausgold practitioner group meeting that might be coming up and you want to hit Eventbrite and go and subscribe to. In any event, we think that that will take a lot of the risk out of application of Creative Commons licences in a government and or institutional setting. It's going to be made free of charge, available free of charge and under open source licence, both the Creative Commons generic version and also the Ausgold version. So with that, I think I've done my well and truly over my few minutes. I'm sorry about that, Trish. But keep an eye out for it. It'll be coming out not too distant future. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Thanks very
much. Thank you, Baden. And our third speaker in this session is Jessica Smith, who's the National Copyright Officer at the National Copyright Unit, dealing with schools and tapes. So welcome, Jessica. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Tough act to follow, Baden. That looks so good. No, National Copyright Unit works very closely with Ausgold and Baden, and we love seeing everything that you're doing in this space. First, thanks to Trish and to the ADA for inviting the National Copyright Unit to speak again, this year about OER. Like Derek said, I'm Jessica Smith. I'm from the National Copyright Unit, and all probably by what I always do is refer to the NCU. So as you know now, the NCU is the National Copyright Unit. Usually it'd be Delia up here speaking. Delia Brown is our National Copyright Unit Director. She's off gallivanting in very cold and snowy Washington, D.C. at the Open Policy Network meeting. And for everyone that knows her, you'll be perhaps entertained that at one point in time, she suggested that I bring a life-size poster of her and cart it around with me. That obviously did not happen at all. But I'm specifically here to speak about OER, so Open Educational Resources. These are gaining significant favor across the world as education systems grapple with increasing demand for resources, but they're matched by reductions in funding. So while I specifically mostly talk about Australia, this is a huge international movement. It's robust, and I'll give a couple of my favorite international initiatives that are occurring lately. So in the US, just in October of this past year, I believe, they passed they announced a new action plan to promote open education and to increase awareness and engagement. And underneath the action plan follows quite a few different initiatives and quite a bit of funding. So it'll be really interesting to see what all comes out of that action plan. And then in California, I believe in 2013, they passed the California textbook policy, in which they're looking at the 50 most widely used higher education textbooks, and they are producing open versions of those textbooks for free, I believe, in the online digital space, and then for a very small fee in hard copy format. In British Columbia and Canada, they're doing a very similar initiative, and they're doing the 40 most popular post-secondary courses, then creating open textbooks for those. In the EU, they have announced Opening Up Education, which is an initiative aimed to increase the use of digital technologies for learning and spur the development of OER and OER policies across the European Union. And then in the UK, there's been one city council that has announced a schools action plan that allows schools and teachers, if they produce resources in the course of their employment, they can actually release those resources under a Creative Commons license. And they actually strongly encourage the teachers to release the resources under a Creative Commons license. So there's certainly a lot going on in the international realm. Those are just a little bit of snapshot, just a little snippet. You can find out a lot more on our website or talk to anyone at the NCU or Baden. And like I said, I'm going to actually focus on Australia today, but there is certainly a whole lot going on. So first of all, Australia is a signatory to the OER Paris OER Declaration that was signed in 2012, and this calls on governments to openly license publicly funded educational materials. So we do have that obligation at the national level. So OER is one of the NCU's key priorities. It's something that we've been very passionate and strongly encouraging for years in the past, and we certainly will for years to come. We educate the education sector by giving quite a few presentations on OER and Creative Commons, and also providing advice on a daily basis to schools and teachers. We have a section on our website, the Smart Copying website, which is dedicated solely to Creative Commons and open educational resources. We get about 8,000 visits a month, and so we have quite a few teachers who are finding their way on there, and a large proportion of these visits are to our Creative Commons and OER sections of the website. And they seem to be really interested in the Creative Commons information pack, which is geared towards schools and teachers specifically. And then also we have a very large list, an ever-increasing list of open educational resources on there. We also run the Copyright for Educators course on peer-to-peer university, and I know there are actually a few people at the conference today who have taken the course, and so that's really good to see. We run 2 sessions a year, and we educate about 120 learners through that platform, and there's 1 week that's solely dedicated to OER and Creative Commons. Recently, ASOC, which is now called COAG, passed an action which is approved for all Australian departments of education to license their website and any publications under a Creative Commons license. And so that was a big victory for the education sector. And we're working with Osgoal at the moment to actually action that initiative. We also have a number of OER projects that we're working on. We're creating an OER toolkit, which will be a practical guide for curriculum developers. So it'll focus on how to use OER resources only, and those resources that they develop specifically for the curriculum. We're expanding our website to include references to all the international initiatives I've spoke about today, and also quite a few other OER toolkits that are starting to pop up around the world. And they're really practical guides on how schools and teachers and curriculum developers can actually use OER in their resources and in their teaching and learning materials. We're also working with Osgoal and a number of NGOs, as an example, UNICEF, to encourage them to sign up to preferably the CC IGO 3.0 license. We'll take any Creative Commons license, but that is what we're working with them on at the moment. And then we are also in the NCU working on researching and drafting a school sector OER policy. We've been working on that for a while, and hopefully it'll get a few more action steps underneath our belt here this year, and hopefully get that approved. So as of now, I've told you what we're doing and what we're working on, and equally as important is why we think this is important and why we think OER is a way forward for the education sector. So the NCU believes very strongly that resources that are created with public funds should be openly available and publicly available. We believe this is making reasonable use of taxpayers' money. Schools using OER will also help reduce their copyright fees, which are ever increasing, and schools and departments are, of course, always concerned about the money. And specifically in education, we have a problem where government resources, whenever they are used in the classroom, we do pay for those underneath the statutory licenses. But OER is certainly bigger than copyright fees alone, and it's much more about opening up resources and allowing schools and teachers and students to actually engage more with the materials and the learning resources. So with OER, if they're using openly licensed materials, they can frequently alter the material, they can build upon it. Teachers can individualize content for their classes and for specific students. And so it is more about engaging with the material, and it opens it up to a wider spectrum. So teachers can share with other teachers, they can share with other schools, and it doesn't have to be kept behind a password-protected internet, which is something that a lot of our schools really struggle with. And while it's opening up all this greater use and flexibility with the materials, it also significantly reduces the risk of copyright infringement. Of course, something that all of our schools are very, very concerned about. So despite all that is going on with OER, and we are, of course, very excited with all the developments, and we're going to continue to push for OER and the adoption of Creative Commons licenses, that is only one part of the solution for the education sector. OER complements the other part of the solution, which is the law reform that all of us have been involved in for the past couple of years. OER will solve some of the problems around reducing copyright infringements, as well as reducing copyright fees, and potentially opening up the material quite a bit more and allowing students to engage more with the material. But it will not solve the problem of our Copyright Act being outdated, inflexible, and confusing. So just for an example, something that teachers always struggle with and will not ever completely understand, showing an artwork on a screen in class is treated differently than showing a poem on the same screen. Schools are still paying millions of dollars in Australia to use freely available internet materials. A couple of examples, just making a copy of a Google map for a geography class in Australia would be remunerative, so we would pay for that. Printing a free coloring sheet from a website for use in a kindergarten class, something else that we pay for. So we're spending quite a bit of money on stuff that we don't think that we should be paying for. The education sector is clearly on the record about being in favor of fair use and flexible exceptions. So OER complements, but it does not replace the need for law reform and flexible exceptions. As such, we will continue to ask the government to advance the ALRC recommendations. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Now we're going to have a quick panel, a reboot, on open licensing in Australia. And there's three people, Jessica, Baden and Nerida Quartermass from QUT. If you'd like to... You're in it too?
Yeah.
And you're running this? Okay.
I'm introducing.
Off you go. And Jessica Coates is introducing.
Yes.
Okay.
Sandra?
And managing, yep.
Come and sit up here, apparently.
We're sitting here?
Yeah, apparently so.
Okay.
You run however you want.
Hey.
I thought we might just stand.
Where's Nerida? I saw her standing up. There she is. Come down. And Nick's going to come too? Excellent. So this isn't so much a panel. As you can see on the program, it's got a very short time slot. So it's not so much a panel as an exciting announcement. For those who don't know me, I am the Global Network Coordinator of Creative Commons International. So I work with the main Creative Commons headquarters team, which is now it has been based in San Francisco. It kind of has no home anymore. We live in the ether. But conveniently, I live just around the corner, so I was able to come here today for this very exciting announcement for Open in Australia, which is the reboot of Creative Commons Australia. For those who've been in the space for a while, they'll know that Creative Commons in Australia has been one of the strongest Creative Commons teams worldwide for many years, and it's had a very happy home for all that time since about 2006 at QUT, with Nick and Nerida being members of that team for many years. And they've achieved really amazing and wonderful things in that time, not the least being things like the adoption of CC BY as the default licence for the Australia's federal government, as you will have seen on budgets and the PM website earlier today and all those kind of things. But as the last two presentations have shown us, a lot of other people are also doing amazing work in Australia to promote open and the Creative Commons licences in particular. And two of the strongest of those groups are Ausgol and the National Copyright Unit. And so we are very pleased to be able to announce that Creative Commons Australia will be rebooting itself as a three-pronged entity that combines the existing very experienced and strong team of QUT with the equally experienced and expertise teams of Ausgol and NCU, who bringing together basically three of the main advocates for Creative Commons in Australia into one group that can work together and dovetail and answer every single question and problem and issue you guys might have. And now, rather than breaking into song or anything, I'll hand over to those guys to introduce themselves a little bit as the new team.
Thanks so much, Jessica. I'm really, really excited about this. So I don't want to take up much of your time, but as Jessica says, we've all been working together for a really long time, and this new structure gives us a huge amount of additional resources and expertise that we can do some really exciting things. The last two presentations, I'm sure you both agree, really show that there's a lot of work being done and a lot of opportunity. And I'm stoked about the license chooser in Word. I can't wait to see that released properly. So I'm really happy to welcome everyone else to the Creative Commons Australia family. Thank you.
I don't have a whole lot else to add other than what we've already said. We're very excited. We've been working with QUT and Ausgol quite a bit in the past couple of years, and so we're happy to continue that relationship. And open licenses really are a key aspect to OER, and so all of our work with OER hinges on open licenses and specifically Creative Commons licenses. So we're very excited and committed to advancing CC in Australia.
Thank you, and echoing again the last two speakers, on behalf of the AusGold board, which represents all of the governments in this country, and as well as the representatives from the research sector, we're very delighted to become the Creative Commons Australia publicly funded information lead. And we look forward to continuing our work as we have done for many years with QUT and with NCU. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, good. Thank you all.
Well, that was a surprise. And our final speaker under the heading of Vox Pop is Alex Volkanovsky. Alex, there you are, from EFA. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. What's up? Fantastic. Whoop. Chris, perhaps someone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to the second half of today's forum, a very light segment before afternoon tea. Thank you to Trish and the Australian Digital Alliance for having me and for having Electronic Frontiers Australia here. My name is Alex. I appear before you in my capacity as a law student at the University of Wollongong and also as a member of Electronic Frontiers Australia. Now, as we all know, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Roses are red, daisies are white. What can be more romantic than copyright? Fortunately for me, that famous line was first written in the 16th century, so I'm pretty sure the copyright has well and truly expired. There might also be a parody exception in there somewhere, I believe. But how many others will be worrying about copyright implications tomorrow? How many sound performances to their Valentines? How many reproductions and adaptations of famous poetry? How many subsequent reproductions by the partners for the purpose of criticism? Surely copyright infringement is at the forefront of their minds. Moving away from Valentine's Day, what about how these same people view copyright when they view content online or when they use social media? How much do people really think about copyright? This is the question we posed Sydney-siders last month, and these are the results.
Alex here. We're in Sydney today, and we're going to find out what people know and don't know about copyright. Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
The copyright sign.
Do you know what this is? Copyright.
Obviously, it's a copyright sign.
Do you know what this is?
No.
No?
Copyright symbol. It's a circle with a C in it, almost a circle.
Do you know what it stands for?
Copyright.
Do you know much about copyright?
Not really, only since you stopped me and said, do you want to talk about copyright?
Do you know much about copyright?
Not really, no.
Social media. I use Facebook. I use Facebook, but Instagram mainly, and I'm just getting into Twitter.
I use Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Yeah, I use social media frequently and every day, in the morning when you want to see what's going on your friends.
Facebook.
I just use Facebook, basically.
So I read Twitter, but don't really tweet, and Facebook, and that's all. Oh, and LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn for work.
I've never really used it. Like, there's all, what is it? There's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. I don't use any of them.
Tend to not think too much about Twitter. I really don't need to be involved there, I believe.
Do you upload photos?
Yes, I do.
And do you share photos?
Yes, I share photos. I upload a lot of my own photos.
uploading photos, looking at other people's photos.
Upload photos?
Yeah, from time to time. Yep.
Share photos?
Yeah, mainly like travel stuff, I guess. Yeah.
Love memes.
But if something is of interest and generally humorous, I'll share that, and I do upload my own and status updates.
Does anything ever concern you about copyright? Is copyright ever on your mind when you're on social media?
Don't even think about it.
Do you think about it much at all?
Not at all.
Not really, no. I don't think about it much.
Not really, no. It doesn't cross my mind. I've copied other people's photos before and sort of emailed them on, which I suppose I'm probably doing something wrong there, but I never really think about it.
If you take a really good photo, are you worried about someone using it and claiming it as their own?
Not really, no.
If you search profile pictures, my photo comes up and it's been disseminated all around the world and misappropriated by people, and I'm a lawyer. I looked into it, there wasn't really anything I could do.
The more my work gets shared, the happier I am. So when I have an exhibition, there's a greater chance of people turning up for more than just a free glass of wine.
I would never sell any of the work that they share with me, so I don't see how copyright would come into it.
I don't have any issue with people trying to copy my work. More than happy for them to have a go.
I don't mind sharing other people's content because why would they have uploaded it if they didn't want other people to see it?
Yeah, I know it's illegal to be copied this one, but right now everybody in his head is normal.
I believe that copyright has been extended far too far.
I just don't know who's seeing it or where it's getting shared.
If they use it in a way where it's offensive to people, or, I mean, even then it can be funny, you know what I mean?
I think that it's all too easy just to copy someone, or to, when you sell something, sell it on, and the artist doesn't get anything.
The art world is very difficult to make money out of. So very, very few people make a good living from art.
I guess the main fear I have is that they'll somehow disappear from my Facebook profile. I don't know.
I tend to find new music on SoundCloud or Spotify and then go and download it from somewhere online.
I guess I download a lot of stuff. I stream some stuff.
I download it from iTunes, I pay for it.
I only really download from iTunes.
I get it from Spotify and YouTube.
Have a Sonos with Spotify.
Very rarely iTunes.
Okay.
Almost never.
From the CD, I guess, or the radio.
The old LPs, I don't listen to music anymore other than a bit on the radio. I don't listen to it through my iPhone or any other online mechanism.
And how often, if at all, would you use stuff like iTunes, actually paid services?
Never in my life.
How do you watch your TV shows? How do you watch your movies?
Movies, I just go out with my mates, watch it at a cinema. TV shows, I don't really watch TV shows.
Same thing as my music, I pirate all of my TV shows and movies.
Yeah, I have Foxtel as well, my roommate has Foxtel, so I watch them on Foxtel every now and then, but I'm not the kind of person that just sits down and watches TV.
TV shows on television, and movies at the cinema.
Foxtel, pay for it. Sometimes if I've missed the beginning of a series, I might get some from iTunes, and then occasionally I might do an illegal download, but I can't do it myself. Someone else will do it for me and give me it on a stick.
Pirating, I just pirate everything.
Pirating. Do you think that's illegal?
No, I don't think it's illegal. If I did, I probably wouldn't do it as much.
It seems like a lot of people do this.
I mean, they say it's illegal.
The greatest thing about having this open, or more open, perhaps illegal information kind of sharing is that it's sort of like you're exposed to so much more stuff. And so I think, maybe, in total I've actually kind of made more purchases as a result of being exposed.
Do you know of any paid services?
I know that you can rent on iTunes and buy on iTunes, and I think maybe Netflix is coming to Australia at some point, but at the moment, for me, it's just easier to download illegally online.
Have you heard about how the Australian government proposes to tackle copyright? Have you heard about some new reforms?
No idea.
No, not precisely in Australia, no.
I know that there's a lot of talk, but I don't know if there's anything actually happening.
Do you think it would be effective for them to send you, your ISP to send you warnings?
No, I wouldn't do anything.
I guess it depends it would just depend on how widely it was enforced, like and you know, what the actual repercussions would be. I spent a bit of time like living in France, and I know they have the system over there, and like, it hasn't made a big difference as far as I can see.
Do you think it would be effective if warning letters were sent out by your internet service provider?
Potentially, yes.
What about if the government started blocking websites like the Pirate Bay?
Yeah, I'd just get really angry.
Well, I think people would get pissed off about that pretty quick.
Do you think it's effective to block websites like Pirate Bay did?
I mean, it would probably solve the issue, but at the same time, people would find a way around it.
I think probably that if the government really wanted to stop this, the best way would to be kind of to prosecute in a really public way.
I would look at other paid options.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, here it's really expensive. Yeah,
a lot of things are more expensive in Australia. So.
I don't really follow it, to be honest. I mean, the way that I look at it is free's a lot better than $1 a song. You know what I mean?
I don't know what other countries cost, so I'm fine with the price that we pay.
I actually don't know too much about pricing because I haven't even looked into it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't want to pay a great deal for it. If it's too expensive, I just won't bother.
Does it concern you at all that we tend to get TV shows and movies a bit later than other countries?
Yeah, which is why probably online I find everything up to date and easy to just stream or download as it comes out.
I'm not really that interested in seeing them.
As far as I'm concerned, we could do without a TV altogether.
Have you ever used something like Netflix?
I did when I was living in the US, and I found it really, really just convenient, easy to use, and didn't have to go out of my way, put any effort into finding what I wanted.
Do you think if access was a bit easier in this country, more people would use it?
Yes, definitely.
I think that's the rules are different. Basically, the game has sort of changed.
Thanks, Alex, and thanks EFA for putting it on. That was really great, and brings it all down to reality, and shows us how copyright is in real life. So thanks very much. We're going to break for. We actually made up time. We're going to break for afternoon tea now. Thanks.
I was just thinking of all of what
So I've had a number of agencies that it would help great if you guys do publish something because at the moment all that they can so it was all very unfortunate the way the whole open access thing happened because if the Gov2 task force there's a recommendation then you guys said, well, we don't really want to do the implementation because A, we're shutting down the CCA as part of the recommendations and B, Gov2 task force. So there was never this nice resolution of that problem. And so I get, just through my operational program, truckloads of contact with Commonwealth agencies. And, you know, I say to them, well, frankly, the Attorney General's Department's probably got you out a little bit because the principles say CCI 3 about you in brackets or another open license. So you could, within the context of those principles, apply the view that version 4 CCI is another open license. And if you're comfortable with the terms and conditions of that license, then you go right ahead. So that's the position we're going. We've also got something to do with our policy, Scott's position. It's across jurisdictions. It's come back to support 3.
Yeah. And if you don't support 3, then there's no point us
supporting 3.
I mean, like I said,
but you guys haven't changed your principles. And that's the problem, is that the agency saying, yeah, but we as express this. Yeah, we're watching it now. Where has Attorney General, they do, I get it all the time, and say, where has Attorney General expressed this data 4.0? I said, why do you never keep having your hair cut all the time?
So I've been doing presentations a couple of years ago when Government 2 came out and we were doing the whole open licenses. We did presentations on it and told them all this is what we need to do. And like then turned around to price them. And obviously, you know, admittedly the problem we have in most of the government departments is they change stuff all the time.
They do. Corporate
and,
is a problem.
I mean, you know, I'm a perfect example. I've come back, but nothing's changed. You know, it's perfect coming back to something that where everything's the same. But yeah, we have released ours. Our applications now out on 4, and I noticed our website's now on 4 as well. So, you know, so far as we go, all of our stuff's been updated. But, and I know I'm going to have, you know, this presentation with Dr. Phil in a couple of months, and I don't know who else either. But I'm going to have to change stuff as well. But,
well, health is a really interesting one for me too.
Yeah.
Because I've had a number of engagements with various emanations of health. So the Health Insurance Commission, Therapeutic Goods Administration. We've got an Osgold practitioners group in the Commonwealth, and they often appear.
Yep.
And
because the problem was is we couldn't actually make they would probably be like the old CAC
agencies.
And we couldn't actually make them do anything. We could just say, you know, it's good practice to actually follow the lead of what we do. But we couldn't actually insist that they do it.
Yeah. And health's also got a lot of data. So I was talking to well, they kind of do, because I'm dealing with a guy at the moment, because I get contact not from just government agencies and publicly funded research institutions, but I also get the output / business people who say, you're Osgold, we want this, you know, why can't you do this for us? Well, that's not my role for a start, but I'm happy to help you with accessing the data. If it's not there, we can make some inquiries through our networks, all those sorts of things. Now, I've got one guy, he's a surgeon, and he works at the Royal Prince Alfred Emergency Trauma Centre. And he has been trying for years to get some data out of the Department of Health because he's built this fantastic computer algorithm that Drew's having a few issues too with open data and stuff like that. I'm like, well, you know, if the Commonwealth would just support Oscar a little bit more, that would give us the ability to bring more data out of everyone. So data.gov.au has got 4,000 data sets up. 2,500, 3,000 has come from Geoscience Australia. And the only reason GA were able to do that is because they were all open license. Why did they do that? Because we've been working with GA since 2007. So it's a cultural thing, and you know, I think it would be great to work more closely with Attorney Generals, frankly, and all of this sort of stuff. But in the short term, what would really be great is even if you publish a tweet saying we don't hate version 4, would be kind of.
Or even if we just tweet it and say we've upgraded, we suggest everybody do the same.
Yeah, if you did that, I could hold that tweet up and say, look, here's what they say. And that would say.
That's easy enough to do. We can do that.
Well, see, that would save all the discussions I then have, because I've published a document that talks about the differences between version 3 and version 4, and I've got a specific section there for Commonwealth agencies to talk about why.
Oh, now we have to have a look for that. Because we ourselves were having a look to see what the difference was between version 3 and version 4.
There's 10 differences.
I only found one.
No.
Sorry.
Okay,
so what was
They're
that? We're not that easy.
Have you got a card that I can give you here?
No, I don't. I don't.
Maybe I could write it down.
Sorry.
Even
Percy doesn't have one.
That's okay. I got it. So is Mary still about in Kirsty Hypola or? Kirsty is. Okay.
And Mary Hillier. Mary actually took over the job initially that I was doing in relation to things like the Creative Commons.
Right.
And I do the agency part, like maintaining the agreements.
Yeah,
Cal
stuff.
Yeah. And we also have a new person there now as well, Terry, who's doing the actual agreement.
With Cal.
Yep. All that, looking at the agreements.
So we've been doing a lot of Cal stuff too, particularly for education. So haven't touched base with you guys much because our engagement with James Cheatley, who worked in the area or area away probably, sort of indicated that you guys have come to a position where you weren't going to charge or accept remuneration for part 5 being used. So we've gone on now to replicate that position in the United States. So we've signed up Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria. There's something going through Cabinet in South Australia, Western Australia. So we're going to get all the jurisdictions.
This is actually Kerry Baden.
Hi Kerry, nice to meet you.
This was something that we were talking about not long ago, is out of Tasmania. Because Tasmania were actually still charging each other, like Tasmania and government. They weren't doing it.
That's unusual because I thought all the state ones were the same. They all have this, the state ones have been aligned in an agreement that basically says that we want to charge other states for government revenues.
That was in the
I'm
LC.
talking about education.
No, I was just going to say the Caligram.
Under the current statutory licensing scheme, there's potential for.
Oh, is that all it was? I thought that must have been actually paying for the government, not that there was
No,
potential.
but they had apparently they've found cases where obviously would have occurred.
Okay.
So
Well, I mean, is that
Colleen,
policy? Brown, is it?
Colleen something or other. She's a new lady that's taken some responsibility for council. Johnson? Colleen Johnson?
Oh, no, I've only been back for weeks.
Oh, okay.
And Kerry's only been back, Kerry's been there since.
Oh, okay. Right.
So no, I'm not that up to date with everybody. But as for the other stuff, like by all means, I don't have a copy of Twitter if you want.
Yeah, that'd be
You do
great.
that, that's easy.
Yeah.
And if you can send me the differences in the 10, because something I need that when I go back.
Absolutely.
And anything else you can provide me with that's going to help me out with health as well.
You just tell me what your problems are and I'll give you answers. Or if you want me to come along, happy to do that as well.
Okay.
Or if you want me to write something for you after they give you questions on those.
Well, as soon as I find out when the actual presentation is, I'll let you know. And
I'm
we'll
frequently. Yeah.
But, yeah.
We usually, like for example, in environment, we do about 3 or 4 presentations to Brexit, and then work with No, happy to do that. Thank you very
No,
much.
that'd be great.
I'll send you an email.
No worries.
What's the really likely time frame of developing the Microsoft one?
Oh, that's what I was just asking for.
Yeah,
That's
so-
why I was coming down to get out of it.
Yeah, so
Only this week we were asked for advice from another area and I had to
it'll be
concoct something.
yeah, it'll be a few months for the Osgold one to come in. And, so the Osgold was anchored under the cross-jurisdictional CIOs committee. It's an awful acronym, CJCIOs. I'm glad it's been abandoned in many respects now, which was just a few weeks ago when Finance announced that they no longer wish to be the secretariat or the chair of that group. And to it, the states got really upset because no one consulted the states and said, well, you can't actually do that without consulting us because cross-jurisdictional means cross-jurisdictional. And all you were doing as the Commonwealth is again upsetting us, as you do all the time. So that's reforming, but that was originally linked into COAG, and that's how Osgold came out in 2010. It was a COAG reform initiative sort of but 70% of my work is with Commonwealth agencies. So again, I'm cross-jurisdictional. I report to a board, right? And the board is made up of CJCIOC members from each of the jurisdictions. Up until recently, in the Commonwealth entity. Well, this is one thing we're sussing out now because Finance is pulled the plug on that, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because the Commonwealth is only one of 9 jurisdictions. So, I get funding from all the jurisdictions and from some of the Commonwealth agencies. No, this is one of our issues at the moment because Finance hasn't participated in the management of Osgold or funding of Osgold since its first year. And all the states have said, well, we will pay Commonwealth share. And they've been doing that religiously for 3 years, and I frankly think it's not a good comparison.
That doesn't surprise me about Finance, though.
We're only looking at less than $100,000 a year to cover all the agencies. And so 70% of my work is actually with Commonwealth agencies. 70%. Now we've also analysed all the Commonwealth URLs, copyright analysis, for 250 Commonwealth Department websites. I can share that data with you and assist in pushing it along. But last count, I think we had 18% Commonwealth agencies who actually moved to another possible.
That's pretty.
So, yeah. A number of them are still referring to the Commonwealth Copyright Administration, which of course shut down in 2018. Understandably, because copyright's not sexy, unless you guys go talking about a notice and asking to change it, then all of a sudden it's a big problem.
Well, nobody wants to do anything though. It's like it's somebody else's responsibility to do that.
That's right.
That's what they are.
So what's the big key requirements? Are they changing still Finance?
Well, Finance.
Given we have portfolio responsibility for the Act.
You have portfolio responsibility for the Act.
So
But at the time, well, it's the same Drew Clark. Yeah, Drew was saying to me the other day, yesterday, why aren't business lobbying for more access to open data? And I said, because they shouldn't have to. The government's position is open by default.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys just have to get with that plan.
some government department must have overall policy responsibility for that initiative.
Well, I think it was ours when we were doing Government 2.0, but I know, like, even when I was doing the manual, I had meetings there with the GMO, and even getting them to sign off on that was hard enough. In the end, the GMO was another part of finance.
They're now kind of defunct.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But because all the ICT part of Government 2.0 and all the depended on that, because I think it was actually part of, is it part of Gershon, the ICT part?
There was the, well, yeah, that's right. Gershon reviewed all of their money.
Yeah.
At a finance that was meant to be allocated to ICT procurement and things related to open access. And Ramsey Tenner, on the eve of his resignation, announced that the Commonwealth would be an open government, and the recommendations from the Green Task Force rolled out. This is
I've got a feeling it might be a cabinet decision that finance were going in like that. I don't know, I think there was more to it.
Well, it probably will. At the end of the day, but then AG's turned around and said that this is a GOV2O thing. We'll just follow the recommendation to shut down the CCA. We'll make a statement about CC version 4 or version 3 Gala. And that's the end of our involvement with GOV2O.
And CCA getting cut back there, they're 5 people. Goes that way.
Yeah,
Or
that's
5
right.
people. They cut
Yeah.
something.
Helen Daniels is there.
Yeah. Well, I started in
Right.
no, actually got me across the back here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here.
Sorry.
No, you're right. Go and have afternoon tea. But yeah, I look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, lovely.
Thanks,
Nice to
Daisy.
meet you. Nice to meet you. Bye. Just are you flying out tonight?
Mm-hmm.
What time's your flight?
It's at, again, at 7:30, so I think it's probably right around 6:30.
Oh, late night.
What time's yours? I know we're going to be late, aren't we?
Yeah. I'm going, I think my boarding time is 5 to 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, ours is, yeah, we leave at 6:30,
Right.
unfortunately.
You in Budwell, so it's just staying here for the weekend.
No, he's going.
Where's your sense of pitch? It's a lovely place.
I've stayed once. That was enough.
Excuse me, you with a computer, are you using the wireless network here?
Yes.
I'm very puzzled because I can connect with my phone, but on the laptop it's asking for a password.
Oh, is it? No, I didn't get asked for that.
There's two networks, there's the staff network and the general network. You maybe try and get onto the staff network.
I'm going for NOA.
I'll have a look for you.
Sorry?
I'll have a look for you. I'll just.
Thank you.
You might just as NLA.
Sorry to bother you. That's the one going for NIAV. No. Oh, it's just the one that's
The one that says
oh,
NLA.
I beg your pardon.
The AB is controls light security units.
Oh, so that's going to be
Should do a little browser.
and there'll be a agree and all that sort
Yep.
of stuff.
Browser and log you out after a while.
Thank you. Sorry, darling, did the stupid thing. Room for a PowerPoint. I probably could have used one, but I think I'll be on now. I think I'll just go flat quietly on my iPad. You'll be on electricity. I'll be on electricity at this point. There's a PowerPoint next to that. I didn't lead off down to that. Fortunately, for a long charging. So,
Good afternoon, everybody, and we're into the home stretch. Just a quick heads up, if anybody does need to book a taxi to leave from the National Library at 5, it would probably be a good idea to book that now. Canberra's not necessarily the best place to try and call a taxi at 5 and expect it to turn up, so we would recommend booking. To start off our afternoon program, I'd like you all to welcome Associate Professor Kimberly Weatherall, who is a very familiar face to many of us. She is an IP and copyright expert and also one of the board members of the Australian Digital Alliance.
Thank you very much, Trish, and thank you everyone for still being around here this afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'd like to start by, say, taking you back a decade. What were you doing 10 years ago now? Like 10 years ago today, say February 2005. I know what I was doing. I was a very junior academic living in a Melbourne share house with an academic chemist and an airline engineer who was still enjoying the fruits of his Ansett redundancy pay. That's going back, isn't it? John Howard was Prime Minister. Kim Beazley was the leader of the ALP after all of the fun and games of Mark Latham the year before and his manly handshakes. In 2005, you may well have been rather sick of The Prayer. That's the debut single of recent Australian Idol runner-up Anthony Kalia. You might also have recently seen $1 Million Baby. So this is sort of trying to culturally situate you back in 2005. And just one point, I was wondering, is my presentation going to come up or should I just pretend I don't have one? Which I just failed to do, didn't I? Oh, is that what I do? I didn't realise I had responsibilities here. There you go. And that's just to remind you of some of the joys of 2005. And to situate you technologically, in 2005 you were not using a MacBook Air like mine because they didn't launch until 2008. If you were social networking, you might have been using MySpace, unless you were a very early adopter of Facebook. You weren't using YouTube. Actually, according to something I read yesterday, YouTube's 10th birthday is tomorrow. And you weren't tweeting because Twitter didn't exist. So why the reminiscing? Well, I'm trying to emphasise the point that 2005 is actually quite a long time ago now. And why is 2005 important? Because that's when we should have got general safe harbours for providers of services online in our copyright law. So safe harbours provide shelter from damages and other monetary awards for people who host copyright material, who have caches for material, who provide search services or internet access. Shelter is provided for infringements done either by their users or done by the intermediary because it's essential to their operations, which are themselves essential to the functioning of internet infrastructure. And in return, the intermediary must meet certain requirements to cooperate in enforcement, for example, by having a system for notification of infringement and removal. Now, 2005 is important because, of course, 2005 is when the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement came into force, having been signed the year before. And under that agreement, we were required to provide safe harbours to protect internet access providers, people who cache, web hosts and search engines. So these being entities that were seen as providing basic infrastructure of the internet. And similar, though not identical, safe harbours exist in many of our trading partners, including the US, EU, Canada, and many others. Now that's what should have happened in early 2005. We should have moved into harmony with these other jurisdictions. Unfortunately, the drafters of the US Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act made a mistake. Instead of providing safe harbours to all online service providers, as required by the treaty, the Act gave those online service provider safe harbours only to carriage service providers. And I could get really boring and legal here, but basically that's telecommunications companies. So instead of safe harbours, as envisaged under the agreement, we got very anaemic, stunted safe harbours that give special treatment to some commercial entities, that is, carriage service providers, over other commercial entities who happen to be providing, for example, exactly the same service. Thank you. So let's be crystal clear about this, because there's been some recent debate about the point. Australian copyright law that provides no safe harbours for online intermediaries beyond carriage service providers was a drafting error that happened back in 2004, and it puts us in clear breach of the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement. And as authority for that proposition, I refer to myself, but also some of the world's most eminent scholars of international copyright law. So Professor Sam Ricketson and Professor Jane Ginsberg, who literally wrote the book on the Berne Convention, have pointed out the inconsistency in writing in a peer-reviewed journal and said that the law needs review and expansion. Now, some of you may not be familiar with Sam Ricketson and Jane Ginsberg, but that's almost like having God coming down from the mountain and telling you the Ten Commandments were real. I mean, they are leading authorities in this space. So we're in breach. We're in breach of the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement and have been for a decade. Of course, I understand you're all deeply shocked that Australia would not be complying with all of its international legal obligations. And how did that happen? Well, just to take you back a little further, 2004 was an election year. 2004 was a mad, panicked rush to draft and pass implementing legislation for a 1,200-page free trade agreement in sufficient time for an election in October 2004. Mistakes happened. And this wasn't the only one, but mistakes happened. But if it's a mistake, why haven't we fixed it? Well, we've actually got really close a few times. So there was a 2005 discussion paper that looked at maybe fixing the problem. There was the 2009 Digital Economy Future Directions paper, also talked about expanding the safe harbours. There was a 2011 discussion paper, and of course then last year we have the 2013 online infringement discussion paper. So we've come close a bunch of times. In relation to that online infringement discussion paper, that looked like our best chance recently to actually get a change. You probably remember this. We had the discussion paper released in July of last year. We had submissions due around September. It looked at a number of things, including expanding authorisation liability, website blocking, and expanding the safe harbours. On 10 December, in response to all of the submissions, most of which were fairly negative, there was a press release from Attorney General's Department and the Department of Communications that announced that industry would be required to develop a code to address peer-to-peer file sharing, that failing the code being agreed within 120 days, it would be prescribed, and that the Copyright Act would be amended to provide for website blocking. Buried down in the frequently asked questions of associated with the press release is the text that I've got up there, which is why haven't you, because there was no mention of the extended safe harbours there. And you can see there, I mean, I don't need to read it out, but basically the government took the view that this was related to broader issues than just online copyright, and the proposal would not be pursued at this time, which is a bizarre statement, because these are safe harbours that are in the Copyright Act to protect from copyright infringement only. So how it's related to anything other than copyright, I'm not entirely sure. At least, so as far as we know, at the moment, safe harbours are off the table. And, I mean, you have to ask yourself, if this was a mistake, if this is clearly in breach of the Free Trade Agreement, what is going on and why is this so hard? Why haven't we had amendment already? And as it turns out, it's hard for all kinds of reasons that shouldn't make it hard. By the way, has anyone ever worked out what that button does? I want one of those buttons on my computer just to see what it does. The first reason it seems to be hard to do something about the safe harbours is every time you talk about the safe harbours, it brings up the issue of piracy and mass infringement, particularly peer-to-peer file sharing. And so the argument is put that, and we saw this in submissions last year, that the safe harbours that were meant to encourage cooperation with copyright owners haven't done so in the ISP context. Infringement hasn't been reduced. That shows the safe harbours don't work and they shouldn't be extended until they work. So until we see some more cooperation or more reduction in infringement. The irony of this would be funny if it weren't so frustrating. It's frustrating because the safe harbours were never designed to deal with file sharing. And they never included the kind of cooperation that copyright owners now want to address file sharing. And that's because the safe harbours we have were based on US law that was written into law in the US in 1998. Now, Napster was invented in 1998. So that was the first, mainstream file sharing. So this law simply didn't anticipate addressing file sharing. So frankly, the decision whether to extend safe harbours to online service providers generally has nothing to do with file sharing. Any failure or perceived failure of the safe harbours in that context is completely irrelevant because the safe harbours were never designed to deal with that problem. Another argument that we see for doing nothing about the safe harbours is that there's not a problem. There's no real legal threat for online intermediaries, hosts, search engines. None of them have been sued. In Australia, we haven't seen massive actions against YouTube or anyone else. Therefore, there is no problem. Of course, that's just wrong. There is a problem, which the ADA and many others have been raising for a decade, repeatedly. The schools, for example, were sufficiently concerned about caching, they got their own additional provision in the Copyright Act, which should never have been necessary. And in any event, an argument that until some host or search engine actually gets sued in Australia, we should leave the law as it is ridiculous. Because it's really an argument that it's okay to hold the vague threat of liability over people's heads indefinitely. And that's not the rule of law that I know and love. Another point to make here is that the legal environment has changed and is changing in recent times in ways that make the safe harbours, if anything, more important. I used to take some consolation from the fact that the requirements for avoiding liability under the safe harbours, so the cooperative things you're meant to do to help enforce copyright, notice and takedown, for example, were also the same sorts of things you'd do to avoid authorisation liability in copyright. So you could reduce your risk of liability just by complying with the rules. So they sort of covered each other off. But the safe harbours have always had another role, which is to reduce the risk of liability for direct infringement. And that role has become more important since 2012 and the decision of the full federal court in Optus TV Now, which had a very broad reading of direct liability and has increased the risk, legal risk, for a whole range of intermediaries in a way that can only be addressed via the safe harbours. So really, when copyright owners say there's no problem here, so we don't need to do anything, what they're really saying is there's no problem for them. Because under the current arrangements, they kind of get best of both worlds. They can get cooperation they want from the safe harbours without actually having to worry about the exemption from liability, and everyone else gets legal uncertainty. Another thing that is often said is that, another feeling that you get in the debate is that there's a concern that the safe harbours are about giving a free ride to organisations like YouTube at the expense of copyright owners. Now, anyone who thinks that that's right, that there's some sort of free ride, that the safe harbours create some kind of carte blanche, get out of jail free card that will be used by wrongdoers, has not been paying attention. Firstly, Australian courts have shown themselves quite willing to police the conditions of the safe harbours. One of the less frequently noted aspects of the reasoning of the full federal court in IINet was its discussion of the safe harbours, and in particular, the court's willingness to pass judgment on the reasonableness of IINet's policies for dealing with infringers. The full federal court dismissed the safe harbour argument of IINet, not because there was no policy, but because the policy that IINet said it had was not good enough in the eyes of the court. Now, I happen to think that's a bit misguided, legally speaking, but it should give copyright owners significant comfort. Second, courts in both the US and Europe have denied safe harbour protection in a whole range of cases. And thirdly, basically, anyone who thinks that YouTube or any of the big players is getting a free ride on copyright issues is kidding themselves. Intermediaries may not do everything copyright owners want, but the significant ones are not doing nothing, and they have not confined action to reactive notice and takedown. Another reason that this is not about a free ride for internet behemoths is that the largest players will probably survive without Australian safe harbours. And they can survive for three reasons. One, they have systems in place for remuneration, for takedown, etc. Secondly, they have the resources to devote to litigation or developing filtering technology, or both. And thirdly, they're based overseas. So they can make strategic decisions about where to site equipment and operations. So in thinking about the safe harbours, we really need to think past or around the behemoths. And we need to think about who really has a problem if we don't extend the safe harbours, and that's Australians. Specifically two key groups. One is a lot of the groups in the room here today. Libraries, galleries, archives, educational institutions, public sector institutions who must punctiliously comply with the law of the land and make material available online in accordance with their mission. And the second group is innovators. The new services, new platforms, new sites that want to innovate and do so in an open, legitimate, legally compliant kind of way. The thing is, if you put brakes on those innovators, you're really entrenching the existing big players. Or, and here's where the question of Australia's national interest comes in, the new entrants can come in, innovation can occur, but it can't happen in Australia, right? Because you go overseas. So, this is the issue, sorry about the presentation of that. This is the safe harbours issue for dummies, or the simple version. And I did have a much cooler font for this slide, can I just say, much closer to those books. But here's the problem. The absence of safe harbours in Australia puts us in breach of the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement, makes life difficult for public sector institutions, advantages entrenched players, hampers technology competition, drives innovation overseas, and for all that brings no genuine upside for copyright owners because the infringement will still happen, if it's happening. So that's our policy. Time to fix it, right? Time to enact some safe harbours. But wait, I hear you say, surely the safe harbours are out of date. They were written in 1998. They don't reflect today's technology or what can be done to inhibit infringement. It's not 2000. The reason for the safe harbours was to ensure the growth of this new thing called the internet. We don't have that problem anymore. The internet's everywhere. And thirdly, surely the safe harbours are unclear as presently drafted. We know there has been significant litigation around some of the safe harbours in the US and in the EU, around concepts like what's the level of knowledge of infringement you have to have in order to lose protection. And there's truth to all of those issues. There's truth to all of those points. That doesn't mean we don't do anything. Firstly, we can't do nothing because, again, we're in breach of the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement. We have to have some safe harbours. So we need to do something, and because I'm in Canberra, I'm going to use some poly speak, we need to have a mature debate about how to extend the safe harbours, okay? But, big but, the instinct will be to legislate and to find all those areas of uncertainty in the safe harbours and legislate about them. So the instinct will be to define, elaborate. And I'd just like to say, God, no. Please, no. In my worst nightmares, I see phrases in media releases like new and improved safe harbours or perhaps gold standard safe harbours. Look, I'm open to other thoughts, but my instinct is leave the language as general as possible. If we try to define the necessary state of knowledge, we try to improve or legislate the hell out of these things, the potential for cross-contamination of other parts of the Act is significant. and the potential for more red tape and bureaucracy is also significant. So I'd say leave the detail out. And we need to think about mechanisms for developing more certainty around the safe harbours outside of the legislative process, whether through peak bodies. Perhaps the libraries can develop their own set of best practices, educational institutions theirs. But that's the kind of discussion we should be having, and not the pointless, legally incorrect arguments about whether we should extend the safe harbours, because that's just not up for debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that impassioned and really important matter, Kim. We're now moving on to the tech panel, so I'll ask Laurie to bring his panel up the front. So we welcome Laurie Patton, who is the CEO of the Internet Society of Australia, Rob Gregory, who is a partner in Maddox Law Firm, Shoshana Shields, who is the legal counsel for eBay, and Damien Kasabji, who is public policy for Google.
Hi there. I was worried when we were told we were on the afternoon, mid-afternoon, that you'd all be asleep, but that's not possible with Kimberley. What an amazing speech that was. So congratulations. And they've hired me. The Internet Society represents everybody who uses the internet, whether that's government, business, educational or private users. We are an umbrella organisation. We want to be better known and we want to be able to do more to ensure that we manage to fulfil our destiny of being a country that is actually part of the world digital economy. Without a broadband network, we can't do that. So my speech, and I get to talk because we are one of the sponsors, I get to do this, so I get to ask you, can you all please dip into your pockets, $99, join the Internet Society, please. So, we live in interesting times. Steve Wozniak, who co-founded Apple, as you probably all know, says we've lost the battle against machines. He says we're going to be the pets, the dogs of the house. I'm hoping that he's joking. But nearly 2 decades ago, Nicholas Negroponte, the founder of MIT's Media Lab, talked about intelligent doorknobs. So I don't know how many people have heard this, but he talks about doorknobs that will, for example, know who's coming and going. He says that there'll become a time, he said 2 decades ago, there'll become a time when we won't feel any more uncomfortable talking to a doorknob than we do leaving a message on an answer machine, or in today's world, on a mobile phone. Of course, most of us, I'm certainly longing for the time when my refrigerator sends me a text at work to tell me we've run out of milk. And this week, guess what? We just learned something. It's no longer possible to tell someone it's a waste of time yelling at the TV, because they're all listening. So, this afternoon we are going to talk about internet governance in the eyes of 3 people. They will all have a short period of time, and if there's any time left over. Rob Gregory is also a sponsor. In fact, he's the main sponsor when it comes to the Do-Re-Mi, and so thank you to him. So he gets to speak first. He will talk a little bit about what the context is, both locally and internationally. After Rob, then Damien Kasabji is going to talk a little bit about Google's perspective, and when I said, do you mind being in the middle, he said, no, we don't mind at all. Google's usually stuck in the middle. And then finally, it's a case of light blue touch paper and stand well back, because Shoshana is going to talk about the controversial copyright takedown concept. So, without further ado.
Thanks, Laurie. I'll see if that's going to... there we go. So, I just thought I'd quickly spend a few minutes to sort of position a technology governance panel, but particularly from the Internet Society's perspective, and what, for hopefully some people have some idea of how the internet is governed. As a quick straw poll, does anyone actually think there is effective governance of the internet? And it's an excellent question. The question is, does there need to be? And I would probably say no, there doesn't. So what is internet governance? What I would say is that unlike IP law, which I think most people here are familiar with, there is very little international treaty framework around the way the actual nuts and bolts of the internet work. There's also very little national law. So, for example, the domain name system, the every domain name that ends in .au, the statutory framework for that is 2 sections of the Telecommunications Act, which provide the ACMA and the ACCC the power to step in firstly and designate a manager of electronic addressing, and then, but only if they're not satisfied with the way it's doing the job currently, and then to give directions to it. But effectively there's an internal check and balance in there that both the ACMA and the ACCC need to agree. Effectively it has been left to the non-governmental sector to work. Many people will know that is Outer.au Domain Administration Limited. It is a public company limited by guarantee, not for profit, which anyone can join. I'm a member, my firm's a member. Many people are. It is sort of, and effectively it creates this mechanism for policy development. The internet is, amongst many other things, it's an alphabet soup, and some of the concepts I'll talk about sort of contribute to that alphabet soup. The Internet Society itself at a global level basically facilitates the protocols and standards by which the internet works. There are 2 key bodies, the Internet Architecture Board, the IAB, and the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF, which many of you will know, create requests for comments, RFCs, and at some point along the process an RFC becomes an IS, an internet standard. So that's effectively the way the internet works at a technical level, and a lot of those RFCs in fact go above the technical level into organisational, operational things. There is a body called ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, which is a not-for-profit California corporation. It's basically responsible for 2 things, names and numbers. Names being domain names, so many of you will have heard of GTLDs, the generic top-level domains, the old established ones, .com, .net, .org, but the explosion of new GTLDs that we're seeing at the moment and the process by which that is occurring. They also do probably the less heralded but possibly technically more important role of numbering, which is the IP addresses themselves. You may have heard that IPv4, the Internet Protocol version 4, is reaching number exhaustion. All of the numbers allocated or available to be allocated are nearly exhausted, and that fact alone has implications for things in domestic policy in Australia like data retention. There is in the process of a new version of the Internet Protocol, IPv6, being progressively installed across the network, which has a much larger pool of available numbers. Vint Cerf, recognised as firstly the father of the Internet Society, but probably more importantly, one of the fathers of the internet, has said originally that there was enough IPv6 address space for every atom in the universe to have its own IP address. He later came back and corrected himself and said he was wrong. It's in fact only every molecule. So there's a lot of address space. We probably won't need to do that again. But it's an example of the way things have grown. So the way ICANN works is very much bottom-up, stakeholder-driven, consensus-based. It's a process. It can be very ugly. Anyone who's ever had the misfortune of going to an ICANN meeting, there's been a few here in Australia, but generally they're overseas, will see that it's a highly contested, contentious space. These are meetings about the sort of the plumbing of the internet, yet they attract normally thousands of people to some fairly exotic locations. ICANN is happening in Singapore as we speak at the moment, one of the less exotic locales to which it's travelled. But that process has facilitated basically the emergence and development of what I'd call the modern web-based internet in the last 25 years. If the first true IP networks were created in about 1974, Tim Berners-Lee published the specification for World Wide Web in about 1991, and it'll be interesting hearing the presentation about Pandora previously. It is now believed that the first ever web page has been lost, unfortunately, but it's about 1991. Google was established in 1998, eBay in 1995, Facebook a bit later in 2003, Twitter in 2006. So picking up Kimberly's theme is that this is happening remarkably rapidly, and I'd suggest to you that a real driver of that remarkably rapid growth is the informality, the stakeholder-driven, bottom-up, consensus-driven approach by people who need to do these things to make them work. Just as a quick ad, the Internet Society in that timeline was created globally in 1992, and the Internet Society of Australia was created in 1996, so we're early on the play. So jumping to a couple of current issues, and this is really where I'll leave you. Probably the biggest international issue is what is called IANA transition, so more of the alphabet soup. IANA is the Internet assigned... my mind has gone blank. I've lost that one. It does names, it does numbers, and it does protocols and procedures. Effectively, the ICANN function is what makes the root zones work and how the numbering works at a global level. Traditionally, because the Internet and the Internet Protocol came out of a Defence Advanced Research Projects Agency program in the United States, the US government, through the Department of Commerce, has had a contract with ICANN, which is effectively, in an Australian constitutional sense, you could almost think about as sort of reserve powers for the Internet. The US government was holding on to those reserve powers. The US government has announced that it will no longer wants to have those reserve powers. It wants to let them go, but they have to go to something else, and that process is being worked through at the moment. So IANA transition, as technical and boring as it sounds, is actually probably one of the most fundamental things that is going to ever happen in the way the Internet works. It's the US cutting the final strings of national government control of the Internet. There's 3 Australians who are deeply involved in this, and all 3 happen also, well, there's at least 3 Australians. The 3 I'm going to mention are also directors of the Internet Society. So Narelle Clark, who is a former president of the Internet Society of Australia and is on the board of trustees of the Global Internet Society, is actually a member of the transition group, and I've got the acronym wrong, it's the ICG. Craig Ing, who's former partner of mine and is now General Counsel of APNIC, one of the least understood overachievers in Australian technology, but they're based in Brisbane. They allocate IP addresses basically to the entire Asia Pacific. They're very involved, and Krista Spain, who's the CEO of Outer, is also a board member of ICANN, and they'll be the fundamental party who'll decide what the contract will say. So those 3 individuals are really involved in this process. Other things, Trans-Pacific Partnership, others have spoken about that. I think, as everyone knows, it's quite opaque as to what's happening with TPP, even to timelines. I'm not aware if there's sort of been any recent updates since late last year as to where the program is going. I heard for the first time today that apparently the IP chapter is now settled, but of course, other than leaks of possibly accurate, possibly not, nobody really knows what that says. That will have obviously a massive impact in the way we can, as a nation, set our IP policies and laws for the future. A couple of others I just wanted to put on the worth mentioning at the moment. At the national level now, data retention. So the Internet Society, our formal position is on our website, which is shiny and new and re-released today. Like many organisations, we have concerns that the data retention bill is not particularly... it's not going to be effective in achieving its stated aim, and there's some real questions as to whether the stated aim is worth achieving. In the Attorney-General's Department's submissions to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security raises again a commitment from the government to restart or to proceed with telecommunications sector security reform, which are points that Kimberly's probably talked about more. The online copyright industry code. The Internet Society, through myself, is represented as part of the stakeholder group who are involved in that process. It's the Comms Alliance's process, and it's for them to discuss it. However, I understand that a draft will be released for public comment quite soon, maybe as early as next week. And then sort of perhaps other things, once again more technical, but people should think about, particularly in the education sector, is that the Outer, the Australian Domain Names Administrator, has 2 things. It's got the 2015 names panel, which Derek is the chair of. It's also got the EDU-AU governance and policy review. It's been through an issues paper and discussions paper process, and submissions are formally closed, but there'll still be some more discussion probably, or not so much discussion as action around that imminently. So how do people who are, if you have an interest in internet governance, how could you get involved? The first one would be to echo Laurie's comments to join the Internet Society, please. A couple of other fora that happen is the Australian Internet Governance Forum, which is effectively the Australian precursor to the Global Internet Governance Forum, which occurs each year. That's a bit detached from ICANN and those other things, but it's a broader forum. As I mentioned, the edu.au Governance and Policy Review, technically closed, but there'll be some action there, and if you're particularly in the education space and you have an interest in the way edu.au is administered or run, it's worth having a look at. I think that's, domain name.edu.au. And the Outer 2015 Names Policy Panel, which I think has had its first meeting, Derek, and no doubt there will be issues papers, discussion papers, calls for submissions, so please think about being involved in that as well. And that's all I wanted to say, so I'll hand over now.
G'day everyone. Enforcement, and we believe extending authorisation liability was far too broad a way of dealing with the issue, and it certainly would have made laws in Australia more onerous than anywhere else in the world. Website blocking is still current. We're still obviously waiting for the draft legislation around that, but we are yet to see site blocking effectively work anywhere around the world. It does exist in some places, but tech-savvy users now know how to get around certain blocks and still get to the content they want to get to. We are also a little bit worried about scope creep and exactly what will be blocked and whether legitimate content will be accidentally blocked. The former government's use of Section 313 of the Telecommunications Act to block child abuse material, as we all know, was later used by ASIC, who accidentally blocked a raft of legitimate sites. They're the kind of things that, through this process and consultation with government, we'll be trying to promote this idea that if you are going to have something, if you must have something, it needs to be targeted to very specific sites and URLs rather than anything that can be broadened. Interestingly, from a business perspective, Netflix is on the record saying they are not worried about piracy and that they see copyright infringement reduce when they enter a new market. For Netflix, high piracy rates is actually a business opportunity. So if they see high piracy rates in a market, they know there's a whole bunch of people looking for cheap and more timely products. So therefore you see Netflix wanting to come to Australia in March this year. The music streaming service Spotify has reported a 20% drop in piracy rates since their product was introduced in Australia. We would expect that with products like Stan that's been launched this year, as well as Netflix coming soon, that we would see a similar impact on movies and films. Kim already touched on safe harbours, but common activities such as transmitting data, caching, hosting or referring users to an online location where service providers do not control, initiate or direct their users online are not covered by Australian safe harbour scheme for over-the-top service providers such as ourselves. We do not have the same benefits that apply to our equivalents overseas and what applies to Australian internet service providers. This is despite over-the-top providers and ISPs having virtually the same inability to directly control, initiate or direct their users' online activity. The discrepancy means that online service providers based in Australia are put in a position where they must assess whether they can carry out all of our online operations in Australia, whether we can rely on legal arguments, offences to justify our activities. As a result, online service providers, as well as other operators of large networks such as schools and universities, which we've heard today, are exposed to a greater level of uncertainty. And this creates a direct disincentive to the development of the digital economy in Australia, we believe. I'm not saying that it's the only consideration, but not having a safe harbours for services like ours, and especially for startups in Australia, is certainly part of a broader problem. Just a couple of things on how Google is dealing with piracy. I touched on Spotify and Netflix before. You will have heard and know that we do remove URLs from search results, 33 million URLs last month alone. We do have an effective YouTube ID system that doesn't require a consumer or someone to report the infringement. If someone's got their original content saved on our YouTube system, we automatically scan it, and if someone has infringed that piece of material by putting it up on YouTube somewhere else, we automatically notify the content owner, and what we see most of the time, over 90% of the time, is that content owners decide to monetize the infringed copy rather than ask us to take it down. So we put an ad on the infringed copy and the content owner makes money off that. More recently, and this is something that we've only just started doing towards the end of last year, to help people find legitimate sources of media when they search for music and movies on our search platform, we're experimenting with new ad formats that result in queries related to music and movies. So in the US, for a relatively small number of queries, where the term, next to a movie or piece of music, like the word download or free or watch, we're beginning to show ads that direct consumers to a legitimate source. So at the moment, we've got obviously our own Google Play, Amazon, Netflix and other services that will advertise to take people to a legitimate source if people are clearly looking for the infringed version. Separately, we're also seeing completely new models emerge that challenge traditional ways of consuming content. The ability to make a career online just by creating your own contact, sending it directly to your own fans is a very, very new phenomenon that we've only just seen in the last few years. Only a few weeks back, it was reported that a 20-year-old boy in Perth, Trent Stanley, was making a six-figure salary from advertising revenue on his YouTube channel, Diesel D. Great money if you can get it when you're 20. There's no national or international restrictions on his channel, and he's not selling his content per view. Anyone around the world can watch what he creates, and he earns his money through the ad revenue on his channel, no matter where the consumer is. Google believes that we're living in an exciting time and we'll see more of this stuff emerge in the future, and we look forward to continuing to participate in these important policy debates.
Firstly, thanks Laurie for the introduction. I'm not convinced I'll do it justice, but thank you. Secondly, Kim, thank you for your introduction to do with safe harbours. I think it is very relevant, obviously, to what we're talking about, and a lot of it resonated with me. And even though eBay is probably in your category of behemoth, I think that you'll see we have our own challenges, and I'm happy to discuss them. So I'm going to tackle the question of takedown notices, and in particular the question of adequate notice in Australia. And I hope to be able to demonstrate some of the difficulties with the current approach to this in practice. Before I start talking about that, however, I want to discuss a case decided in the US. It is a case of Hendrickson versus eBay, so one of our own cases. It was concerned with Section 512 of the DMCA, which is obviously the takedown safe harbour provisions. Hendrickson was the owner of the copyright for the documentary movie Manson. Hendrickson sued eBay for secondary copyright infringement after he unsuccessfully tried to have listings removed of the movie from the eBay site. eBay argued that as a service provider, it was protected by the DMCA. There were three prongs for eBay to have to overcome. Firstly, actual knowledge. In this case, that wasn't relevant because eBay had no actual knowledge prior to being notified. Second was vicarious liability. It was held that eBay was not vicariously liable because even though it may have had the ability to control or remove the listings, the test is right and ability, not just ability, and it was held that eBay did not have the right. This is actually quite a fascinating topic, and not one that I'm going to delve into today because it's a large topic, but I will raise it again briefly in the context of takedowns in Australia. The third prong was adequate notice. Hendrickson failed to provide adequate notice. He did not identify any of the particular listings which infringed on the site, so rather he just did a general notice to eBay saying that they were infringing. Had he actually written down the listings that were being infringed, my guess is he would have won. The seller then, once he had asked for those listings to be removed, would have had the opportunity to issue a counter notice. This is how the DMCA works. And then eBay would have had to reinstate the listings upon receiving a counter notice. Then, if the rights owner still maintained he had rights over it, it actually would be between the parties to have to issue a court order to eBay to remove it again. So now let's put this into the Australian context. In Australia, if a rights owner notifies eBay of a copyright infringement, eBay does not have the protections of the DMCA. In fact, well, not in Australia, obviously. In fact, it becomes quite a challenging scenario. And the reason for this is because apparent often during these debates that the rights owner may not in fact have the rights they think they have or assert they have in certain circumstances, or at least eBay as a service provider cannot know whether they have those rights. Most of you are probably aware of eBay's Vero program, which is a process largely designed to fall within the DMCA process. It allows a process of takedown notification through what we call a NOCI, which is a Notice of Claimed Infringement form. In the US, for a copyright claim, this gives the seller an automatic right of counter notice. In Australia, we don't have this automatic ability to have a counter notice. It is much more complicated. If a rights owner tells us to take down a listing and a seller tells us no, they had the right and they wish to have it reinstated, we don't have any protections. You have a situation where both parties are claiming to sue eBay, one for taking down, the other for not taking down. Arguably, only a court in this circumstance is equipped to verify the validity of the rights owner's claim. The question is whether being on notice is adequate notice. What if the claim is false? If we need to go as far as to verify the merits of the claim, then surely the concept of being on adequate notice is flawed. The reality is, in these circumstances, only a court order would be sufficient to put us on notice of the veracity of a claim. Australian law doesn't cater for this scenario at all and places a high onus on service providers to arbitrate or consider the merits of a copyright claim. If there was some process where service providers could rely on a rights owner's claim at face value without repercussion or exposure to the service provider, then it would make this a much cleaner and clearer process. The current scenario seems to shift the obligation of deciding a legitimate rights ownership challenge from the parties involved in the dispute to the service providers, who are simply providing the platform for sharing or accessing the material. This is where I want to briefly re-raise the concept of right and ability, because where a service provider can't determine the dispute, arguably it doesn't have the right to remove the content, even if it has the ability. And maybe this is what the court meant in Hendrickson when it said that eBay didn't have the right, even though it had the ability. It is an interesting concept that, as I said, we're not going to explore here. In the meantime, eBay continues to grapple on a daily basis with the competing interests of rights owners and users, and the obligation to protect those rights, which we feel to be more heavily weighted on eBay as a service provider rather than on the parties themselves. I realise this is just a glimpse of some of the issues, but I hope it's sufficient to provide an indication of some of the practical challenges we face in the current environment. Thanks.
I got the easy part. So thank you, first of all. I should just tell you that Shoshana has to leave in 10 minutes. So if you've got any questions, 5 minutes. Hang on, I'm getting a while. Whatever. Okay, we're going to talk quickly. I thought that was excellent. I hope you enjoyed it. To me, Rob explained how devilishly complicated the governance structure is for the internet. Damien, I thought, was an interesting approach to monetise rather than punish copyright infringements. And Shoshana certainly showed us how out of date our laws are and how much we lag. So I thought I'd ask the first question of each of the guests, of each of our panellists, and they've all got microphones. And really it comes down to this: how do you rationalise the ground-up development of the internet, and I can tell you the determination of the people who built the internet for it to be a ground-up organisation, not governed by some global entity, with the genuine need
to be able to do something about the most egregious misuses of the internet, which brings us right back to data retention and the fact that the government wants to bring in a whole new raft of laws, which many people think are against our best interests, but others say are absolutely essential. So anybody that wants to start, Shoshana, do you want to have a go at that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know.
Is it on?
It doesn't say on.
Is that one working?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, especially I think for eBay, because if you think about it, eBay was a real pioneer at its time, and I think eBay was one of the first large internet sites, and it had the whole concept of a free market. I mean, that was the entire purpose, that there was no governance on eBay, that everyone just went on and bought and sold their things. And even now, to this day, when my kids tell their friends that I work at eBay, or people say, does eBay have an office? Like, they don't even understand the concept that it's not just some internet site that governs itself. So I do think it's a good question. I think largely the whole purpose of the internet, and I think Damien would probably say something similar, is to allow people to thrive and do what they need to do and connect and not have too much interference. But we're obviously seeing in the sophistication that we have that that is going to allow for some sort of foul play on the internet. I personally think that a lot of that foul play gets ironed out by itself because people don't want that. But obviously you do need some sort of governance, and I guess it's like anything else. When it reaches a certain point where people identify it as a problem, there are ways of managing it, but it's not such a simple equation in the copyright space, because I don't think we've really been able to see where that can lead us even in the next 10 years and how we can govern it.
We're going in reverse order, I think, here.
Look, the only comment I make, and I think it's a hard one, because sovereign nations obviously do have rights to regulate and create policies and do things that their citizens are requiring or requesting them to do. So you need to balance that, with what's happening on the global level. I'm finding with the bigger players that over time, through consumer demand, through consumer use, are becoming more and more responsible. When Google bought YouTube, it very much was a free-for-all. Now there are very specific flagging systems. There are no porn. There's self-rating systems to ensure that if there's something that's not for children, there's a warning before the video is played. There's a flagging system to take stuff down that is inappropriate or outside of the guidelines. And I do think that over time, these kind of regulations, in fact, are more effective than national government type things, because they're happening at a global level, and they're very much consumer driven, and something that is in the interest of a company like Google to be able to go to countries and say, look, we know that there are safety concerns on the internet, we know there are copyright concerns, and this is how we're dealing with it.
Yeah, I suppose my observation would still be that, and there's a saying that you often hear around internet governance, is that the internet exists despite governments, not because of them. That the sort of incredible explosion of innovation that you see today is not what was being foreseen when the first TCP/IP was being written in the 70s, or even when the World Wide Web was being created by Tim Berners-Lee at CERN in the early 90s. I still remember the incredible excitement I had once again in the very early 90s, when I first saw my first web page, having used sort of text-based systems before, and all of a sudden this idea that anything is possible, you can do all sorts of things. I was in Beijing in, I think it was 2009, and we had a government allocated guide a bloke called Kevin, who chose his name after our then Prime Minister. He had never been outside of China, but he spoke English with a very strongly West Coast US accent based on all the things he'd seen on TV. And I remember at the time he said, I've never left China, but I've got the internet, and if you've got the internet, you've got everything. And I felt like saying, well, not quite in China perhaps, but the point was there that you have that incredible ability. And as I say, this, which I think is probably the single most disruptive force in terms of the way business works ever, has been created not by one person or one corporation or one government, determining that it will be so. It really has been a ground-up movement, and any governance structures that don't recognise that and take advantage of the power of that just won't work. And I personally contrast that to example regulation around climate change, which is very much government and academic down, forced on populations who perhaps don't seem to want it, and how unsuccessful that has been. There perhaps could be things that could be learnt in those other spheres about this sort of ground up, do what works and do what you need to do to make things work, as opposed to try and solve every problem to the nth degree before you do anything.
Great, thank you. Now, I've just been given the wind-up, so sorry, if you did have a question, you'll have to grab our guests on the way out. I'm going to leave you with a story that, to me, sums up the internet. I was in Melbourne about a year ago at the Screen Producers Black Tie Awards night, and I had my phone on silent. It went off, and it was my then 16-year-old son. I knew his mother was out for the night. I was in Melbourne, he was in Sydney, and he was there with his 14-year-old brother. I thought I'd better find out if this is important. It could be a tragedy, it could be an emergency, so I snuck out and answered the phone. And indeed it was, for a 16-year-old, a major emergency. He said, "Dad, the Wi-Fi's not working." So I said, turn it off, turn it back on, do all of this. We got it working. And do you think he says, "Thank you"? He said, "Dad, if there was no Wi-Fi in this house, why would I live here?" So the internet is for everybody. Thank you very much.
So we're moving on to our final segment for the day, and it should be a fun and creative and excellent way to end. We need to finish at 5 to 5 because they will lock the doors on us at 5 o'clock, and while being locked in the library has a certain poetic appeal to it, I think the security guards might get a little annoyed at us. So we're finishing at 5 to 5, and I would just like to, at this point, pause for one moment just to thank our sponsors again, Maddox, the Internet Society of Australia, the National Library of Australia, and Internet New Zealand, who are funding the streaming. We've had over 180 views on the live stream, so if you can imagine the extra people that are joining us from around the country, it's really awesome. So without any further ado, I am going to introduce our final panel for the day with Nikki Anderson, Charlotte Harper, Scott Bridges, and Melanie Smith.
It's been a long day.
Melinda Smith.
Whatever order you like. Should we go in the order of speaking?
That's kind of nice, Trish, because that was going to be my mistake. I said to Mel, as Auntie Mel, as she's known in our house, whether she has to be called Melinda. So from this point on, she's Melinda. All right, so thanks so much for having us here, and the sessions I've sat in just this afternoon have been really interesting. So we hope we can try and keep the interest going for another hour for this final session. My name's Nikki Anderson. This session is Creative Voices, and as it says on the box, we're going to talk about how creativity fits in with copyright and how copyright fits in with creativity or otherwise. So I'll introduce our speakers in the order that they will be speaking. They'll each do a little, 10-minute presentation, and then we'll just have a general chat. There won't be time for questions, but they are all very active on Twitter, so do pester them afterwards or even during the session. So, in speaking order, and first placed is Melinda Smith, who is a Canberra-based poet whose work, as you will have seen in your programs, has been very widely published. And very excitingly, Melinda won the 2014 Prime Minister's Literary Award for Poetry. And the judging panel said this about her work: readers of Dragged Down to Unlock or Place an Emergency Call will be rewarded by a book full of unexpected and richly varied pleasures. Yes, you're just realising the title, aren't you? It's good. There are skillfully rhymed poems, haiku and highly experimental free verse. From its range of technique and tone to its depth of ideas, imagery and emotion, this collection announces the arrival of a major new poet. So Melinda will speak on her various approaches to poetry, including the wonderful text-based installation which is currently on display at the Museum of Australian Democracy. Following Melinda, Charlotte Harper, next, is the founder and publisher of Adisha, Canberra's own long-form digital-first press. Charlotte began her career as a technology journalist and has worked as literary editor of the South China Morning Post and in a number of roles at the Canberra Times, including editor of the Sunday magazine. Adisha has published two of our final speaker, Scott Bridges' works, 18 Days and Kevin Write a Book, of which we'll hear more later from both Charlotte and Scott. And then finally, Scott teaches journalism and communications at the University of Canberra, and he's currently writing his PhD on Al Jazeera's expansion outside the Arab world. He is the author of 18 Days, Al Jazeera English and the Egyptian Revolution, which has very deservedly won the Non-Fiction Prize in the 2014 ACT Writing and Publishing Awards and has also been shortlisted for ACT Book of the Year. He is co-author of the Twitter to book sensation Kevin Write a Book, the best of at Rudd 2000, which we look forward to hearing more about soon. So we'll kick off with Melinda.
So, I'm just going to talk a little bit today about how I reuse other people's work in making poems, and whether or not that raises any copyright issues, I will leave for the experts in the room. I was a lawyer in a previous life, but I stayed well away from intellectual property. So I have a vague sense of when something might be going over a line in the sand, but I take the trouble to not look it up. So I'm just going to take you through a few examples of things, mostly from this book, the one that Nikki was kind enough to mention won the prize at the end of last year. And there's a number of different ways that I reuse other people's work in the book. And this is not a comprehensive list even of what's going on in the book, and it's certainly not a comprehensive list of the ways that contemporary poets mash up and reuse things. So it's kind of an anecdotal talk rather than a survey. And I'm going to take you through some of the things that you can see on screen there, things called cut-ups, a poetic form called a glossa, poems using hidden quotations. I also use the Internet Anagram Server to write poems sometimes, which is not reusing someone's content so much as someone's method that they've made available. Similarly with Google Sculptures, I'm using something that someone else has made, an algorithm, to make my poems. And finally, there's another poetic form called a cento, which is a poem made out of lines from other poems. And that's an established practice in poetry. You're meant to attribute the poems that you take your lines from, of course. And I've been playing around with centos, and I even made an impressively nerdy little generator that makes centos out of lines from this book. So we'll kind of walk through all of those. It's only going to be a few seconds on each one, though, so we're not going to be here for hours. So first, looking at cut-ups, Nikki mentioned there's a text installation using my words over at Old Parliament House at the moment. It's part of an exhibition called Bespoke, Design for the People, which was a joint thing between Craft ACT and the Museum of Australian Democracy. And the brief was to respond creatively to furniture that's in the Old Parliament House, and the part of it that I got to play with, along with my collaborator, the letterpress printer Karen Florence, who's sometimes known as Ampersand Duck. We got to play with a room full of old-fashioned wooden signs. So that kind of gives you an idea of what the original material was, and we decided it would be fun to do some cut-ups. So what we did was we took the text, or I took the text that was on the signs, and we reused it to make some new signs. And in this scenario, we were being given permission to do anything we wanted with the text on the signs. There was no need to go and separately seek permission from a copyright owner or anything like that. The resulting work, I suppose even though it sounds like the sort of thing I would want to hit somebody for saying. It is a text installation rather than a poem, because you have to be standing in the room to get it, as it were. So we took the words on the signs that said things like members phone, end of servery, and take care on polished floor, and a whole lot of other things about where members and visitors can and can't go and what representatives are doing in various parts of Parliament House. And I typed out all the words and cut them up and moved them around and tried to come up with interesting versions of things. And then Karen got her letterpress printer happening and printed gold and brown versions to kind of echo the content and the idiom of the existing signs. And we came up with a bunch of 8 of them, with slightly cheeky but demonstrably neutral language. It could be about any parliament or any government. So there are things that say, would indicated members please exit Parliament? And representatives are not about to be polished for the visitors. And if you want to see more of them, just pop over to Old Parliament House. It's free to go in and have a look. And here's a close-up of one, which was slightly more poetic. The only interesting word on any of the signs was the word polished, so it reappears a few times. Use the polished hour, care for the time between, point many to the end. And I also found it out that hand signal is called a manicule. That's my new favourite word. Okay, so that's an example of a cut-up that's available for you to go and look at. Another thing that I've done, again, kind of switching back to the poems in this book, is a poetic form called a glossa. You take existing lines from someone's poem and you make them the end lines of the stanzas in your poem. So I took a quote from an Australian poet called Francis Webb, and I exploded it into a poem on similar subject matter. It's dealing with kind of birth of a child and the aftermath. And I turned it into my poem, Given. Now, this created interesting issues for me as a working creative who wanted to publish the results of what I'd done, because that poem, the Francis Webb poem, which is called 5 Days Old, was still in copyright in Australia. So I had to try and find out who owned the copyright because he's deceased. I eventually traced it down to HarperCollins, at least the first time in 2008. And we came across an issue, the licence fee they wanted was $70. I was going to make $50 from the publication of the poem. And we come up against an issue that's quite common well, at least at this end of the creative enterprise, is that the sums of money involved for the work that you create out of someone else's work are so tiny that when you start asking for licence fees, it can kind of get a little bit ridiculous. I eventually just negotiated with HarperCollins that they would waive the fee the first time. The second time, I collected the poem with all my other ones and put it in this book, and I felt, it was fair this time because I've got an ongoing income stream from the book that I should find them and pay them again. This time there was another organisation that also claimed copyright rights, which was the University of Western Australia Press. And I negotiated with them that I would just acknowledge them because they'd put together a bunch of Francis Webb's poems in a selected collection. So I acknowledged them and I paid HarperCollins again. And that was kind of, my experience with using in-copyright work, which is why I tend to use stuff that's in the public domain when I'm mashing things up mostly, or stuff that's created by people that I at least have an email address for that I can ask them personally, and generally because we're both impecunious poets, no money changes hands. So an example of something that I did using work in the public domain was a hidden quotation poem. It took a quote from the novel My Brilliant Career by Miles Franklin, and I hid one word of the quote in each of the lines of the poem, and the poem ended up being something totally other, nothing about summer really at all, but it was just a fun kind of creative game to play. And yet nobody wanted any money for that because everyone can get hold of my brilliant career off Project Gutenberg anytime they want. Another example of where I'm piggybacking off someone else's work is when I use the Internet Anagram Server to make poems. Please go and have a play with this if you haven't. It's just the most fascinating thing. It's a free website. You can go and type in any string of text and get anagrams for it. And I was writing a poem about divorce, and so I typed in the words decree nisi and got anagrams. I got 354 anagrams, and then picked the best ones and arranged them in an order so that particularly when it's performed out loud, this poem kind of makes a weird alien kind of sense out of the process of divorce. And the end of the poem says, residence I, end ice, rise, which is kind of where the speaker in the poem comes to an accommodation with the new state of things. Obviously I've had some input into the poem as well, and I could have got there on my own, but it would have taken me weeks and weeks and weeks. And with the help of the Internet Anagram Server, I certainly was able to leverage the work that they'd done. And so I always acknowledge them when I perform this poem. Okay, and another example of a similar kind of process is Google sculptures, which they're not really a new thing. Poets in the US started doing them in the mid-90s, almost as soon as Google was available. The idea is basically you use search engine results and make poems out of the lists that you get on your results pages. I wrote another book about autism, and one of the poems in it was a poem called I Am Autistic, which was looking at different concepts of claiming your disability. There's this big debate in, I suppose, in disability world about whether you say, I am a person with something or I am something. And there's a whole kind of identity politics subtext going on there. So that's the kind of thing that this poem was trying to play with, but I tried to come up with an order that made sense poetically. And the last line of this poem was my favourite. I am autistic, what's your excuse? So, and finally, just to finish up with, here's a little look at my acrostic cento generator. What's an acrostic cento generator? So I mentioned before a cento is a poem made out of lines from other poems. And the cento generator just is a simple software application that quickly assembles them. You give it the lines and it organises them into a poem for you. And the way that it does that is it uses an acrostic. So it takes a word. An acrostic is one of those really old-fashioned poems where you spell out a word down the side of a poem. So the initial letters of all the lines, when you read them vertically, spell out a word or a message. So to illustrate that, the cento generator that I play around with generates something that starts, a line that starts with F, a line that starts with U, and a line that starts with N. So you get fun spelt out down the side there. And the lines are all lines, for copyright reasons. I thought, I give myself permission to mash up my own work. So I put not all the lines, I selected some lines that lent themselves to reproduction in all sorts of different parts of speech from this book, and then put them as the kind of raw material for the generator to use. So you need, at least 26 lines, one starting with each letter of the alphabet. And, the creative input is really in selection of the lines. I built it using a demonstration-only license with a product called Oracle Policy Automation. In another life, I worked for a company called Softlaw, which was the originator of this technology, and eventually Oracle bought it. And it allows people who can't actually code to write programs in English using if, then, and, or, and not. So I did that part. So here's another example of the sort of thing I can spit out if I have an acrostic word using my own name. I did want to bring it along so we could play with it, but firstly, we haven't really got that long each, and secondly, it would cause security issues if I were to try and plug it into the library's system, so we're just making do with screenshots. And things get really complicated from a copyright stakeholder perspective when you do a performance with the Cento generator. So you get the acrostic word from a member of the audience, and then the performer, who may or may not be the poet, types in each word, and then they perform each generated Cento poem, and then you print out the Cento, and you get the poet to sign it, and you give it to the audience member as a kind of takeaway freebie, the audience member who supplied the word. And so you've got a number of different possible stakeholders, most of whom wouldn't think of themselves as having any kind of copyright interest in anything. You've got the poet who wrote the original lines, you've got the developers at Oracle who wrote the code for Oracle Policy Automation, you've got the nerd who used Oracle Policy Automation to make the generator, you have the audience member supplying the acrostic word, and you have the performer who's performing the Cento. And yeah, that's fortunately, kind of intellectually it makes for interesting contemplation, but no one really cares because the amount of money involved is so infinitesimal as to be amusing. So that's kind of really going to wrap up my tour of creative reuse. It's been going on for a very long time in poetry, you know, evidenced by the fact that there are actually poetic forms that are dedicated to reuse. And obviously now we have access to things like Google and the Internet Anagram Server and various other things. Mashup techniques are going to continue to evolve. Again, a lot of poets don't really care too much about the actual black letter law on this point, but it's accepted as good professional practice that you should consult the original author of stuff that you're reusing if it's not yet in the public domain. And sometimes no money changes hands. For example, Matt Hetherington, a Queensland poet, also did a Cento without a generator of some lines in my book. And I, in return, did a Cento of some lines in his book, which is called Eye to Eye. And we just agreed that, you know, whenever we perform the work, we'll acknowledge, if we ever publish it, we'll acknowledge each other as well. And the mutual advertising value to, you know, the 200 people in the whole of Australia who are interested in such things will be, you know, the end of the matter, so to speak. However, you still can get interesting poet catfights developing when the original author or copyright owner is not consulted or even acknowledged. And there's a link in the presentation there to a summary of a plagiarism controversy that arose last year involving poets Graham Nunn and Andrew Slattery and a whole lot of unacknowledged borrowed lines. And I'm remaining neutral because Australian poetry is a very, very small place. But you may find that interesting if you like to watch drama unfold between people fighting over really low stakes things. Okay, so I'm going to finish up and hand back over to Nikki. It's not quite wine time though, you do need to wait until everyone else has finished talking.
Thank you. The mainstream book industry. I launched the business in late 2012, a month after my first son, Sebastian, turned 3, and 8 weeks before the second one, Alexander, was born. Now 2, Alex recently bought his first ebook on my Kindle without asking my permission. But that's another story. I spent much of late 2009, 10 and 11 glued to Twitter, tracking the digital revolution that transformed the book industry and then blogging about it for my eBookish blog. I wrote some news stories and features about it for Fairfax, my former employer, but was itching to escape and start a business of my own to tap into all this change. As a former literary editor, magazine editor, tech writer and web producer, I had the passion for books and gadgets, the journalistic and editing experience and the coding skills to be able to do just that. The fact that everything could be done online meant I could run a global publishing business from Canberra, something that would not have been possible 5 years ago. I'd always been frustrated by the word limits newspapers and magazines by their nature imposed on feature writers. I'd often had to cut 5,000 or 6,000 word features in half just to fit arbitrary spaces, and I felt frustrated about what was lost in this process. I'd also read plenty of non-fiction books that seemed to me to have been padded out to fit the conventional length of a trade book. The rise of the Kindle and the iPad, and of e-book retailers like Kobo, and of digital printing technologies allowing for affordable short print runs and print on demand, meant it was now possible to publish longer works of journalism at their natural length, whether that be 5,000, 10,000 or 40,000 words. I decided I'd build a company around this style of writing and commissioned my first book, crowdfunded. The author, excuse me, and also pick up a lot of colds from that 2-year-old. The author, digital publishing expert Anna Maguire, planned to write about 15,000 words. The first edition was 25,000. The second, which we published late last year, came in at around 37,000. As an editor with 20 years' experience in the 400 to 2,000 word space, it was quite an adjustment, getting used to proofreading that takes 3 weeks instead of an afternoon. Next, we published Business and Baby on Board, a 25,000 word ebook guide to being a mumpreneur, for which we signed only digital rights after discovering the project on Possible, where author Joanna Baker Dowdall was raising funds to self-publish the print edition. Scott Bridges, here on our far left, forced me to rethink everything, which you have to be prepared to do in this industry at this time, when he pitched his book 18 Days, Al Jazeera English and the Egyptian Revolution to me at the Walkley Awards 2 weeks after Alex was born. The work was as much as 10 times longer than the books I'd been expecting to publish, weighing in at a whopping 90,000 words. But in fact, Scott had done exactly what I was talking about earlier. He'd written the book to its natural length. It was a work of long-form journalism, and a brilliantly written one at that. So we signed a contract, published the ebook the following year, and the print edition a few months later. I'm so glad Scott chose Adisha, because he's a delight to work with, and 18 Days went on to gain national and international media attention. Scott was flown to the Berlin Documentary Forum to discuss the book in the middle of last year, and recently took out the non-fiction prize, as Nikki's mentioned, at the ACT Writing and Publishing Awards. And this is what happened when that happened. There I am. I was supposed to be taking a photo of Scott, but I didn't know we were going to win. It was so exciting. And this is a certificate and stickers he collected. 18 Days is also, I think the prize money wasn't quite as big as the Prime Minister's Literary Award, unfortunately, but you know, you've got to start somewhere. It's also, shortlisted for the ACT Book of the Year, and Adisha is the only Canberra publisher among the 5 shortlisted books. All the other publishers, you know, Allen and Unwin, whoever they're all Sydney or Melbourne. So we're pretty proud about that. You can vote for it in the People's Choice Award on the Arts ACT website, so we might be in the running there too. Scott later turned out to be one half of the Twitter sensation of 2014, which led to another Adisha title, Kevin Write a Book, The Best of Rudd 2000. You'll see to the back room in the corner, the other author, the co-author, is standing babysitting Scott's gorgeous little girl. They're a great team. They're a great team in print and in life. There you go. I'm sure Scott's wife will be here too soon. Yes, I'm not going to talk too much about Kevin Write a Book because I'm sure Scott's going to tell you all about it. There it is in Parliament. It has been our most successful book in terms of sales and publicity, and it helped us to score a print distribution deal with the highly respected New South Books, which is a big deal for a small press. I sent their CEO, Kathy Bale, an email a couple of days after the launch with links to the media coverage, and they offered me a 3-year contract for all titles past and present that very day. I signed it immediately before they could change their minds, and they now stock all our books and ordered another print run of Kevin only last week. They also sent me the first cheque, which would have been worthy of celebration in its own right, but arriving as it did on the same day as 2 cheques from Amazon, led to me waving them up and down the corridors of Gorman House and all over Adisha's social media accounts in triumph. Someone asked me whether that meant that I could now, pay off a big chunk of the mortgage. I'm afraid to say no. I could probably pay the rent at Gorman House for about 3 months. Adisha published 2 books in between 18 Days and Kevin. David Dufty's How to Build an Android came to Adisha via then literary agent Mary Kinane. She's now a publishing consultant. It had been published to critical acclaim in the US and the UK. Yes, an Adisha title has been reviewed in The Guardian and the New York Times. But it needed a new Australian publisher. Dufty's narrative non-fiction work is a cracker story about the roboticists who created an android in the likeness of science fiction author Philip K. Dick. I guess there could be some copyright issues there. I hadn't thought about that. They toured the US with it. Then one of them left its head in an overhead locker on an aeroplane, and it has not been seen since. We published the ebook edition the day Radio National aired a documentary about robots, including an extensive interview with David. The other title is a joint venture with If Book Australia, the Institute for the Future of the Book. If you don't know about this organisation, you should. They're fantastic. They're an offshoot of the Queensland Writers' Centre. The essays in the book were originally published on the If Book website and examine experiments in writing and publishing. Contributors include Benjamin Law, Sophie Masson, James Bradley and Romy Ash. Each was challenged to try new tools and experiences and observe the effect on their craft. I was like a pig in mud editing this one, and even contributed an essay myself. Speaking of editing, I have in fact commissioned freelance book editor Sarah Fletcher to edit most of our projects and would ask her to do all of them if budgets permitted. When you're a one-woman show, paying for each new book with the profits from the last, publishing becomes very DIY. I tend to be involved in all stages of the process, from commissioning and acquiring titles to assessing submissions, negotiating contracts and rights deals, managing ISBNs, barcodes, cataloguing and publication applications with our friends here at the library, briefing a designer, typically the talented Wendy Dawes, for the cover, web banner and any other marketing material. Then there's writing cover blurbs, press releases, blog posts, e-newsletters, social media posts, creating and implementing marketing and publicity plans, sourcing images, which often involves complex copyright negotiations like the ones Melinda's described, editing the copy, laying out the pages, proofreading, creating the 3 types of ebook files. We do EPUB, MOBI and PDF, and distributing those files to retail partners, negotiating the contracts with the retail and distribution partners. You think that's it? No. Organising and speaking at launch events, negotiating with printers, paying royalties, issuing royalty statements, bookkeeping, tech support. I'm exhausted. Office management, business development, managing the website, including its e-commerce functionality, and finally, order fulfilment, which means being on first terms with everyone at our local post office. There we are with the first print run of Kevin, sending that out. So yeah, it's pretty exhausting and almost enough to make you want to go back to working for someone else, almost. But the greatest challenge, as you can see, since I started this business, has been keeping on top of it all while juggling 2 small children. I know that a couple of you will be able to relate to this. And I've had limited help from their dad, who works long hours in one of those crazy jobs at Parliament House. Some Canberrans will be aware of what that's like. The second greatest challenge is that the industry isn't really ready for organisations like Adisha that want to publish books within weeks of commissioning them when they're ready to go, rather than several months later to fit in with the media and retail ordering cycles. This ties in with the reason I shifted my focus to print copies. Literary editors are not ebook ready in the main. They require proof copies of books, or at the very least a PDF. If you're going to go to the trouble of creating a print-ready PDF, you may as well do a short print run. Then there's the battle to get your book noticed among the hordes that are published each day. It's tough, but I've been heartened by the success we've had with direct sales from the Adisha website. If people want to buy a book, they'll find it, as we discovered with Kevin, which was sold solely from this store for the first few weeks. I might finish now with a quick word about the book I should be working on right now instead of standing here talking to you. Some months ago, the man who must surely be the father of the year ordered 2 copies of Scott's Al Jazeera book from our website. I did something I rarely do and picked up a pen and some writing paper and wrote a personal letter to include with his books. That man was Eurus Grester, and he and the rest of the Grester family, particularly Kylie Grester, have been regular email correspondents ever since. Yesterday, I received my first email from Peter himself and nearly burst into tears on the street in Monaco. I'm going to do it again. Just unbelievable. I'd been working with the Gresters for some months on a book of messages sent to Peter while he was in prison. It was to be called Free Peter Grester, and all profits were to go to the campaign to bring Peter back. Clearly, we can't call it that now. So, now that he's back in Australia, Peter will be contributing the introduction to the project himself, and will be able to add a final chapter of the emails he and the family have received, celebrating his newfound freedom. Profits will help the family cover, well, actually, further announcements since I finished this slide. So I've now spoken to Andrew Grester, and the family have covered their costs thanks to donations to their appeal. And so we've decided that instead we will be donating the money to an organisation that helped them a great deal over the past year, the Foreign Prison Support Service. It's an Australian-based organisation. Yes. And I can also announce here today, as you can see, that the new title, which Peter suggested himself, will be Prison Post, Letters of Support for Peter Grester. It will be published next month, and you can pre-order your copy from the Adisha website now. I'm personally just so glad that this somewhat grim project has become a much happier one, though its messages about press freedom remain as important as ever, particularly as Peter's 2 colleagues are still caught up in the retrial of their case. We wish them well. On a less serious note, someone commented to me last week that publishing a book of emails so soon after a book of tweets could lead to Adisha becoming the go-to publisher of repurposed digital material. Well, why not, I say? So, if you're a food blogger who's made hipsterfoodies.com's top 10 paleo Instagram accounts listing, or you're writing a real-life romantic comedy based on your Snapchat and Tinder experiences, drop me a line.
Often wonder, would Kevin have happened if we were writing as a book rather than as a series of tweets? And almost certainly it wouldn't have, because it's an internet project. Some of the most immediate challenges we faced were, here was the avatar for the Twitter account. I have no idea where that photo came from. It came from Google Images. So obviously that couldn't be used on the front page of the book. So we commissioned a cartoonist mate of ours to donate a probably not copyright infringing version of the photograph. Fingers crossed. So that is that's the picture that we see on the front of the book. Some of the other stuff inside there, there was one of the tweets. For some reason, we thought it would be good to include the photograph in the book, so Charlotte got in touch with Fairfax, who turned out to own that photograph, and they gave us permission to use it in I believe, a limited print run, so the print run better stay limited. That was one of the tweets there. We really enjoyed it, Stephen and I, so we thought it really needed to go in the book, so we drew a picture ourselves. Well, Stephen drew that picture, actually. That's how we got around that one. Here are some tweets, though, that just couldn't make it into the book because the photo is just far too important. That's personally one of my faves there. But again, that photo came off the internet. No idea who owns it. Wouldn't even be able to find the owner. A bit of a work done. I believe, no, that's the actual T-shirt he was wearing. Screenshot from ABC News 24. I believe that came from Bill Shorten's Instagram account. Same theme there, ABC News 24. Sorry, Charlotte. But this one here, I'm actually not sure if Charlotte thought about it, or maybe she did think about it like I did and decided not to think about it. But here we are taking screenshots of other people's tweets and including them in the book. This one here is an exchange between the the Rudd 2000 account and a couple of ABC journalists asking the parody account for an interview. They didn't get the hint. This just kept going on and on and on. Anyway, so we took a screenshot and put that one in the book there. So I'll just a couple of quick thoughts and then I'll hand back. As I said at the start, I'm not sure that Rudd would have happened if we were writing it as a book rather than as a series of tweets. And so then when we did take the tweets and try to turn them into a book, we came up against all of these restrictions that when you are, or at least when I am on the internet, I just don't think about, because digital culture kind of clashes up against the architecture of copyright. And, I'm aware enough of copyright law to be able to talk about it in a general sense when I'm teaching communications and journalism. And so on the one hand, I'm preaching copyright law, and on the other hand, I'm on the internet breaching it blatantly, constantly. But that is, as we all know, how the internet works. It's the copyright Wild West. But in a way, it's really, really important, because remixing, reusing culture is at the very core of what we're doing often, and certainly what we were doing with Rudd, where works of copyright are cultural artefacts rather than, or that's at least how we think about them. And so for me, the Rudd book was this conflict between the two architectures, and I'm just really aware of the time and we need to wrap up, so I'll just sort of stop there and hand back to you.
I'm hoping we don't need to do anything with our mics, is that correct? Should they be working? Aha. So you might want to do it too, guys. Does that? Yeah, beautiful. Okay, we're just going to keep running. I think we've probably only got time for 3 questions, which is a little bit sad, but let's go straight to Scott. We could talk about, all the issues around the copyright and stuff, and I imagine it must have been a pretty frantic, kind of stressful time, in the office when you were doing it. And I guess in some ways libel was more, you guys may have to share. Oh, there's only one. But I think the question I'll go with is, so the idea of turning it into a book, was it just massive, public request, we have to have this? And then your thoughts about why stuff that's in the public domain, that people could read, they could go back to, why was there this kind of need or, real interest in having it in one little, compact book or ebook?
We certainly had no intention of turning it into a book. We finished up and we had our fun, and I think it was, 2 hours later, Stephen and I were very drunk, and I got a message from Charlotte basically asking me to sign a contract via iMessage on the spot. And Stephen and I initially said no, we weren't interested in doing anything else with it. But then after a few days, it was very clear people really enjoyed it. And we got back in touch with Charlotte, and she very, very, very kindly agreed to publish it on a profits to charity basis, which was how we decided to do it. Yeah, we were very surprised actually about wanting to have everything in one place, although I guess that makes a lot of sense, to be able to pick up a single discrete unit of something that was, I think it spanned 9 months or something like that, the Twitter feed. So,
and away from that fragmented kind of Twitter.
Yeah, and I mean, it isn't just a bunch of tweets. Stephen and I did actually do quite a bit of work to streamline it and make sure that there was a flow through the book, and we added a little bit of context here and there. So, it is a little bit more than just the tweets in a Storyfy format. Yeah.
Charlotte, have you got any comments on that? Because you obviously saw a need and a viability for the book.
Absolutely. And I think the most interesting point about it is that I thought that it would sell really well as an ebook, because clearly the people who are interested in it are already very digitally savvy and online. And it didn't really. It just went ballistic as a print book. And I think that's because people wanted to have a physical memento of the experience they'd had over those 9 months, And it was a big hit for Christmas gifts as well.
Yeah, great Chrissy one. Just quickly on the same sort of thing, as you were then putting together the book and deciding what to use, were you more driven by,
copyright issues or, you know, difficulty with perhaps libel or defamation, or was it kind of the narrative that was really the overriding?
Yeah, first draft was just, here's what we think should be in the book, and then there was some content that was very clearly, we can't be, that just can't happen. And that was from a copyright point of view, and then. Then we did things like drew the representation of the photo rather than use the photo. I'm not sure that Charlotte rejected anything on copyright grounds. I can't think that happened. But yeah, there was a lot of chatter about defamation stuff, and there was some stuff was, yeah, but that's not copyright.
No, but Charlotte's still looking slightly traumatised by that, so we won't go into too much detail on that. So I might move on to Charlotte, just in general with your books. Again, 2 questions. You mentioned some of the challenges of doing what you're doing at Adisha within traditional publishing models. I'm just wondering, when you're dealing, I mean, mostly you're commissioning your books, but say the ones you've bought from an agent or, an overseas publisher, how do they respond to what you're doing? Is it a really big sell, or...?
No, well, I mean, Mary Kinane, who's was one of the most respected literary agents, not just in Australia but in the world, found me. That was another day where I just ran up and down, so excited. She thought that I would be the right publisher for it because I had a digital focus, and it had already existed in print, and now it was time to just make sure it was out there for people who wanted to buy it. And I think that narrative non-fiction works well as in ebook form. Narrative non-fiction, narrative writing generally works well in ebook form.
Yeah. And with the sort of, looking at the length, and you mentioned, letting Scott's first book run to its natural length. And I mean, I'm forever screaming at the papers in the weekend saying, well, one, that's too short, but then all these books that are being reviewed, they're just too long. It should have just be a long article, so it's great. And then just on the more technical side, DRM, are your books no? No,
my books are DRM free and always have been when possible. There are some retailers that you can't stop, if you want to sell your books on Amazon and iBooks, bad luck sort of thing. But Kobo don't put it on there. And what did I want to say about this? Oh yes, I made some notes about this. The reason that I don't do it is because readers don't want it. They hate it. And I don't want to do things that readers don't want. I want my readers to love my books and want to buy more of them, not be annoyed. And anyway, the anti-piracy argument is absurd because they can strip it from your book in a few seconds if they want to. You just Google how to strip DRM and then bang, it's gone.
Do you think, sorry, just to hold that thought, do you think Australian publishers in general are kind of getting on board with that? Because that was when all the ebook stuff was happening, that was, the major fear factor.
It was a hot topic, wasn't it? Look, I think they are. I don't know, I haven't checked lately what the major publishers are doing, but I know Momentum, which is owned by Pan Macmillan, are DRM free. So they're obviously looking at it. And one of my favourite publishers is O'Reilly in the US. I don't know if you know much about them. They publish all their titles DRM free. And once you buy a book directly from them on their website, you can just re-download it for free any time for the whole rest of your life. You just go back there and it remembers that you've already bought it and you can get it again. So if you throw out your Sony e-reader because you've updated to something else, you can just go back and get it.
And who can keep track of how many devices you've got, licenses for? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's right. And the guy who runs that company said, we have a very simple theory, trust your customers to do the right thing and you'll earn their business. And I think that's right. I think if you give people the content that they want, in the form that they want, when they want, and at a reasonable price, then piracy goes away. That's my theory.
Any other challenges that you sort of had been thinking about, or
other challenges? Copyright-related challenges. There's obviously the financial challenge.
Won't talk about
We don't need to talk about that today. No. Look, I do think one thing that really frustrates me, and people in this room would probably relate to it, is that book contracts are so complex. I don't know, remember when you signed your book contract, did you just look at it and think, oh no, do I have to read all of that? Yeah.
It's very similar to when you're signing up to an online service and you read the terms and conditions. Yeah, book contract, meh.
It is. And it's been interesting because, so now I've published 2 books where I have a verbal contract. one with these two. Kevin, we have a verbal contract and all the profits go to UNHCR and they trust me, and UNHCR have received their checks and everything's fine, and we didn't have to pay someone, you know, $250 to draw the contract up, and we didn't have to negotiate each point. Whereas one author I was negotiating with for 3 months, and he was going to come back to me on this point and coming back to me on that point, and in the end I just decided it's too hard. I'm not going to do this book.
If you like this over the contract, well, then what are you going to be like in the editing process?
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair to him, he was just trying to make sure he was getting a fair deal, but I can see where you're coming from. But I would love to see contracts simplified. I think that because if you want to do things quickly, as I want to do, then that becomes one of the slowest parts of the process.
Okay, back on to sort of very quickly, creative bits and pieces. Mel, you've spoken about obviously using other people's work, respectfully always, and acknowledging, and it sounds like you've come up with good ways, of working with that. But I'm just wondering, sort of from the other side, if people are wanting to use your work, have you had experiences with that other than the one you mentioned? And what's important for you? Is it acknowledgement? Is it money? Is it that permissions fee?
That's a great question, Nikki. I mean, my base attitude is I made some art and you can respond to it any way you want, and if one of the ways you want to respond to it is to make some more art out of it, then I'm all for that, and I'd love that to happen. And again, because in poetry the royalties are basically non-existent, because a bestseller in poetry is 1,000 copies of a book, and so you're not really looking at anything like a reliable income stream. So it's not like you feel like you're foregoing income by allowing somebody to reuse your work. And that operates differently when you're in kind of a fiction space, but just speaking as a poet. So I'm mostly really happy if people ask me. I prefer to at least know that this is happening because it makes me feel happy. And secondly, acknowledge. Just say, this came from this book, and this is, was published by this publisher in this year. That's the kind of level of acknowledgement I would be comfortable with. And it would be great to add a little caveat. If somehow what you do suddenly makes $1 million, I'd really like a slice of that action. But that's, a policy challenge that I'm sure a lot of people in the room are thinking of. You kind of need one model for the not really sure we're going to make any money end of town, and another model for the people who are already operating really viable global business empires. Those, the royalty ones that kick in after a certain point. Once you start making the money, then give me a slice. But I'm really, really happy for the art to just keep going round and round and round. It's kind of, what makes it interesting.
Scott, do you have any thoughts on that area, like your work being used or cited or repurposed?
So, I mean, if I'm thinking about the 2 books that I have with Charlotte, I'm more than happy for 18 days to be used, in any sort of legitimate academic sort of context, I guess, or in any way that doesn't alter the work and ensures that I'm acknowledged. A more Creative Commons kind of approach, I guess. With Kevin, look, it's fair game. Get out there, mix it up, change it up. Who cares? It's the internet. It's the internet on paper.
That's great. I think that's a great point to end on. I hope you've all had an amazing day. Go forth and create and share. And please thank our 3 speakers.
I think that was potentially a fantastic high point to end the day on, and I just wanted to thank you all very much for coming along today, and wave at our live stream people. Thank you very much for tuning in out in the internet somewhere. If I could just once again very quickly thank our sponsors, Maddox, the Internet Society of Australia, the National Library of Australia and Internet New Zealand, and say I hope to see you back here next year. Thank you. You guys are brilliant.